ช่องน้องขึ้นช่องอาซี่ขึ้นดรอปยังอาซี่กำลังงงตัวเองอยู่นะขึ้นละดรอปขึ้นละรีเฟซ1 รอบขึ้นดรอปขึ้นนะจ๊ะขึ้นแล้วรีเฟซ1 รอบขึ้นแล้วรีเฟซ1 รอบเป็นรีเฟซเดนไนท์ซี่ขออนุญาตอันนี้หน่อยละกันน่าจะแพ็ก4 ชั่วโมงได้แทชเชอร์ด้วยใช่มันเป็นในรอบเพย์ออฟเนี่ยเดี๋ยวอาซี่ดูให้นะขออนุญาตดูวิวแคมเปญโดยรวมก่อนว่าเป็นยังไงบ้าง
Sometimes a bit of a harder one, but who would you pick as your dark horse for the tournament?
I would pick. You have an idea first. No, I'm trying to think who's in the tournament.
Always helps.
I think I'm picking.
I think I'm picking
Virtus Pro.
Okay. This one's a bit of a tough one. Who do you think is going to be the biggest disappointment?
I think right now can be either FaZe or
ของ Rainbow Six
Zero is the last major winner, so people have expectation about them.
อันนี้เป็นปืน
because they won
สกินอันนี้เป็นปืนของอะไรวะอีเวนต์แรงงูครบ3 ชั่วโมงรับสกิน MP5 SD ไปแล้วก็ในส่วนของ EWC วันที่7 4 ชั่วโมงดูครบ4 ชั่วโมงอะรับซอง3 ซองอันนี้ได้ส่วนของไลฟ์พอร์เทรตก่อนแสดงว่าอีก3 วันก็จะได้อาจจะได้สกินหัวสกินตัวแล้วก็สกินปืนอันนี้จากที่คิดนะ
I said they are the dark horse.
And another one that's well, it could be an easy one potentially. Who's going to be the MVP in that case?
เหมือนรอบนี้จะไม่มีคินฟีดอาซี่ไปดูหลังบ้านให้แหละคินฟีดไม่มีอาจจะภาคไม่ได้มันไม่มีสตรีมแบบว่าสตรีมคินฟีดที่แบบว่าโนนักพากย์อะ
Either you have to win the tournament or the MVP. No, I don't like the rule. Yeah, I think you can still play very well, but not.
I think you have to at least be in final or semi-final.
Yeah, okay, that's fine.
Because you have to go far. But if you lose at the end, that doesn't matter. If you're the best in the tournament. But if you are staying in the same logic, so the guy who's going on final, I would say, Suzan or NG.Okay. NG can do
มาแล้วทักหน่อยไม่ทัก
He was MVP already in the World Championship, so
หมายถึงคู่ไว้ป๋อกับไอ้นั่นน่ะนะมาแล้วทักหน่อยไม่ทัก
Thank you. Thank you.
ไม่ทักได้ไหม
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons.
ว่าคิดว่าจะเปลี่ยนพาเนลอ่ะเนี่ยอยากเปลี่ยนพาเนลมากเลย
Play is in our DNA.
เป็นภาษาลิงกูกูกากาอูอาอา
It becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
กดรูปนาฬิกาข้างชื่อหน่อยเท่ดี ถ้ากดให้แล้วนะกดรูปนาฬิกาข้างชื่อมันเท่ดีกดให้แล้ว เอ้าเพื่อนอักซี่ต้องการอ่ะก็อักซี่ก็สนองนี้ให้แล้วเอาไปดิอยากได้เอาไปดิให้ จับไปละพันก็ปอบอกอยากได้ก็ให้เอาไปโชคดีนะเพิ่น
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo.
ว่าไป10 นาทีอ่ะแล้วอันทำเอาไม่เป็นด้วยทำไม่เป็นจำไม่ได้แล้วลืมทำเอาไงอันทำเอาไงไม่รู้ this ทำเอาเหรอ cancel ทำไม่เป็นอ่ะมันไอ้นี่ทำเอาไม่เป็นอ่ะอันทำเอาเหรออ๋ออันทำเอาเนี่ยอันทำเอาเจอแล้ว
We booked Esports World Cup.
So it is a little bit like my game that I play as well, to be honest. It's an FPS,
อยู่
but
ที่
is there like,
Paris นะครับก่อน
sliding and stuff? Are we,
อย่างเงี้ย
you know,
EWC
like 40 kills a game or anything like that?
No,
2026
we don't really do that, but we do use
รอบ
it
pay
right, in
off
comparison to you guys.
วิขาแม่งเล็กมาก
What do
อ่ะ
you mean by that?
Off to a good start. We use tactics.
ต้นขา
strategies,
เป็น
things
น่อง
like
อะ
that.
นะแบบ
Okay,
เห็นเป็น
that's
น่อง
right.
เลยนะ
Anyway,
แล้วแต่ว่า
I've been
ปลาย
club
ปลายตรง
championship
นั่นน่ะ
for the
ตรง
last
ข้อ
5
ขา
weeks.
แม่ง
Yeah,
เลี้
I've
ยว
been
เลี้ยว
covering all the bases on all the big club championship teams, such as like Falcons and G2, that kind of thing.
Nah, I hate to break it to you. Falcons got eliminated, and G2 they didn't even make it to Esports World Cup. But best I can offer for you for the club championship is Weibo, but Weibo's playing in like 20 minutes, so we should probably go.
Oh, okay. Well, let's get on with
วัน
it.
นี้คนน้อยจัง
Siege starts right now.
นี่คนที่ปารีสน้อยจังหรือว่าเขากั้นโซนวะ
Welcome to the battlefield.
Remember, we are the hunters.
บนแม่
They are the prey.
วันแม่ที่ปารีสอะเชื่อปารีสมีวันแม่ด้วย
Come closer. I dare you.
นี่นะครับทุกคนนักซี่มีของเล่นมาแต่อักซี่ยังไม่ได้ลงประกาศโพสต์ลง Facebook เลยนะนี่โคสตรีมเมอร์ของวันนี้เอา EWC ฝั่งไทย Rainbow Six This is อักซี่เอง มี3ช่องด้วยกันนะมีช่องพี่วันมาดันเลนเจอร์มีช่องพี่ท็อปรัตพงษ์แล้วก็มีช่องอักซี่อะ
Just south of the River Seine in Paris,
อ้าว
France,
อ้าว
a
อะไร
new day begins here at the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet.
20 บาทเอามา
Luckily, you are right
20 บาท
on
อะไร
time.
ไม่ให้
You know
เอาไป
somebody who
20
wants to
กีบ
see some of the best FPS action. I'm sorry, Chris. Tactics are involved in this. I've heard it described as 4D chess. I've had the privilege many years ago of being a part of it, and now the
เอาไป
biggest
20 กีบ
stage in France lights up the biggest players' names as we begin the Rainbow Six at EWC playoff.
At
bracket. It's gonna be so
EWC
exciting.
bracket.
And I can't
So
wait for you all
excited.
to be a part of it. My name is Rain Day. I'll be with you as a
Excited.
studio host all throughout the week with some amazing, talented members who need no introduction who are joining me. If you know the R6 Siege scene, iconic Alphama here as your analyst throughout the week. Guys, how we feeling?
I'm feeling
What's
amazing.
the name?
I feel right at home. You know, I had to take a 2-hour train ride to get here.
It's unfair.
I'm very lucky. You know, I get 2 SCR events in Paris in 1 year. You know, what to say for? I'm so happy right now.
I feel like it's not my home, but I felt at home these last weeks, so I feel like it's an amazing city, and I can't wait for this atmosphere inside of here. It looks beautiful.
We've shared some homes, Atlanta. You know, I lived
เห
there.
งื่อออกอ่ะทุกคนหน้ามันหมดแล้วอ่ะ
ATL, obviously France a little bit different, and the storylines have been different as well coming into this. There's so much at play. And speaking of just joining us for the playoffs, we had a whole group stage last week that you gentlemen were able to cover. Let's talk big picture. How did we get here? We've got 8 teams down from 22. Iconic.
I feel like it was just such a good tournament. You saw a lot of teams who weren't expected to win games, and I feel like that's the thing that really makes Seed special. You can show up with what you've worked on and really challenge your opponents, and I feel like here, we've seen some teams we expected, we see some teams we haven't really expected to come through, so we're really excited just to see who can handle the pressure, and honestly the challenge, because
จริงๆมันก็มีเรื่องเล่านะ
Yeah, we've always seen EWC as an upset factory because of the format, and I think
เรื่องเล่าตอนที่แบบว่าไปออสเตรเลีย
he didn't disappoint. I think of my EML teams. I think of my
แล้วเราไปตอนอากาศที่มันกำลังแบบว่าเย็นสบายๆแบบว่าลบแบบ10 องศา4 องศาอะไรเงี้ยนะแบบอากาศแบบสบายๆเลยแต่สิ่งที่แบบว่าไอ้นี่กลับมาเลยก็คือคนที่นั่นเขาไม่ค่อยอาบน้ำกันเว้ย
Falcons interview with Chris before the show, talking about who's going to make it. Well, probably us, if not us, Virtus Pro, and mentioning all these teams. Iconic. This has really been a tournament that's already given us so.
น้อยนะน้อยมากที่เขาจะอาบน้ำแต่ว่าส่วนใหญ่ไม่ค่อยอาบน้ำกันนี่เป็นผู้ชายไม่อาบน้ำเลย
Every game that slips away from you, you're putting so much more pressure on your team's mental to actually have to achieve that goal.
แล้วเหมือนไปซื้อของมั้งแล้วไปถามพนักงานคนหนึ่งแล้วแบบกลิ่นตัวเขาลอยโชยมาเลยอะทั้งที่มันเป็นตอนแบบ9 โมง 10 โมง
If you think of EWC, you think of a massive cash prize, you think of prestige, you think of no lower bracket.
Yeah.
And that's a big one for Siege because we're so used at these STR events for lower bracket. No here, elimination directly.
แต่คนส่วนใหญ่เขาไม่ notice หรอแบบว่าแบบเอ้ยมันมีกลิ่นตัวนะมันอันนี้นะแบบแบบอะไรเงี้ยนะอันนี้ก็ไม่รู้เหมือนกันแต่เห็นพ่ออาซี่บอกว่าแบบถ้าไปต่างประเทศอะถ้าไปช่วงหน้าหนาวอะไรเงี้ยเขาไม่อาบน้ำกันหรอกไม่เหมือนคนบ้านเราชอบอาบน้ำหนาวก็อาบ
Questions about could this really be the time that they take this tournament. Dark Zero, Weibo Gaming, different questions themselves. We'll dive into that, but Dark Zero coming off winning in Salt Lake and now looking at can they do it again, Iconic?
I feel like obviously just going into it after that Salt Lake City major, hearing what they're talking about, usually as a team you see a decline come after a tournament when a lot of players don't really get back on the same horse, but one thing they really made sure was they got back to their fundamentals, which is the key for every team to find that success in a long grand tournament. So I feel like they've really made sure they've gotten back to their basics, their fundamentals, and they've had a strong showing coming out through the group stage, not dropping a map. And obviously here, a lot of momentum. It got kind of canceled out with the 4 days off, but with a system like that, you know they're going to come into this match ready to go.
That's beautiful. You guys as pros, current pros, active pros, if you somehow don't know who they are coming into the scene, just because of EWC, you'll get some top-tier analysis from them throughout the week. Laxing will also be rotating and joining us later on in that second set. But for now, we've got somebody who's going to be consistently giving us the updates on what's happening with the thread that connects the entire EWC. All the tournaments around have clubs that are fighting for the club championship, and Chris is here to break us down.
We're having a lovely old time here in the middle of Paris. Sweating is, well, not necessarily what I'm doing. I am sweating as well, but it is Falcons right now. As far as the club championship is concerned, they came into this as the absolute favourites, but right now they are not the team leading. Plenty of things
เพราะถ้าตีมัน1,080 จริงเหรอทำไม
right now at this moment in time lead the club championship. We talked of them as the dark horses for so long, no longer. With 2 weeks to go, Falcons have found themselves about 400 points behind. They can absolutely catch up this week. They got
อาซี่ดูก่อนนะว่าใน YouTube มีไหม
for that one and everything else going on. Of course.
เดี๋ยวดูใน YouTube ก็ได้เพราะว่าอาซี่เวลาสังหรณ์ว่าเดี๋ยวไม่จะติดโฆษณาใส่แน่ๆเดี๋ยวคอยดูมันจะติดโฆษณาใส่อาซี่
setting the pace any longer in the club championship.
Big thank you to Chris Tunn, who we'll be seeing much more of throughout this week alongside Fast and who we'll see in just a moment for some interviews. But taking a look at this club championship and the rankings, Alphama, this is, like Chris said, not Falcons' game anymore to lose. They've got to catch up. AJAL in the lead.
Yeah, the main thing is that for two of these teams facing elimination in Rainbow Six is obviously sad news, but one team that made the main thing is that for two of these teams facing elimination in Rainbow Six placed 13 right now with 1,100 points. Their team is still in the tournament. They are the closest to the first spot here in the club championship, so I think they're hoping for a miracle run maybe. It could be.
1,000 points for winning. They already have a couple of points, so it's not going to be from 1,000 from 1,100 because they have a few from qualifying in top 8, but we'll keep an eye on how they do. They will be featured in our first matchup today, and for those of you who are familiar with how we do things over here at EWC, we've got our pick'ems that you can be involved in to let us know whether you think you have an eye on who's going to get the upset or who, if the favorite is going to run away, how fast they're going to run away with it. Let us know. You can earn your share of $300,000 just by participating. We'll have that for this current match live now, so go ahead and get your pick'ems in. Gentlemen, it's a little harder to kind of dive into, pick'ems when we look at this group of teams because there have been upsets. We have seen things happen against what we expected. I remember watching Team Falcons go home.
มีคนถามว่าเว้ยปอจะไหวกับ
amazing performance and go,
ดา
wow,
ซี
no
โร่
one
ไหม
expected
ต้องลอง
that.
ดูฮะ
Do we have
อั
that
น
on
นี้
the hands
ไม่
on
ชั
our
วร์
hands
แต่
here
ว่า
with
อาจ
Dark
จะต้อง
Zero
ลอง
Weebo
ดู
Gaming?
performance
Maybe
ฝีมือ
iconic.
ของทาง
I
ฝั่ง
feel
ของ
like
เว้
in
ยป
every
อ
game
ว่าวัน
there's
นี้
always
จะ
this
เป็นยังไง
possibility
อะ
of the unknown, and I think
เพราะว่า
that's really what
วัน
these
ตอนรอบ
players
เพย์ออ
have
ฟ
to
นี่
embrace
ก็
going
ดู
into this
ทรง
because
เหมื
there's
อน
so
แบบ
much
ว่า
known factor this late in the tournament.
โค้ชนี่
There's so much
ตกไหล
maps
สปีกอี
you've
ซี่หลาย
already
รอบ
shown,
มาก
so
เลย
much intel
แต่ก็
both
ต้องอาจจะ
teams
ต้อง
can
โฟกัส
collect
เป็น
on
ของ
each
วัน
other.
นี้อะ
So it's whatever team can really make each other uncomfortable and actually go for the win and go for this tournament right now. And that's the thing that you really have to get yourself into it mentally and physically to sustain just the pressure that you're under.
Alphama, how do you feel about this matchup? I mean, two teams kind of fighting for different levels, I would say. It seems like Dark Zero fighting for that top tier, get back, win a major. Weibo maybe fighting for something a little bit less, but still want to make it through in this tournament.
I guess if I have to set expectations, right?
Yeah.
Dark Zero
ใช่
semifinals
ถือว่าสูสีนะ
expectations.
แต่เรา
We
ก็ต้อง
expect
ดูว่า
them to reach that
มัน
right.
ต้องดู performance ของทั้งสองทีมอัน
Semifinal.
เนี้ยว่า
That's history for them.
ว่ามัน
That's them breaking a wall. That's
Right.
them reaching something that they've never had before. They've been in
เพราะตอนแรกวัน
quarterfinals
ที่แข่ง
before.
กับ
They've
เวอ
been
ร์ตัส
quite
ก็
good
สู
at it.
สี
They've
แบ
been
บสู
consistent.
สีแล้ว
The
ก็
most consistent team out of Asia, in my opinion,
ไป
and
จบ
probably
มาได้
the one with the
ช
highest
นะ
skill
ในส่วน
ceiling.
ของ
But there was
เวอร์ตัส
one
มาได้
wall,
2-1
one wall, which is the
ถือว่าเป็น
quarterfinals. Can they
ดูเดือด
eventually
นะ
make it to the top 4 of
ก็มาดูกันว่า
one
ใน
event?
วันนี้
Speakeasy has done it before in 2019. That was against
จะเป็น
me.
ยังไง
He eliminated me and benched me
Wow.
from my own team. So if he does something here, at least I'm safe.
That sounds personal.
That does sound personal, man. I don't know if I could trust this anymore. No, actually, the funny part about this, the first time that we met, I didn't even know I was meeting you because I happened to be doing an event and you were a player at that time, right? I mean, look at this. And you're still a player. You're still rocking it, man.
It's full circle.
Full
Life is
circle.
crazy.
I love it. Well, I love just hearing your guys' thoughts on this. We're going to break it down even further as we introduce Dark Zero and their roster. This is a team that we mentioned comes off a major win in Salt Lake. And so that is looking to be, I think, aptly question, can they do it again? Can they get on another international stage and win? That would change maybe the course of the thought process around this North American team. We had a chance with Ann to sit down with Kino before the matchup and talk about their expectations.
We're speaking to Kino from Dark Zero ahead of his game. Kino, you guys actually had a few days off before coming into the playoffs here. Was it full focus for all those days, or did you get to do anything fun in Paris?
No, it actually wasn't full focus for all those days. On the first day off, we did an enrichment day. So we were exploring the city, you know, going shopping, just doing random things around the city.
Is that like a mandatory thing for you guys to do, like enrichment, to have a feeling like a group bonding thing as well?
Yeah, that's exactly the point. Even after the boot camp that we did a few weeks ago, we had an enrichment day, that's what we call it.
Awesome. Well, you as a player have been performing quite well for multiple events in a row now. What do you feel like's been contributing to this consistency?
I would say our system and our culture, like the backbone of the team. Like we have like a very hard like bond with each other, and we all like respect the standards that we created when the team first was, you know, made. And like that's like our whole goal. You know, we follow the infinite game, but just progress over anything else, over results, over whatever else. And yeah, I feel like that's what's keep us alive.
That's awesome. Well, you're going to go play against Weibo today. They crushed 2 keys already. You're looking to not become the 3rd key that they'll be crushing. What's the game plan going into today?
Game plan is to have fun, right? To enjoy the game. I haven't played in about 4 days. I'm just craving, you know, some Siege. Just playing, feeling excited, you know, being on the stage with literally my brothers. That's all I'm looking for.
That's awesome. Very poetic. Thanks so much for your time and good luck with the game.
Thank you very much.
All right, great conversation there with Kino and Ann, and you've played against Kino.
I played with Kino, brother, love him, love all the players on DZ, the coaching staff. They're more like family at this point to me.
How do you feel about how he's approaching it? I mean, that giddiness of, it's a big tournament. We're getting in and probably eating different food. They're probably just hanging out at the hotel, prepping, but anxious, right, to start this off.
I mean, I feel like you can hear it from him too. They don't let anything get to them. I feel like there's a lot of narrative going around these tournaments, the pressure that we try to stack onto them.
Yeah.
But you see them really flip that pressure and say that, they're here with the opportunity to play a video game. They're here to enjoy themselves, to have fun, and to embrace that unknown because they've been working every day with each other to just get the best out of each other. And I feel like you really sink to the level of your training and not to the height that you want to reach. So I feel like they've really been putting in the work, and I'm excited to see what they've been working on here.
They're known in the worldwide to have the best system ever. They all think about discipline. I mean, you've teamed with them. I've teamed with Cole, the coach of the team. The first book he bought me was Ego is the Enemy. He really wanted me to be humble somehow. I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm French. Who knows? But I guess he was really trying to implement the system already in 2019.
Yeah.
That was so far back, right? I think that system is proven to them that they can reach a major victory.
Yep.
What I'm waiting for them to prove is, can they win a second S-tier event? That has never happened in history. I fact-checked everything. A North American team has never won 2 S-tier events back-to-back in terms of major EWC. That would be a first. They're great at Fulgurance. It's great at having one team win an event, but 2 in a row, building a legacy, that's the question mark I'm putting on them.
On the flip side, we have Weibo Gaming, who many are looking at the semifinals as their, coup de grace. They're a big opportunity to be, this is us making history. And I kind of likened it to, somebody who's got a family who maybe their parents didn't go to college. So getting into college, completing it, that's a big deal in their universe. And when you look at somebody who has families who, they're all Harvard grads, they're all Penn, grads, and you go, yeah, well, now I'm trying to see if I can get to Yale and do it cum laude. To me, it's like, what a standard that we're setting for both of these teams. Dark Zero, we already won a major. Now can you win EWC? Weibo, can you get into the semifinals? So with the difference in the scale, Alphama, how do you manage that as Weibo Gaming and feel good about whatever you do?
That's 100% a strength. You're coming in as the underdog. You don't need to have the pressure. You've been here before. We watched the results here on your screen. So like City, they get out before even reaching top 8. Didn't even make quarterfinals. Quarterfinals at SI 26, quarterfinals at EWC 25. There needs to be someone breaking that wall. And if you need to have all the pressure on the one major winner on the other side, then let's have it. That's a strength for you.
Yeah. A great opportunity as well if you flip the script, Iconic, to do something without, like you said, the pressure, but also against the Dark Zero team who know how much pressure they actually have on them.
And I feel like, too, it really does matter with your team and just how your team is really approaching this map. Because in these best of threes, on these stage games, it really does depend on your team's wall. And if you have one player breaking mentally, it's going to hurt your system. Because this game, you have to be so in sync with your teammates, making sure you can actually adapt to what the enemy's throwing at you. And it's a constant adaptation, a state of just being in that flow state. And if one of your teammates is thinking about the last round, thinking about the pressure of going through, it's going to affect the whole system. And the whole system is going to start to slow down. And that's when you see these teams start to crack, these big teams like Falcons, like Shopify, who out extremely early in these tournaments, they let that pressure build up mentally, and it just slows them down inside the game. You really have to make sure you're just coming into it with a clean slate and allowing your team just to play like you play every other day.
Listen, a lot of people thought Virtus Pro would be in this spot instead of Weibo Gaming. They showed resilience. They came back, losing that first map, and then obviously finding a way to come back in the second too. So that is a great time to introduce this roster. If you don't know them as well, you can take a look at their player names here. This is a team that is trying to do something historic for their region, making that semifinal, but against a team who many expect to be in the semifinal at the very least. We had a chance to speak with Speakeasy a little bit before this.
Speakeasy
Talking to Speakeasy ahead of their game today. Now, Speakeasy, you're playing with Weibo and you've crushed some keys already. What are the vibes coming in today to secure that third key crush?
Hey, the vibe is just we're just gonna be ourselves, The pressure's on them. Like we're coming here kind of like an underdog, but yeah, we're just gonna play our game, do our own stuff, and have fun. Basically, have fun.
Now, you as a player have been competing for a very long time. We're talking the Vegas Magna, the Tokudame finals. What do you feel like this experience gives you that advantage?
I think overall the experience gives me more of like confidence-wise and nervousness. That I tell to my team, like, guys, it's okay. This feeling of nervous means you're doing the things right, and it's okay to be nervous. But it's just reassuring the teammates that everything's gonna be fine. Yeah.
That's really important as well. Now, you reached top 8 last year at EWC, at SI as well. This would be the first time that Weibo would reach the top 4 if you win here today. Does that play in the back of your mind anyway?
Obviously, the questions do come up. Like obviously, the top 4. I mean, top 4. Could we ever reach that? But we always try not to think about that, and we always try to be like, just play the game like it's any other game. So yeah.
And you already said you're coming into this as kind of like the underdog. How would you rate your performance in the tournament so far?
I think there are some bad performances and good, but we just focus on the good and learn from the bad. And hopefully, against DZ, it'll be good.
That's awesome. Thanks so much for your time and good luck with the game today.
Thank you.
Well, Speakeasy saying focus on the good, but learn from the bad. Champions of the APL first stage, and then obviously have a team and a roster that has been to and through many different things. Alpha Goaty's somebody you mentioned has quite a story to get here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we know Weibo as the kings of Asia, really, but they were always missing that one player who had them break the ceiling and finally make top 4, right? I think that player might be Goaty. Goaty started his journey in South Korea and played for PSG Talon. He was there for 2 years, and I think he wanted something more, maybe a team that had more potential. He made it to CNL, surprisingly. Played for 4 Angry Men there, and after a quick stint, he landed his spot on the best team there is in Asia. Now he is on a spot to make history, finally maybe making top 4. I think that's a cool journeyman story of all these countries in Asia, and now maybe he lands the final spot that lands him maybe his best achievement so far.
And I know how much struggle that is. You know it right now. I mean, you're in it, and you know, coming in from playing professional soccer and having that idea of, I'm going to have to be willing to go to Turkey. I might have to go to, DC, or I have to leave people behind. How can I do that? Because you have to take those risks if you want to be on the right team, Iconic. It is a great thing to be able to see it come to fruition. And then on this stage, put some type of punctuation to it, exclamation point, or maybe a comma saying there's still more to the story.
I feel like that's just a great part of life. You know, it really does bring you worldwide. And then I feel like for him too, having people who support him and going out there and achieving these things and then coming back to, bring those stories back. I feel like that means everything to your family. And honestly, just building your name, building your legacy inside of this game. And we see this game means so much to people around the world. No matter where you go, Siege is something that's worldwide. And it's one of my favorite games.
Oh, it's such a fantastic thing, man. I'm excited to see how this all plays out as well. Speaking of getting to the play, we've got our map bans coming up, gentlemen. So that means we're going to see which maps we're going to be going to for this first series of the day versus Dark Zero and Weibo Gaming. We see a Night Haven Labs right away.
I don't know about that one.
How do you feel?
I'll be honest. I did not expect Weibo to pick that map. It's not a map that is necessarily strong for them. It's a map that they lost quite a lot against weaker opponents like Daystar, like Enterprise in their season. Obviously, they did beat Enterprise recently at EWC. That maybe shows a little bit of confidence for them. But it's not a weak map whatsoever for DZ. They played it a lot in NAL. They were quite strong. And even the few losses they had were so close against some of the best
strong teams. And I feel like, too, though, you see... Honestly, you kind of want to go to a map for a little bit on Weibo's side, a map you can see DZ, what they do, kind of be ready for some of their plays. Yeah. And then, but it still is a strong map for DZ. So I feel like if DZ can come out, take Weibo's map, then they might be in trouble going to Lair.
All right, DZ go Lair, right? So what is the reaction to that?
I mean, that's a strong map for DZ. Yeah. They had a 6-win streak before coming to this tournament. Wow. They only lost it to CAG coming here. So it was a 7-2 loss, a harsh one. Yeah. But one where you know the system inside DZ. They're one of those teams that can bounce back from one day to another. What looked like a really weak map might become the best in 24 hours. So I'm not so worried for them. On the side of Weibo, complete shadows. They haven't shown it in 3 months. So it's completely picking blind here for DZ.
Wow. So I really relate back to the Weibo getting here story. Virtus Pro taking the first game against them and then being able to bounce back and win on the Decider map. So this Decider Clubhouse, how do you favor, if we get to a Decider map, who do you favor in this one?
I feel like I do favor DZ, being one of the stronger maps in their recent history. They've lost it to only strong teams, won it against strong teams. Okay. And I feel like that's the main theme, just making sure that you have a good style of Siege on these maps, because these maps are very nature heavy. You have to be able to play into your win cons, into your ideas, and you're going to see that in the game, how fast these teams are able to recognize what advantages they have in the rounds and take those advantages, and what teams know on the attacking side, on the defense side, what weaknesses you're seeing and how you can exploit those. So it's going to be a game of Siege. It's going to be amazing.
From a storyline perspective, one has got to end right here, Alphamo. I mean, that's the sad truth about it.
I mean, there's a David versus Goliath. Clearly, there's an underdog and there's a giant that won a major. Whatever happens, history will be made. DZ is one step closer from making history for North America, winning maybe 2 S-tier events in a row for the first time ever. On the other side, Weibo maybe finally cracking that top 4, maybe proving that APL has what it takes to maybe one day win an S-tier event. That would be massive.
Well, the beautiful thing about Paris, France, and the opportunity here is that these gentlemen, alongside all of you and our casters soon to be introduced, get to see some amazing Siege gameplay. And when it comes to these bright lights on the stage of the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet, who steps up is the only question that matters. Will it be history on the side of Weibo Gaming, a semifinal in their sights, or will it be Dark Zero, many think, who can claim the championship, making it one step closer? R6 at EWC begins.
By EWC นี่ดูยางอะได้แล้วไส้กรอกอีสานนัวๆฮะไส้กรอกอีสานอะไรสั่งข้าวไลน์แมนนะร้อนซ่ามากอะตื่นเต้นครับตื่นเต้น
Bienvenue à Paris and welcome back to the French capital. We are here for the Esports World Cup featuring Rainbow Six Siege. It's our second week and it's all about to go down. My name is Adam Savage here on the main stage. Joining me is the operator of epic proportions, the wonderful Milosh.
It is a pleasure to be back on here with you, Adam. And really, it's Siege, right? It's never one person doing the work. It's all about teamwork here, not just here for us on stage, but everybody making it all happen. Especially those who held down the fort in week number 1. That was all in our group stage that came in. 22 teams from all around the world came for this giant opportunity here in Paris. Only 8 remain. There's a lot on the line here.
There is so much on the line. Let's remind ourselves here of the stakes as well. You mentioned 22 teams down to now 8. $2 million worth of prize pool on the line here. The top team taking home 750,000 of those dollars. However, there is also a place in the 6th Invitational 2027.
นี่ไม่ได้เลือกไม่ได้เลือกลืมแต่เด้อ
We of course have the 8 teams. Paris, are you ready to meet those teams?
ได้ลืมครับ
Then let's do it. First up, would you please welcome to the stage?
จริงๆน่ะในใจรู้สึกว่าวายคาร์ดเอาเรื่องนะวายคาร์ดอะ GK นี่ก็น่าสนใจ นี่โอ้นี่วายคาร์ดกับฟูเรีย
All 5 players that have a lot of rich history in Brazil, led by the one and only Herds. Can they do it once again here in Paris?
Paris, give it up for GK Esports.
อาร์ตี้ถือป้ายอยู่ถือป้ายเชนวาอยู่
The EML Dark Horses, their first time as a team on the main stage internationally. Can they deliver the goods? Next up, it's Team Liquid Alien Way.
คนดูแม่งเขินเนี่ยเอ้ยอย่าจับกล้องกูเยอะกูเขินเนี่ย
KZ, JV92.
นี่
And
นี่
in my mind, the best
นี่
that
ทีมลิควิดนะทีมลิควิด
Three
นี่
marks. A team of 5 that is looking for glory once again with Maya on the squad. Can they deliver now? At
อยากรู้ครับดราม่าทีมลิควิดกับ CAG ที่โค้ช CAG จะไปชกเกิดอะไรขึ้นนะไม่มีใครออกมาพูดเลยว่าอยากรู้อะ
Souls, KDS, Handy and Cyber, the best to ever do it. Back to back
เรียกทุกคนมาก่อน
Can they
เรีย
deliver
กทุกคนมาก่อน
here in Paris? Let's find out. Well, then our next two teams, my friends, will open up the quarterfinals here at the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet at EWC. So please join me in welcoming Dark Zero.
นี่พ่อแม่นั่นเลยพ่อแม่ของอันนี้แน่เลย
Winners, NJR, Kino, J90, and Fultz.
นี่ของดาซิโร่
So the
อะ
best to ever do it, your reigning Salt Lake City Major champions. They're here in Paris looking for glory. The question is, can that story continue and clinch 2 back-to-back for North America? Next up, would you please welcome to the stage Weibo Gaming!
นี่วิปัวอะ
Turt, Speakeasy, Reeps, Hoven and Gotti. They talk trash in the server, but can they back it up here on the main stage? They need to go all the way here after beating out Virtus Pro, destroying Enterprise. Can they come all the way and make their way up against the Dark Zero champs right now and defeat them? Well, that makes it what? 6, 7 though? I count 7. We need 8, not to mention as well. Milos, we haven't even got a trophy. I'm very glad you mentioned it, my friend Adam. Please join me in welcoming the defending EWC 25 champions, Team Secret!
ก็คือแต่งทีมแบบทีมเดียวกันนะเหมือนแบบว่านัดกันมาบอกว่าแต่งทีมเดียวกันเชียแล้วใส่ถุงมือด้วยต้องใส่ถุงมือฮะเดี๋ยวเลอะมือเดี๋ยวรอยนิ้วมือมันไปแปะนี่โนอาเชียยิ้มหวาน
stage and they're here to defend their hard-earned title from last year's EWC. Different roster, same
เป็น
expectations.
แชมเปี้ยนของ EWC รอบที่แล้วปี 2025
On the main stage. So let's get it all
ทีม
started
ซี
right
เค็ด
here.
วางไม่ตรงโนอาวางไม่ตรงว่ะ
This has by far been the most competitive EWC that I've participated in. Every single match has
สวัสดี
importance
ค่ะ
to
คุณ
it,
โม
and
โน
each and
โม
every
โน
single
คา
team
โร
is
ดูอิง
gunning for that
ซีเค็ด
EWC title.
ก็ฟิกชนะฟอลคอนแบบ
If
ง
you
ง
lose, you're out. Doesn't matter if you've been flawless throughout this
อ่า
entire event
ก็
so far.
ใช่
Now you're in a situation where you don't have a
จ
parachute
ริง
to
ๆ
catch
จริง
you
ๆอยาก
when
ให้
you
ทั้ง
fall.
อยากให้ทั้งคู่ไปเข้าเพลย์ออฟทั้งคู่นะแต่ไม่คิดว่าเขาจะตกสายล่างมาพร้อมกันแล้วเขาต้องมาเจอกันนะดิแล้วเหมือนแบบเจอเพื่อนเก่าด้วยไงเพราะเมื่อก่อนจูมก็อยู่ซีเค็ดใช่ปะล่ะจูมก็ย้ายออกไปอยู่ทีมฟอลคอน
I'm extremely excited to see the stage, and I'm just hoping that we have crowd and the energy in the room.
I can't wait to play in front of the French crowd.
แอบ
It's gonna be
แบบแอบ
incredible.
เสียดายเหมือนกัน
Let's have a good game. Let's have some fun.
We'll just go there and
มีแต่คน
do
เก่ง
my
ๆ ส่วน
job.
ผมเล่นที่เกมให้เป็นก่อนครับน้องปอ
Assim como vocês, a gente também quer ganhar, mas a gente é um time mais forte, a gente é um time mais preparado.
มีดอกบ้านม่วงนะทุกคนใครที่นั่งดูบ้านแดงมีดอกบ้านม่วงนะช่องอังซี่มีดอกครบกี่ชั่วโมงวะ
To be honest, I'm really confident after the win against Falcons.
ครบ4 ชั่วโมงนะฮะจะได้ซอง3 ซองแล้วก็ได้ในส่วนของโปรเจกต์ของแพชเชอร์นะ
Deixou a gente chegar
Peguei
aí
com
a rico
EWC,
nos playoffs e agora eles têm que se preparar porque a gente tá muito confiante pra levar esse caneco que falta pra gente aí.
Ganhar é a nossa única opção. Esse troféu é nosso.
This is the Esports World Cup, baby. This is where legends are
ผม
made.
เล่นยังไม่เก่งเท่าอังซี่เลยครับหุยโมฟาลคอนเขียวไปแล้วหรอไปแล้วก็เจอกับทีมซีเค็ดไงก็เจอกับทีมซีเค็ดแล้วเขาก็ไปแล้วแบบบายบายซียูเกน
And whether it was their entrance, their confidence, the interview with Kino saying literally brothers up on that stage, or Milos saying some of the best to ever do it. it's going to be hard to doubt that they can get this done. Iconic.
Yeah, and I feel like looking at them too, look very calm, both sides getting ready, getting their huddles going, and I feel like too, you see it in the eyes. You know, the eyes tell the whole story. Whoever's going to be locked in, not letting the pressure face them, not letting the close rounds face them, and I feel like it's going to be a close game here.
Alphama, you were a little concerned or a little questioned about this map pick first for Weibo Gaming. How do they overturn some of that concern for you? How do they make you feel more confident?
บูโน่อยู่เคยเดี๋ยวนะอาชีกำลังไปนั่งดูไทม์ไลน์ของทีมซีเกตบูโน่เคยอยู่บูโน่เราเคยอยู่ทีมซีเกตมาก่อนหรอ
The fact that they have some great information as well, because Dark Zero did play the map as well. They prepped some counter strats. I think 90% of this is mental anyway, and I think that's the biggest and scaring factor for me is everyone knows DZ as that team that has the system, that has the discipline, and that looks like absolute cyborg every time you meet them. They all go to the gym. Look at these guys. Look at their biceps. I mean, they're kind of scary. And so you need that battle cry. You need that kind of confidence on the side of Weibo to try and think, yeah, we can do this one.
You've been in this situation before. You guys both have in many different moments. What does it mean to be the first opening ceremony, opening a series like this in playoffs? Are there nerves a bigger factor than usual?
ตอนที่แข่ง SI นี่ก็ถือว่าเอาเรื่องอยู่เหมือนกันนะในส่วนของทางฝั่งของทีมซีเกต
And I feel like you really get to just show out first.
Yeah, I've been in that spot multiple times before, and let me tell you, I never won one. I got eliminated every single time.
It's not looking good.
No, it's not looking good. I don't know what this, I don't know what's the recipe, man.
That's true.
It escaped me.
Well, listen, one of the things that even, through the eye test, I say it because I don't get the chance to spend as much intimate time with you guys in your scene. But I'm here for these weeks. I'm here for this tournament. Seeing Virtus Pro, the one word that I had, Weibo against Virtus Pro was resilience and finding an answer. Gohan and the coach coming to this moment of, hey, we just lost basically 7-0, 7-1. That could be easy to turn your head around, right, Iconic? But the conversation was, we got this. We have a game plan. We need to execute here. Part of it is just probably having the confidence to get through those tough moments when they do happen, because they're going to happen, right?
Of course, like you said, confidence is key, and you see both sides actually having that DZ with the loss up to CAG 7-2, having to bounce back. You see them locked in, getting that meditation.
นั่งสมาธิเอาละครับเข้ายานเอาละโอ้ยทุกคนนี่มันวิธีไอ้นี่นี่หว่าวิธีฝึกสมาธินี่หว่า
We've said it before. On the side of Weibo, I think I think they brought two missing pieces. I think Gohan, as the coach, is one of the oldest, most legitimate coaches we have here.
จริงวิธีนี้ได้ผลนะ
A staple Brazilian player.
วิธีนี้ได้ผลนะอาซี่เคยใช้อยู่
He gave depth to that team. One thing that we lacked.
แต่ว่าไม่ได้ใช้กับการเล่นเกมนะแบบใช้กับการแข่งขันอื่นๆอะไรเงี้ยแบบแข่งขันแบบที่แบบเวลาโรงเรียนพาไปแข่งอะไรเงี้ยนะแล้วเวลาเราต้องคิดคำนวณหรือแบบว่าแบบพวกแบบแมทพวกไซแอนพวกแบบว่าฟิสิกส์หรืออะไรเงี้ยเราถ้าสมมติว่าเราสมองเราไม่เคลียร์เราจะคิดอะไรไม่ออกก็เชื่อมันจะตื้อหมดเลยสิ่งที่ทำเลยก็คือเราต้องเคลียร์สมองของตัวเองให้มันโล่งอ่ะแล้วมันจะทำให้เรามีสติได้ง่ายมากยิ่งขึ้นเป็นการรีเซ็ตระดับหนึ่งถือว่าน่าสนใจไปกันครับไม่มีควินฟีดก็อาจจะได้ยินเสียงนักพากย์คอหูอักตี้ไปแล้วกันแล้วก็วันนี้ประสิทธิภาพตัวประมาณนักตี้อาจจะไม่ค่อยดีมากนักเพราะว่าท้องเสียไม่ค่อยดีเท่าไหร่อาจจะแบบว่ามีแวบไปห้องน้ำเป็นช่วงๆไปฮะเราจะไปเริ่มในส่วนของแมตช์ของ Play Off นะระหว่างDark Zero กับ Weibo นะฮะ Best of 3ในการแข่งขัน EWC 2026 วันที่ 7 นะโคสตรีมเมอร์ประจำช่องก็คืออักตี้อาจจะเห็นหัวไหมนี่อักตี้นี่เป็นกูกับเดฟมาตาไม่เห็นต่อไปท่านไม่เห็นก็ไม่เห็นต่อไป
match with DZ and Weibo. They legitimately could take down the current major champions, but it's not gonna be easy. And I saw the players, doing their prep work. I saw go and lock it.
แล้วเป็นโฮเว่นตัดเจนไนตี้ไปก่อนนะเก็บ1 what
takes down J9O right off the whip from that spawn beacon tip, and that right there is shutting down DZ's confidence.
ไม่ทันได้ดู สวัสดีคุณมิสเตอร์พอยต์
Yeah, huge opening pick. I don't know if that was a spawn pick.
ไหน
Intentional from
ดีซี
Jane,
ได้
I know,
อะไร
but he was caught by the window very early on the Azami and
ดีซีเล่นไซส์
operated
ไหน
as
อ่ะ
regenerative utility. So Jane, I know, is not getting the
แคน
full
ทีน
value out of
คาเฟ่เทอ
that
รี่อ่ะ
Azami whatsoever. One of the most
หรือ
pivotal operators, especially in the late round on
เฟส
these
ของการแบนในรอบ
defenses.
ที่1ทางฝั่งของดักเซโร่ที่จะแบนส่วนของเอสและเธอไม่ตามมาด้วยเว็บหัวที่แบนเป็นคายิดแล้วก็มิล่า
Rainbow might have learned something from Wildcard where you start on the weakest bomb side, or sorry, DC
แบบนี้
have learned something from
ใคร
Wildcard.
เลือก
You
ครับ
start on the weakest bomb side, kind
อา
of work
ซี
your way into a stronger and
ขออนุญาต
stronger
ดูโพย
position.
แป๊บ
It's
นึ
a
ง
matter
นะ
of throwing a
อา
curveball,
ซีมี
right?
โพยอาซีไปเปิดโพย
This
ให้
match kind of expecting they're gonna go top floor, the most common bombs.
อาซีก็ไม่ได้ดูเหมือนกัน
Basement and then tertiary.
อาซีก็มัวแต่นั่งคุยกับทุกคน
Move that prep work, throw them that curveball, and make the players find for in-game adaptation.
ยังไม่ทันได้ดู
rather than rely
มัว
on
แต่
prep
มอง
work from the
มองจอ
coaching
อีกจอ
staff
หนึง
and
อยู่
the analyst.
เอ่อ
So losing Gen Unknown this early on that regenerated operator of the Azami is actually going to be even more damaging because they're a much weaker bomb side statistically.
ยังไม่อัปเดต
Of
แฮะ
course, this bomb side, it is weaker in theory, but if you can bunker down and stay alive for as long as possible, it does become difficult. The attack can stall out. However, that hasn't happened so far. Weibo, while they are focusing on the vertical game, they've almost killed Faults, a lot of damage taken. And as you say, the Capitao fire is still there. However, Kino is on for a flank, spotted briefly. Weibo seem to be dotting all their I's and crossing all their T's.
The only scary part is that if they can clear Faults with, that fire from Capital, for example, the only real damage left on the board by getting rid of those magnets, that can literally win them the round. The clash is the only stopping power for the plan to be successful. And then we saw Kino earlier try and go for a flank attempt, but that too was figured out by the drone work.
This is a great position to be in here for Weibo. However, DZ retaliate. They fight back and they kill the most important operator here in that Capitao that was meant to finish off the clash. However, Hoven can get the job done with his DMR instead. Numbers advantage for Weibo Gaming and time ticking down. What a big one tap though. Oh, actually that was from Kino, not from Newers. But Speakeasy going down does put Weibo back on the back foot.
Issue is two
เมื่อ
attacks.
กี้มันมีหน้า UI บอกไหมว่าแบนแบบอะไรเหมือนอาซีไม่เห็นนะ
And Alaska's gonna go for hash drop.
ยังไม่ได้อัปเดตอ่ะ
Gotta hit their shots.
It's not likely to work as
ดูกันต่อเดี๋ยวทุกคน
does get impacted by
เฮ้ย
Kino.
ไคโน่
It's a last ditch attempt to get into the bomb site.
เชีย NTRK ไคโน่อ่ะ
Back despite losing the opening pick, despite losing the clash to win the opening round.
It's a classic, right? DC again.
นำไปก่อน 1-0 น่ะในทางฝั่งของ Dark Zero
There's always these small moments to a round where they have different ways of playing it, and we saw
กู
early
ไม่ได้ดู แล้วมึงจะมาอะไรกับกูล่ะ สไตล์
try and play the game of disruption. That gets shut down. Then they play false clash passively by the bomb side. Then he dies eventually, and then it's a matter of understanding where the attacker's actually entering from. Have a guy watch the hatch from Soda Machine. Have a guy watch the window.
บ่นกูบ่นอยู่ว่ากู
from
ปวด
bomb
ท้อง
side. Now we're locking out the attackers who are in very poor positions to take a fight in their favor. And they make a 3v3 actually go much more on their side, despite being on a weaker bomb side.
Yeah, no refrags there from Weibo of any of those pushes that came out from DZ, the retaliative peaks. And what's more, I think particularly losing the Sens gadget. Once that got impacted as it was tossed down,
เป็นไว้ขอให้เลือกในส่วนของในเฮเว่นนะตามมาด้วยในส่วนของ
and once you do land,
แล
feet holes.
ซันดาเซโร่เลือกแล้วแบบดีไซน์เป็นขับเฮาอะ
And he's just completely shut down. Very fast time to kill in this game. So yeah, can't afford to be holding on to a hope and a dream that you can just drop the hatch and make something happen. Not in this matter, not with that utility to support it.
But I will say, that was a very successful attack from Weibo Gaming. They got all their steps accomplished, right? Top floor control, opening pick, verticality, deal with the clash. They just didn't get to a proper bomb site execute. But they got into a position where they could go for an execute. And I think that actually is going to be a big win for them. Yes, it's a round loss, but they're starting off on the right side of a loss. They weren't like getting spawn peak continuously, couldn't breach the wall, so they couldn't get the vert done. They had the right operators, the right
C4 ไม่โดน
utility. The C4 tossed out.
โดนนี่
Shot
รถ
was
ไฟฟ้า
sacked either way, not successful. And this is what Iconic spoke about from the desk, right? When you're banning the different wall-denying operators, also hard breachers, you're gonna get this mini game between the C4, the Bandit, the Tubra, the Maverick, and there's like 1,000 ways it can play out. For the attackers, Hobbin is playing the Maverick, trying to either open the wall, that was too risky, but he sapped off the Bandit battery. That now enables Gutsy on the Hibana to then get into a safer breach position with that ranged hard breach destruction, and now ensure the wall gets opened up. Again, we're 5v5. Exact prime position for Weibo. The big question is what happens in step number 2 when you start choosing where to attack. Is it going to be Catwalk Rafters? Is it going to be Aqua? Is it going to be servers? That's where most of this round will be defined if they can find those opening picks.
Yeah, Weibo are playing it slow and steady, similar to what they did last round, but that does make me a little bit worried.
A little bit predictable.
Yeah, exactly. A bit predictable, which means that as that time starts to whittle down, once we've got 45, 30 seconds left and Weibo look for an execute, DZ, if they have the numbers, might be able to lash out. The critical thing here will be taking down J9, or even Kino, and Speakeasy counted on the Blackbeard. The gas and enough damage there to help out Kino. However, a backstab from Weibo finds a little bit more damage. DZ, however, win the exchange. As Reaps enters the building, he has been spotted. Now, Bombsite is actually down in control, and that defuser still remains on the top floor.
And again, DC, as I said, in front of one. They have a plan A, a plan B, and a plan C. When Kino said the action is happening top floor, NGR Newer started playing much more passive by the bombs and saying, if Kino falls, we still have a 2v2 on site. Or a 2v3 maybe, if it all goes wrong. Instead, they had numbers advantage until that very moment. Hobbin finds on NGR, Kino low on health, no gas in pocket, meaning that timer of 40 seconds, it's accurate. So there's actually plenty of time left on the clock here for Weibo to make the right moves, divert destruction, cover a couple angles. The big question is, do they leave an attacker above to watch down those holes, or do you stack together on the bomb side?
Oh, wow. Jump straight inside to try and bait out any potential C4 or traps. The danger here for Weibo as they go for an execute is plant denial. And that could come laterally from above or below here for DZ. Kino
at the same time
and Newers together look to try and push on the same bomb site, on the same floor. Instead of playing the vertical game, they're out of position and they have been outhandled. Reaps from the vert. We'll take down that final player from DZ and guarantee that planter's safety. It's a response very swift from Weibo Gaming.
And again, so much confidence to their actions. They do go for the quote-unquote risky play of having one player above, one player below. It's risky because if that cover isn't perfect from Reaps in the verticality, the planter dies, round is over. But on the flip side, if you don't leave an attacker upstairs and a defender was to walk up that staircase, now it works against you. So it's a lose-lose situation. But they start planting, they get about halfway through, they get off the plant and they swing together. They try and force that 2v2 into a 2v1 on their side, and then the plant is much safer. So Weibo, in terms of fundamental skill and decision making, again, they're good 2 rounds in a row.
Yeah, particularly from Kino there at the top of the blue stairs with the smoke. Just enough damage to get the down onto Speakeasy, combining the gas babe with the shotgun to the feet. Kino, a very prolific shield player. Despite
smoke player.
Yeah, and a smoke player at that. Despite having his unfortunate moment with Monty a few years ago, which you rinsed him
That's always going to haunt him, I guess.
It will, but I think that really made him determined to nail how to play shields, and he's one of the best shield players in North America and the world as a result. But I could say the same for Speakeasy, arguably, top 3 shield player in APAC, and there are a lot of good shield players in APAC.
Maybe top 2. Maybe it's Annie and him.
I think so.
It could be like that, actually.
I think so.
I also think, more importantly, it's not the shield player himself, but can the team play around the shield? And I will say CG, they are phenomenal playing around the shield operator. I think Weibo, similar story. So while you have a good shield player in Speakeasy and Kino, DC and Weibo both understand how to support them, what they need to thrive in a round.
And also how to counter them. That's what Kino was very good at last round. And that's what Fultz is leaning into. Second round out of the Clash pick, one of the best shield counters.
That's a bait, right? They're trying to force the Clash ban, just get that out of the way, then force the real playstyle after.
Oh, here comes the shield once again. It's Speakeasy. Instead of the Blackbeard, he goes for the Blitz this time. Better in close range, but weaker at long range compared to that BB. Funnily enough, the Monty actually hasn't been banned here. And Speakeasy quite likes playing that as well. So talk about baiting out bans. After this next round, we get another set of operator bans, 1 per team. And Speakeasy hasn't yet shown the Monty. He might lean into that afterwards if they decide to ban something else.
Same story for DCR with the Clash, like I said before. That can kind of bait out the 2-bro bandit combination later on, for example. One of many possibilities. We'll have to see when we get there. But for now, it's a very similar round number 3. Weibo forced back DC from the roam game, starting a bit of verticality, setting up for the execute to come later. DC still have a little bit of roaming presence because of Newers and Cafeteria Hallway that could go for flank, but currently isn't. And then they have the Clash on the bomb side, giving information, C4 from Womai, Toxic Babes from the smoke. They have a lot of different ways of dealing with the plant. They're also playing aggro on the cargo stairs, a double reinforced wall that Weibo haven't yet dealt with. So this is DC going for maybe a double flank. Newers in the hallway. If they break the keeper from cargo, they have 2 different angles of impact.
The question is, will they have any retake ability as the execute comes onto the bomb site? Speakeasy takes a lot of damage again, and it is a retake on the roam upstairs. However, the pick has been found on the bomb site. Finally, Fultz get active on that vertical game, and the Nitro Cell will deny the plant from NJR on the Wamai. Weibo have the bomb site, but DZ have retaken up above. And now they need to make sure that Weibo can't reclaim that diffuser.
Turns down plan pressure there with the gadget saying, Inji, I know exactly where you're at, but you have no idea if I'm pushing you or standing far away. Meanwhile, Weibo have regained top catwalk control as well, so it's a very awkward map state for both teams. Turns needs help by the bombs to go for a plant, and the Romans above need to find a kill or surrender the verticality, and then their own holes will work against them.
Smoke grenade denies one line of sight, but still active on the bomb site. Reaps will find his pick. Meanwhile, Gotti needs to find NJR. Can't do so. 1 HP on the NJR, the Wamai that denied the plant earlier on.
Has to answer.
It's all up to one of the best players APAC has ever seen, Reaps, as he fires the first one! Oh, Reaps! Something we have come to expect from this man. He pulls through when it matters for Weibo, a massive 1v2 to wrench back the momentum for the APAC squad.
But at the same time, this has been Reaps and Weibo's gaming's biggest problem internationally. Reaps was shot down in big moments like that and started hesitating a little bit. There was no hesitation. He calls NGR, he got the info from Gotti, he is so low on health, if you call him, he has to answer. So he starts the call up, he checks the UI, he sees the fact that Wamai is trying to answer the phone, so now he has a gap, it's a 2v1, but because NGR is busy dealing with the phone, it's a 1v1 effectively. And he knows DC, they're a smart team, they're gonna try to set up a crossfire. I peek the guy answering the phone, his teammate swings me. So he wide swings it off the rip instantly, then strafes back to his left side and pre-fires against what should be the most logical spot from the crossfire itself. Beautiful way of picking it apart.
Unbelievable from Reaps, and you're dead right. I mean, the stats don't lie. Reaps is an online player. He's not as much of a LAN player. If you look at the 3 matches that Weibo played so far, hasn't had a positive rating in a single one of those games. His rating at Salt Lake City, he was the 77th ranked player at the event with an 83 rating.
Mind you, this guy owns top 3 APL all year round.
100%, 117 EPS in APL itself. He's also, by the way, as we've always talked about, a very peculiar player because he runs the highest mouse sensitivity I have ever seen from any player.
Yep.
And he kills it every time. It's how he can pull off insane plays like that one. But it's not just about the speed, it's about the precision. And that's something that sets him apart. If Reaps can start delivering on LAN the way he delivers online, then, oh my God, Weibo are in for a massive upgrade.
And Arbor Bends, they have actually got shown here to us, rather. And it's very interesting to us. Neither Weibo or DC took the bait.
Yep.
The Monty left open, the Clash left open, and because of that, we're going to continue seeing the battle for the wall denial and the breaching. The fact that the DC bans the Maverick, Weibo expected to ban the Bandit, ensures they can actually get through those walls.
Yeah, that's good.
Had the Maverick been banned away and they banned the Clash, all of a sudden, 2-bro Bandit could lock you out from step 1. Reaps would clutch big last round, shut down by Jenna. He's playing the striker, so a lot of secondary util, but he's not the most instrumental operator for this round per se.
On the flip side of that, J9O being the Wamai is one of those operators that DZ really didn't want Weibo to ban out. And you can see they're now leaning into projectile denial and shields. However, good read from Weibo with Hoven on the Flores. It essentially bypasses those magnets and makes sure that shield gets destroyed regardless.
I love this about the new operator ban system is that at the highest level of siege, more commonly we start seeing like a second playstyle being hidden in the pocket, and this is that from Dark Zero. Heavy util, a gap being found in Terry's face.
Oh no.
One, he was a second though, but because General saw him, he had to go for that first fight.
Yeah, now numbers are even again here. DZ have lost their advantage. They've also lost a lot of map control. Rafters taken for free by Speakeasy. Critical kill though from Newers. Turd should never be losing a fight like that, especially not with the F2.
Absolutely ridiculous. That changes everything for this round. Mind you, with the Monty, there's one less gun on the board, and there's no verticality. There's no Deimos downstairs, Bach, Sophia looking for a kill, and it's all softball beneath Newers' feet. But no one can find that angle, no one can get that kill necessarily. Now it's a triple crossfire on one bomb side, which means the other side, a lot more vulnerable.
Oh,
that's
wow.
a Clash.
The Clash and the Chunker both counter this Montaigne pick here from Speakeasy. As you say, Weibo lack lethality here. They don't have anyone to go down below and kill these players vertically. So instead, they need to take gunfights on side, and Newers is always happy to oblige. A second kill with the DMR, looking for a third onto Speakeasy, but Weibo have truly stalled out, and they are surely gonna fall. Newers with a big 4K. DMR on site is simply a turret and Dark Zero responding kind.
Okay, just understanding when you can play in the corner position. Had they known there was a vertical operator like the Deimos on the board, Newers could not exist on that particular area of the map. But they knew, guys, I'm counting the Flores, the striker's dead, there's a Munty, there's, Heartbreach or whatever. They don't have the tools to deal with us staying on these, what usually is unplayable positions.
Yeah. Ironically, the two operators that probably could have been swapped out for a Vert operator, the Solid Snake and the Striker.
Yeah.
Ended up not really being necessary. Of course, the Solid Snake is nice. It makes things faster, but yeah, not quite as essential as some kind of operator to challenge these power positions. If there was a Deimos on the board, I would hate to be playing Faults on the Clash or Nuas on the Aruni in a position like that.
I mean, obviously, Weibo didn't know exactly what DC were trying to attempt in that round until they started meeting them in the middle. But the Nomad is like, we don't want to get flanked sort of operator, but there's no chance you get flanked in that round from where you were attacking from, because attacking from outside the building and external doors and windows. Nomad was also super not activated, if you will. He had 2 spare traps and flashbangs in pocket when 3 attackers were dead. So it's like, again, there were options for change, but this is the difficulty with attack a repick. You gotta try and sacrifice X amount of drones, 1 to 5, on how much intel do you want on the enemy's playstyle.
Yeah.
But then it's also a matter of how many do you keep alive to have more drones once the round begins. And you want to try and hit that middle area where you spot out maybe 3 of all 5 defenders. Obviously, you see the bomb site, and then you gotta make a decision. What operators do we bring to deal with all the problems in our path? Like, we gotta deal with both the mute jammers. That could be either verticality or sectarian peace. They got that from Dokubi. Then the castle. Well, Hibana is great for that because 2 Excalibur pellets will break the castle barricade. Then the clash. That could be the grenades or something else. But Speak Easy, who had those grenades, is now dead early.
Wow, that's
on the Blackbeard, he's 0-5 right now, not finding his kills. That's fair enough. He's playing the shield, but also he's been dead a little bit too early in 3 of these 5 attacking rounds.
An unlucky way to die as well. I think Speakeasy was just dashing open to breach that external wall down in the basement. You shouldn't really be exposing your head to a headshot there. So a bit of a mistake from Speakeasy, an unusual one, as you say, 0-5. Not a common scoreline for him. Also, can I just say, Gotti, 0-4 is a big red flag. When Weibo picked him up just a few months ago after the Salt Lake City Major, they said they picked up someone who just won't die. They said, we need someone who simply will not die. And Gotti had the best survival rating in the world this season at 52%. He hasn't got a kill yet, and he's died every round. And it looks like the rest of Weibo Gaming are soon to follow. Reeps needs to pull off a bit of a miracle, but let's be real, it just ain't happening, especially not against that Clash.
No. Complete lockout from DC. They started playing heavy util and said, okay, what if we don't let them in the building? They don't work for an execute. Falls goes wide for a swing and falls down, but that's just one of the 5 defenders upstairs looking for that battle. But now the rest of DC, they all play more disciplined. They fall back, surrender top floor control, help each other with the assignment barriers, and just kind of peel back the layers. They got so much map space to work with, and only 60 seconds left here for Weibo Gaming, who's lacking verticality, soft destruction, and even ways to deal with these annoying laser kids upstairs.
We have one last set of 2x Kairos from Gotti, which can be used on the laser gates if required, or on the Kazami barriers, but the DMR will make short work of those. A plan here is nigh impossible because the retake potential from DZ is too strong. Gotti can give it a go regardless, but no, not safe, and the Nitro Cell forces him out of position straight into J9's hands. Great shot from Reeves. I cannot believe this guy does it on a sensitivity like he has. 8 kills so far in 5 rounds. Hungry for another one, but he won't have a lot of avenues to get back to that diffuser. Still SMG-12 in hand. Out goes a bait EMP, but of course it won't matter. Straight into the beeper, straight into J9's hands. He has been tearing Weibo a new one with that DMR as the Americans take the lead.
DMR Merchant, huh? So efficient with that particular weapon, but it's working great in his favor. So why not?
While you can, my friends.
Yeah, that's it. A little birdie told me that DMR nerf is coming. Can't wait.
Speaking of little birdies, I saw Joshua Mills,
Did
game
you?
director, just bumped into him yesterday walking around the venue.
Nice. So he's going to be telling us about these changes, yeah, I reckon.
I've got JV here trying to steal our equipment while we're
steal the equipment.
Hello, Team Liquid. You guys are looking lovely. They're standing right next to our casting booth, and there are 3,000 people trying to get their autograph.
Ah. The struggle of being famous, huh?
Oh, must suck. I wouldn't.
Lobster to buttery. You know?
Are we going really back to the tertiary bomb site? All right, maybe this is just the real deal from DZ.
It's very unusual, but I will say the one time where I think it's not blatantly trolling going to kitchen is when Clash is open.
Yeah.
Because it's the only operator that really gives you a way of fighting for like the lobby control next to the bomb site. That long
Clash and the Azami as well. I mean, both.
Izami partially, but like that'll be shot by DMR and then like that's it. And the Clash is like unstoppable by most metrics.
Yeah.
Unless you make a huge misplay as a Clash player or get like, I don't know, blatantly counts, which is quite rare to find, you should be more than fine. Like playing Capital Nomad, that's going to be your counter operators. Nomad make sure that the Clash can't push into their faces. But ideally what you want to try and get is the Clash stuck in the corner, use the Capital Fire, and then just burn them. But as long as Clash recognizes that you're up against a Nomad and a Capital and positions accordingly, the Fire will do damage, but really rarely kill the Clash operator. We'll just move away.
The thing with a bomb site like Kitchen is it really is a pocket pick.
Yeah.
And fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. If
Yeah, that's
Weibo
it.
lose this twice, that is a massive red flag, especially considering Nighthaven Labs was Weibo's map pick.
Well, again, they're making good progress on the strat. The only issue is it's very similar to what happened previously, so it's a little bit more predictable than before. Comes down to gunfights again. It's also a 5v5. This time, Jinano on that Asami is still up on the board. Really looking for Gotti and Speakeasy here. Get your first kill before the half is over, before going on to defense. Because right now, you got the strong gadgetry, you got those strong pocket operators. When you go on defense, you're up against the Deimos, Dokkaebi, the Solid Snake, the Shield. It's not going to get any easier to find your first frag. And finding that first kill is going to be a huge way to gain back some of that lost confidence. Newer 6 better damage. Both fires spent extremely early.
Oh, wow.
While they're pushing the Clash up above.
A lot of damage onto Falls on the Clash. Can they finish him off? Indeed, Speakeasy from behind, off the donut, and on for 2. As DZ feel the round slipping away from them to close up the half. Weibo are desperate to even the score.
Huge gap. That fire was spent very well. Smoke 2 was covering Speakeasy on the push downstairs, so they find, or rather create a gap out of thin air, and it catches DC by surprise. Predictable? No, they were not. They did exactly what they had to and throw them a curveball in response. But it's still those 2 defenders alive. Inside the kitchen is Jane. I know he's getting a lot of damage, but still staying alive. And sure he is. He can shut down that window jump in.
He's in one of the few safe spots on the bomb site right now, but he won't be safe for long as he's lost his Kiba barrier, and a flashbang from up above is coming his way shortly from Gotti, who's still a little bit worried about that flank. This might enable the jump in here from Turd. Not yet. It's just the bees, and actually they're going for a plant. Hoven forcing that diffuser down. Cover of smoke, but it is next to a soft wall. If DZ knew about it, they might have been able to deny, but not to be the case. We're into a post plan. 3v5 on a nigh impossible retake for Dark Zero.
They got the vert, they got the man advantage, and they got the better operators for this kind of post. And DC, they just gotta go for kills. They pop an Nomad and they get injured.
Yeah, it's not going to happen here. Low HP on J90, and New is trying to retake the hallway. Speakeasy, a 3rd kill on the round. Low HP, J90. It's a flawless cap on the half for Weibo Gaming to tie up the scoreboard.
1 round at a time. Just back and forth, and if you're thinking for DC's side, maybe not the best case to be, but for Weibo, you'll love having a close series.
Very much so. Let's have a listen to what DZ are
They're
thinking.
Just clearing with the fucking Dokkaebi and the Snake the whole time. Bring the mute out off the extension. We get, honestly, even if we wanted to, we could even run that last scheme, just swap the Goyo out for the mute to give a little more of a delay and swap somebody else onto the Goyo and put one on the water door, and that'll stop their quick water crank. It'll also make them actually drone and clear off the top, but we need to avoid kitchen. So if you're looking for that, also I'd avoid command too, quite frankly. I'd probably go supply and basement. Sure. First half, like supply first, basement second, and on the basement second, just lean into the mute to counter the fucking Snake and the Doke they're using. Heard.
Yeah.
Heard. Outside of that, fellas, macro level here for the attack side, just at the end of the rounds and like these 2v1s and shit like that, prioritize the aggressive option together. Like they caught us a couple times. You guys already know the rounds I'm talking about. We were kind of playing it back a little bit. The trade wasn't as fast as it could have been. One when there was that plane go down supply, we just double styled through. It would have been 1v1 killing that guy, and the other one was like the 2v1 on the guy in basement. So if we're in a similar situation on the attack side here, priority the aggressive option. Just go together and peek together and go kill the guy.
We're gonna have a bulletproof with the Goyo, okay, Goyo?
Yeah.
We're gonna have this. So every time they smoke, try to look the default cam, okay? If you see they are not coming from both sides, look the default cam, tranquilize the team so we can still hold on top. And remember, how they like to clear on top. They would like to split first floor. One coming from kitchen or lobby side, another one coming maybe storage, maybe vending window, another one fork, another one down garage. They like to do this play sometimes. And also, of course, the default map control, 2 guys on top and another 2 on first floor.
Wow, a lot of interesting insight. This is the first time I've got the pleasure of having team comms, coach comms, in the halftime scheduled timeout. Yeah. But it was a little bit confusing hearing DZ because it sounded like they were talking about a defense half, even though they're now going into their attack.
Maybe I was trying, but I was thinking, like, is this from, like, before the game started where, you know, the plan was going into the first half? But no. But I feel like when we got to Gohan's side, it clicked a bit better for me, right? Because call out from DC's coaching staff said that ignore kitchen, for example. And Gohan goes, they're always in the guy kitchens. A bit of small adaptations. And I think call out was actually also talking about what they did previously when they were playing that heavy lap, so from their side, and what micro changes they could make for this second attempt, because Weibo will have prepped for that, of course.
Yeah, interesting.
But still a bit surprised or confused, rather, by the DC approach there.
Yeah, I mean, I was trying to figure out what call-out was saying, but it did sound like he was making comms about a defense half. He was talking about lean into the mute, lean into this, which is obviously what we just saw. They said avoid kitchen, I would also avoid command. Maybe they're talking about how to lurk.
Yeah.
On the attacking side, because that was the big focus for Gohan on the Weibo side when we heard their comms.
Where they attack from.
It was very much talking about, okay, you're gonna play like this, play your setups, you know your setups, read your handbooks. But DZ, they like to lurk from here, they like to lurk from here. Of course, we actually haven't seen a lot from either of these teams on this map during this tournament. We've seen both of them play at once. DZ beat Secret, Weibo beat EP. But the funny thing with the format here at EWC is we don't have a round robin phase. We have play-ins, which is double elimination. We have groups as double elimination. We have playoffs, which is single elimination, which means DZ have only played 2 games so far, and Weibo have only played 3. So a lot of material hidden in the back pocket for both teams, which means the name of the game is your adaptability, not what you can guess the team is going to do, because good teams will have new stuff every single day.
Seeing a potential, maybe fast tech here from DC, a glass in the mix, Capital, Blind Pit. It's one of those lineups where you can find a kill pretty much out of nowhere, right? Sophia downstairs, 3 big booms, that can be a vertical kill, glass to a smoke, that could be easy, Capital fire, you get the idea. There's a lot of different ways of getting that opening pick advantage, but also a lot of ways of dealing with various problems in a round. Should there be soft destruction required, a clash on the board, or an annoying to deal with positionless site? The only thing they do not have is any like reliable verticality. There's no, Buck Demos downstairs. Sophia has 2 more explosive canisters in pocket. We saw DC bend away the kite mirror, so similar fashion. A lot of work here on the hard destruction of step 1, ensuring that you just blast through those walls like it's stuck on the outside of the building. And for Weibo, they didn't want to get intel red pinged by the Grim Beast because they want to stay in those specific player positions and not have all that pressure upon them. And Thermite, for the exact same reason of the reinforced walls.
Patience here could pay, never mind. J90 gets swung on from Turdster. Uncommon to see the guy going negative. He's the top-rated player for Weibo. And he's on the Azami, back on defense. Turts is definitely a defense player. He prefers that defensive side.
Give this guy a spot, and he plays it beautifully. He masters that one spot. It can be catwalk afters. On Clubhouse, it can be catwalk right here.
Retake attempts. Aided with the Thorn Trap from Speakeasy. Speak about retakes, a lash out from Reeves onto Electrical as DZ try and get aggressive. Weibo very much ready for it.
Just gotta make sure that right now when you Weibo, choose who's holding what angles and leave no gaps. DC, they bring the fight to the defenders and they just fall apart. It's gonna be a flawless first round here for Weibo.
I mean, to cap off what was a flawless end to the first half as well on the attacking side for Weibo indeed. It's 2 flawless rounds in a row for the APAC squadron, and DZ starting to sweat a little bit. They will take their tactical timeout, and Call Out immediately gets another chance to talk to the team.
Hey, you guys hear me? Yeah. Prioritize going off the base book here like that was a completely different setup. So if we do see something like that, if we only see what we talked about before, only call the prep. If not, call it as we see it. So like an opportunity right there, if we go back to attack in the command later and we see they're giving up bottom and they're going to play top with traps heavy, we can just go linear off that, like towards the weed side, and then we can flip back into raft, or we could just start with raft. We don't necessarily need to go for a quick spread or something like that, because they're not doing the 41, remember? Like right there. Correct me if I'm wrong, we said it was a 50. We only do that attack if it was a 41, because we want to take the 5v4 on site, correct?
Yeah.
Make sure we're reading that, fellas. Same thing, it's a CAG game here. Don't get married to any one tack. Heard. As we see it. Or keep it simple too. You need to get a little bit creative. Be a little bit creative.
Indecisive. Hand warmer. Sorry.
Infamous for their cryptic comms call out saying there's a 41, there's a 50. They have code names for different strategies. Had an interesting podcast recently where Call Out and some of the boys were talking to Parker Intero on his podcast, and they have so many technical terms and so much prep, but really insightful there. Call Out said, guys, we got baited into what we had prepped for them, what we had voted them, what we expected them to do was not what they did. That is massive credit to Gohan and the Weibo Gaming side because they're changing their setup. And so Call Out looked at Fultz, the IGL most experienced player, former world champion from DZ, and said, okay, stop focusing on the prep, call it as you see it.
Yeah. If you recognize the prep, you can do it, but if not, call it as you see it, right? It's one of those understanding that we're in the moment. These guys have actually done a little bit of depth to the strategy.
For sure. Also mentioned the CAG game as well. Of course, it was a big surprise to see Dark Zero go a map down to CAG in the qualifying game for this tournament. They're actually only 2 rounds away from being knocked into the lower bracket by another APAC team who eventually didn't make it to the playoffs. They lost 7-2 on lead, CAG, if you recall. That was a very dominant scoreboard against them. It's not common to see. I mean, they were very strong in NAL and, of course, extremely strong at the Salt Lake City Major. They only lost 2 maps throughout that entire event.
Okay. Successful bandit trick. I like this, right? DC sends a sole player downstairs. See, can I get the wall for free? No, it gets zapped away. But because DC only sent that one attacker, all the other 4 members are still progressing the map, droning top floor, entering the building slowly, and continuing to gain some sort of map control. Or a lot of teams send 2-3 guys by the breach because, oh, it's gonna get open up, boys, right? Don't worry about it. You don't get it open, and now you're just wasting precious seconds.
I mean, you say they're taking map control, but they're actually struggling to do so. Look at the extension here from Weibo. The Solus has done a phenomenal job. Even Hoven roaming on the first floor. Dark Zero, a minute into the round, are only just hard breaching and entering into kitchen cafeteria, and they're about to walk into a crossfire again.
This is the big moment. Turchta again in that position where you're playing for your life. Either you get a kill or you die.
Mewjammer is also going to protect against the Blitz's flash in close range. Good kill from J90. Turchta cannot stand forever, but apparently he won't need to because Gotti and Hoven together have done most of the dirty work. Hoven almost hitting 10 kills, and Gotti with a Nitro cell to take down the Blitz of Kino. It's Fultz, the man who was meant to call the strat, now has to call a 1v3.
Play it as you see it. They walk straight into trap once again. Such a good crossfire then from Weibo, understanding who's peeking, who's playing that pillar spot from Turchta, and they all get out alive. I say all, sure, 2 people did die, but people that were in those prime positions, the Gotti, the Turchta, they got out. They were the ones that were supposed to die first probably in that strategy. There's a good C4 there. Now all they gotta do is play safe. Play by a jammer if need be, run away from the gadget.
It's true, but you also have 2 shotguns here on Weibo, so they'll have to be careful not to take long range
but this guy can't plant. 7 seconds of Fultz, you got 3 members, a C4, a Solus, and if he goes down any of those staircases, nothing is stopping Turchta, anybody else from like retaking the top floor control and use the vert against him.
Yeah. Oh, you're damn right. I think the big thing here is Turchta on the Solus. He's got the best gun, he's also got the gadget to call where Fultz is pushing from and where Fultz decides to plant. The only win condition here for the attack for Fultz is just if he can find a free pick here or there, or if Weibo make a mistake.
Huge mistake that would have to be.
Mewjammer jams out the death mark.
Exactly. They used that one jammer probably by the bomber side. They just rotate players on top of that location. 20 seconds, Jank over plant. Again, C4 plug with Speakeasy, and 3 minutes I can swing you.
And they're not getting baited. And they take the kill as well. Big from Turchta. Big around from Hoven though. On the Goyo, on that roam. It's a perfect roaming setup. Every player from Weibo complementing each other, and a second round in a row where Dark Zero have no idea how to attack. They've had 2 kills in the last 3 rounds.
Also, just like when you bring out the bandit shotgun, it can be so tricky to get value in a round. Gatti found 2 kills. One with a gun, one with a C4.
Did he get the kill with the shotgun or
I honestly did not recognize during the chaos of the round because I think he got the kill on the player jumping in the vending window, which could have been vert below, could have been from the staircase. I'm not entirely certain. But either way, he got these 2 kills.
Yeah.
So everyone's on the board now. Like Speakeasy's there, Gotti's there, and honestly, big praise towards Turchta. He has been a player that, you know, came up, was a little toxic in the beginning, got dropped from the roster, then brought back because he actually retrialed and beat everybody else in the trial system for it. And since then,
I don't want to say more humble, but maybe more mature.
I think definitely Turd needed a coach who would demand his respect, right? And Gohan, he's like 6'5".
Demands your respect.
He's huge. Even before he opens his mouth, he's actually a very kind man and a very well-spoken, softly spoken man, very smiley, very gentle. But you can tell he's a no bullcrap kind of guy.
Yeah.
Like he's gonna whip you into shape, and if you mess around, he's gonna tell you, okay, that's enough. Turd was, I think, 18 years old when he moved to Singapore from New Zealand to play professionally with Bleed. He's only 21 now, and while he is the best player on the team, and he was the second highest rated player in the Asia League, he's very inconsistent. He went 4-12 against Furia, and then 21-9 versus Enterprise. So he is up and down, but tends to be up more than down at the moment. Good kill though from Kino. However, the barbed wire actually finishes off Faults, and the push is very quickly thwarted here from DZ.
Yeah, there's no second go at this because there's no second should go for that same kind of push. So you go elsewhere, met by Castle barricades, denying you an injury path forward. So Weibo get a bit of breathing room. Communicate, okay guys, how are we going to play out this round? Do we still hold on to top floor control? Well, yes, 3 people, only leaving Reaps downstairs by the side. Spare race room pocket for information. And it's going to be very comfortable by side. I think the Baba also still alive on the window jumping, so he has so many different tools to work around. For DC, it's once again playing for an opening pick somewhere, hoping Wave will make a mistake. But no one is swinging. No one's having an ego going, oh, I'm bored, I'm going to go for a peek. No, they understand. If they do nothing, time will be on their side. DC, they have to make the first move. And there are castle barricades on all the important doors.
DZ are great at calling win conditions when it's in a 5v5. Very difficult to do once your main push has failed. And the Lion will telegraph that DZ are looking for something, as will that nade to destroy that castle barricade. When does Turd go for the swing? Does he time it with his teammates? He's currently holding a very narrow angle, hoping that he can swing off of Speakeasy's contact.
It's a really good crossfire established. Again, no ego there from any of the players from Weibo Gaming. They would peak that in the past, but not now. They are locked in. They're playing this as seriously as they possibly could. And DC, they're starved of options.
Could this be an early map point for Weibo? DZ are not looking too confident here. And finally, the swing comes through from Turd. It's goodbye to Newers. J90 and NJR, 2 versus 4. And again, they're just fishing for a pick. J90 knows there's somebody above him, but I don't think he's going to be gifted a chance. NJR, however, is. And Gotti to fall, that's a big player to take down. No more smoke available. And a second kill comes out as well for NJR on that top floor. Bomb site is down below, but the pressure vertically is now alleviated.
They're looking for Turds now. Up the aqua stairs for a flank. They want to get the kill, but now he can just run away. And he's got the case, 20 seconds.
Turd knows he can just fall back. There's no way NJR gets back to site and finds that kit with it. He's going to have to go for both kills, and Turd should know about it. What a shot, though! 1v1! But he's up against Reaps, who's 12-4. At the moment, he doesn't have the defuse. He's going to have to push for the kill. He doesn't know where Turd is. He goes for the kill onto Reaps. Close-up range, but Reaps withstands. Balls of steel, he will wait, and there is no shot for NJR to clutch. It is map point for Weibo.
So disciplined, so decisive. And again, they're not falling apart in those critical moments. Crossfire established, and then Tursta makes a huge decision that saves the round again. When both his teammates around him top floor, they fall apart by getting picked off guard. Well, he recognizes, oh my god, I'm getting pushed from Catwalk and from Aqua Staircase. I gotta pick a fight. He turns towards Aqua, gets the kill, runs away. NGR, heroic effort in like an impossible position. But this is Weibo making good play after good play, more so than DC making inaccurate or bad plays. They've had the wrong read, the side rush, 50-50. You get in, you get the kills, you win the round. You get in, you die, you probably lose it. They're willing to play that risky game despite being down 3-5. Maybe trying to catch Weibo by surprise, but not to be. They have been so ready for all the attacking pushes thus far.
3 map point opportunities here for Weibo. Reaps is having a hell of a life game as well. I mean, even just the skill required to hold on in a moment like that, never underestimate it. Reaps, I feel like this is a big moment for him in the tournament where he shows that he can have a big performance on LAN as well. He's not just an online fiend, right? A map like this is certainly a good part of that conversation. This is his best performance of the tournament so far. I mean, you look back, his EPS in stage 1, like I said before, 117 against Fury at 96, against EP 91, against Virtus Pro 100. He hasn't had a standout performance as of yet, unlike Turdster who went 140, Hoven or Goshi who went 120 and above. This is a big moment for Reaps and a big moment for Weibo to go 1-0 up in the series. All they need is one more round.
And it's all about holding on to that, right? If Reaps can show up right here in map number 1, that is half the story. We need him to be consistently showing up also in map number 2, map number 3 if you have to go there. Because you cannot write off DC too early in a BO3. But you also cannot get ahead of yourself and saying, if Reeves drops 12 kills here on the first map, he'll do so in the second, because that has been the problem, consistency. DC, they are one of the most consistent teams with the system that they have in order and how they play the game. So for Weibo, I think we gotta look at every single round. Every round victory is a huge win for them. But the job is not done just because you're up on Nighthaven Labs. They're looking to get it done in a 7-3 fashion. They got Speakeasy on the Clash to stop any of those pushes. DC are onto a more, let's say, consistent operator lineup. It's not going to be about the 3-2-1 fast push with the Glass, the Blackbeard. It's going to be about utility, picking apart the setup. And they're also playing into a much more default defense, I would say, from Weibo Gaming. They're going to be having fights in the more predictable spots, in more usual circumstances. And really the only thing DC are kind of lacking here is verticality. Yes, they have Sophia that can use a gadget downstairs for a singular kill, but imagine you had a Bocker Deimos for this round, right? There's no mute on the board, and they're all standing on the soft floor.
NJR trying to hold the flank. His air jabs will help him on out. That was actually the trap thrown out by Reeps, who finds the kill.
Was he not full HP?
Onto NJR, 100-0 so quickly. Wow, this is not a good look for DZ, who haven't won a single round on the attacking side as of yet. If that trend continues here, I mean, it's done and dusted. We go to Lair.
Incredible start. There's that Sophia. Shoots out all the primary gadgets. So now, again, no value from beneath. It's all lateral push right now. It's all in front of you. But you're up against the Goyo Fire, the Clash Electrification, the Baba, the Asami Keeper Barriers. This is going to favor Weibo heavily. DC got to hit some gnarly shots. Brute Force opening somewhere on the map. And honestly, right now, I don't see any gaps.
Yeah, but there is a chance here to take down Speakeasy using the fire there from the Capitao. However, he manages to find a spot where the floor is not lava. Fault needs to find kills here. Making his way forward, but Weibo are not giving up anything. Reeps finds his 14th as Kino finally finds a gap for DZ. But it is not enough to find a way into the bomb site. No more util remaining except one flash in pocket for Kino, and he's gone down. Gotti to find the double, and Weibo Gaming to take the first map handily. Indomitable on defense. The APAC squad is one map away from their first ever semi-final.
Celebrations, handshakes, hugs here from Weibo's side, but as we always say, the job is not done. I think Gohan's gonna walk in and say, guys, good job, one more map, let's do that again. But this proves the level at which Weibo can play when they're at their very best. And it proves that this game, which people go, easy DC victory, not so easy after all.
Absolutely not. For the reigning major champions and a mainstay roster in North America, arguably one of the best teams NA has ever seen. They're one of the favorites to win this tournament. I think most people are talking about DZ Wildcard and FaZe as tournament favorites. Well, Weibo have already shown that they can hang with the big kids here on the world stage. Finally breaking through groups, taking down Virtus Pro, and now a map up over DZ. It's a huge moment for these 5 squad, which, by the way, haven't been together for very long. Gotti is only a recent addition after a disappointing Salt Lake City. Everybody would have favored Weibo up against Enterprise in Salt Lake. They fell short. They drop up 8. They bring Gotti onto the roster, and he fits like a glove. They get their revenge over EP. They take down Virtus Pro, and now they're on the verge of giving it to DZ Major Champions. Let's see what the analysts have to say about it.
Well, thank you so much, Devin Pengu. That was a third map in a row that we've seen go the way of Weibo Gaming, coming off 2 in a row against VP, now taking one off of DZ. I mean, they're if you look at those stats, looking like a favorite. But of course, this team is trying to get to the semifinals for the very first time. What a performance there, Iconic. A lot of people surprised at home, but I think a lot of people also saying this is what this team has showed they're capable of, maybe just not consistently.
Yeah, I mean, for Weibo, that's a great start coming out. It's a map you want, especially being your pick coming out strong in this series, really putting your foot down too, because a lot of the time, if your map's a little bit closer for your opponent, it's a little bit stronger for your opponent, but really showing out with the 7-3, it was a great start too. The guys look confident, but if I'm a DZ fan, I would not be worried at all. I feel like this is right where you want it to be, and I feel like they're going to come back here.
One win away, Alfama. I know you're going to break down some stuff a little later for us, scoreboards, some highlights, but they're on the verge of breaking history.
Absolutely, and we've mentioned it before, right? In these kind of tournaments where the format is quite close, there's no lower bracket. Everything is based on momentum. One guy that carries the momentum right now is Reeps. He goes absolutely crazy. He's been so good, so good. I mean, look at that scoreboard. Wow. He was always known to be the best APL player, but he never disappoints. He may have the highest sense in the world. Yes, okay. He may move his keyboard or his mouse pad, just a couple of inches to get a crazy 1v2 clutch in that matchup. But whatever happens, that guy always delivers, right? And I think today, the momentum is on their side. He doesn't feel the pressure, and the pressure is on the side of the major champions. We're not supposed to lose to Weibo.
174 rating. I love that the casters were talking about, Devin Pengu, that, you know, he's been waiting for his breakout game. You've seen guys have it on Weibo. It's now time for Reeps to step up, and that's, you know, one of the higher ratings that you can have. I mean, 142 is what I think we have Bay coming in, and Wildcard is as the leader in this tournament. So what a performance from him. The question, Iconic,
เป็นคนโง่อีกแล้วเขาพูดว่าการโดเนท100 บาทครับจากใครก็ไม่รู้มันขึ้นว่า anonymous นะแต่ว่าไปดูหลังบ้านมา100 บาทนั้นชื่อขึ้นตัวย่อขึ้นต้นด้วยตัว J อาชีเลยไม่รู้ว่าเป็นใครแต่ว่า
Of course, I'll be grateful for that B2O. If it doesn't go their way, they're going to map 3. So obviously, that's just the beginning of it, and we know from seeing a lot of these teams play, it's not how you start, it's how you finish.
Gotti as well. We talked about his impact, his story leading to this moment. Weibo, again, one game away from a semifinal. That journeyman.
วันนี้แปลกมากเลยที่แบบว่าท้องเสียตั้งแต่เช้า
something finite to it in a moment. You can see how excited the coaches were behind the scenes. And now again, we look at it. Speaking of just coaching, Alfama, I'll ask that same question to you. How do you keep these guys level now, knowing that you did well on your map pick? You've got 2, so you could lose one, but you obviously don't want to.
I think you can see it from the player reactions right there, right? They're hyped up. And I don't think that you necessarily need to reset. I think if you're on the side of DZ, I know they like the mental, the quiet, the comes to always be on the same level. Yeah. I think for a team like Weibo, they thrive on momentum. They thrive on chaos. You don't want to reset that energy. It's fully high. So you feel that. Gohan will be riding them up. And I think that's exactly the right thing to do. If you look at many of these rounds, it's on the back of 1 or 2 multi-kills. 2 clutches on the side of Reeps that are absolutely crazy. That's what gets them fired up. Keep the fire going.
Let's take a look at that, because I know you set up a little telestrator action for us. I kind of going to help you out with the mic there. Let's break down what made this such a good map for Weibo.
Yeah, a very interesting moment, in my opinion, was we talked about the depth, right?
Yeah.
In critical moments, how do you win? Well, we're going to start and we're going to have a look at this round. That's round 2, and that's a 2v3 on the side of Weibo, and you might think, in what world do they win this? The target will be NJR here on the Wamai. So let's pay attention to what's going on right here. First, you see that Wamai is stuck on the bomb site. And what is going on here? We see that Hoven, from above, has directly a line of sight. If you see Wamai pushing through the rotate, he's going to get killed from the vert. So you need Wamai to move. You need to create some pressure. And so Hoven calls for Reeps to come in and create some pressure. Vertical play. That's it. Wamai is moving. And he's going to be an absolute free kill for Hoven from above. And suddenly, it's not a 2v3. It's a 2v2. Now, most importantly, they need to create a win condition. What do we see here? We see Reeps staying above and create some more vert. They need to create movement. So Hoven is going to go downstairs and he's going to fake the plant. Not to actually plant, but look at this guy on the left. He's running. He's afraid. He does not want the plant to go down. And that's going to be the movement that they wanted. We're going to see the player from above get the first kill. That's Reeps. And once again, they're going to fake the plant. And once again, another kill from above. They created a win condition out of nowhere from a 2v3, thank you, Iconic, to a 2v0. That's the tactical depth that we wanted to see from Weibo. What a way to win this.
So teamwork makes the dream work, man. That's how you have to do it.
It's a beautiful thing. I mean, a 4K as well in round 3 from Reeves, but you talk about the tactical play. What do now Dark Zero need to do, looking down the, I guess, barrel of a potential exit in this tournament quite early, Iconic?
I think you saw Kala talking about in their tournament, not going against the prep that they've seen, playing to what they see in their eyes, and just playing it like any other moment, any other match that they've experienced. So I feel like you can really see them look to just reset their fundamentals and really go after this game here on their map.
Yeah, and I think the main thing is take away what's the biggest lesson here in the first game. They're struggling against aggression, quite clearly. They're going on a map that they just lost to CAG, one of the most aggressive team in the world. So you just seen basically your team lose to that playstyle just before. You've that experience of that one map where you could not deal with that aggression just a few days ago. Surely you've learned something that you can use in this game. They have the same playstyle. You're playing a similar opponent on the exact same map. They have to learn that lesson coming into the second map.
It's a great point. We'll see what happens, how it shakes out in map number 2. But before that, we've got a club championship update with Chris over at the Qiddiya City Grid. Chris, what's up?
Managed to make it down here at the Qiddiya City Grid. A lot going down, Lauren. You've had 2 weeks competition for PUBG Mobile.
Yep.
It has been I wouldn't say a slug, but we're getting to the point now where things are starting to happen, but a big moment potentially in the club championship yet.
Absolutely. We're in the last 2 matches of our 2-day-long survival stage. And the 2 teams we've been paying attention to the whole time, GK Esports and AGAL. AGAL obviously being the biggest one with them being on the top of the CC leaderboard right now. We thought they'd be able to do it. However, it's been a rough 2 days. A very close lobby across the board. Right now they're in 11th place, which doesn't sound great. You need to be top 6 in order to make your way through to finals. But that difference in the leaderboard is only 9 points. So it's not a lot. It's a gap that's very close, but unfortunately, everyone's kind of been playing around the same level of capability right now, which means they haven't really had the pop-off performance they're looking for. If they have that right now in this match, they'll be safe. If they don't, it's all down to that last match, and you don't want that additional pressure on your shoulders.
Well, we're going to check in with you. We're in between maps right now as well, but we'll check in as soon as AGL and
ไม่
what's
พอ
going on
นำไป
here.
ก่อน 1-0 ใช่ไหมแล้วซี่นั่งดูอยู่ตอนนั่งคุยงาน
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons. They have crushed the curse.
Well, a very different image from what you just saw there to the one that's on stage right now. Dark Zero maybe searching for something there. Alfama, discipline was what came up in our conversation during that break.
Yeah, I mean, you're the most experienced team. You've just lost, at least 3 rounds where you're in a heavy man advantage situation. You're playing against a weaker opponent, someone that has not won majors
เข้าโหมดสมาธิ
before,
แล้ว
that
ดา
has
เซ
not
โล
even
แน่
reached
น
a
อน
semi-final before. Surely, discipline needs to be the key word here. When you're in a manpower situation, you close this round out, you breathe, you meditate like they've done, and you make sure you close the manpower situation.
I feel like too for Weibo going into this, just going a map up, making sure that you can actually maintain that pressure, because I feel like as a player, a lot of the time, the closer you get to the win, the further it actually feels, because we just start to think about it more and more, so being able to detach from that and go for it again is going to be very big for Weibo here.
Playing with house money because no one expects you to get past DZ. Now you're at the door of getting past DZ. Do you start to think about it too much? Now you're like, we're here. Wait a second.
That's the question here. Looking at DZ2, looking very calm, look like that a good
เป็นกันต่อในแบบที่ 2 ก็แบบแหล่แบบนี้เป็นแมปที่ในส่วนทางฝั่งของดาเซโลที่จะเล่นนะโดยที่ในเพจของการแบนในราวที่ 1โค้ดนั่งน่าเครียด
a lot of intel just from outside of the building with that radius. So it's a strong one, especially to remove against such an aggressive team.
Capital too, going to help the top mez extension, especially too. They want to bring the clash for the test.
กดหนวดไม่หมดอ่ะ
Yeah, it's going to be just shutting down a little bit of the clear potential in the hard zone spots. Look to see some more Zofia demos come out for that.
Best of 3 on the line here in Paris. Dark Zero Wow, expectations so high for this team, but staring defeat right down the barrel if they cannot get this map win. It's Weibo Gaming now with the pressure to close it out. We'll see what happens as we send it back over to Dev and Pingu.
Thank you, Reindeer. Yes, we will indeed. Dark Zero have everything to lose here. As one of the tournament favorites, they need to step up on their map pick of Lair. But look, Pengu, in the last 6 months, DZ have only lost this map a single time out of the last 7 plays. However, that was against little old APAC in CAG, and it was a dominant 7-2 loss just 5 days ago. They haven't played it at the tournament outside of that result, however, have been very good locally within North America. I wonder if Weibo have been studying that DZ versus CAG map and picked up a few tricks.
And you said it best, right? They played this map a fair bit in North America, but going back to Callout's timeout that we saw in Nighthaven is the unusualness of Weibo that catch them off guard, right? Oh, they didn't do the prep work. They didn't know what expected from them, and I think honestly, when you look at
บอกว่าทำไมคนดูในฮอน้อยจังโดนเหลี่ยมคนสิงคโปร์แล้ว
Yes, they has maybe a little less prep work, but now we have imported coaches. We have going behind the players. They got much more layers to them.
Absolutely. I think you said it, Weibo play weird. Well, if you're not used to playing in the APAC region, then yeah, you might think so. I think that a lot of teams get so familiar with how their region likes to play that they underestimate other regions. Now, there's a reason why Wildcard chose not to pick Weibo. Wildcard had a choice between picking Weibo and Furia, and they wanted to play Furia. Yeah, Furia over Weibo. So DZ may be getting a little bit more than they bargained for.
Well, Walker said, now those guys, they play weird, man. We don't want to get into that. We don't want to play that. We don't want to get in the mix of that. It's just an unknown entity the entire way through. I like if Injara, though, swung out early, exchanged bullets with the glass. So him and Hoven are equal on the health bars.
Is anything going for DZ here? It's that they're back on the defensive side. Funnily enough, Weibo chose to start on attack here on Lair. But DZ has been a lot more comfortable on their defense. However, this could be a cracking way to start the attack here for Weibo if they do land the 3 big booms with that.
แล้ว C4 ไปแล้วเป็นโอ้เก็บปกติ
Actually on Gotti, however, as Speakeasy takes a hell of a lot of damage as well.
C4 อีกแล้ว C4 อีกลูกนึงอยู่กับใครอยู่กับ
Downstairs is quite nice, but if you're just wasting time looking for that red ping to come through, you're not going to get all the value. But Reap's simple solution. Demos try and get the ping, shoot straight through the floor.
เล่นเดมอสแล้วเดดมาร์คแท็กนัวในส่วนของทางฝั่งของลีฟสเปซอีซี่ไหลมาทางฝั่งของสโตเลตฮอลชั้น2แล้วอยู่หน้าอาร์ติกลูมอะเล่นเป็นแบ็กเซียสถือดิฟฟิวเซอร์มาด้วย
They're giving up ground. They're actually just giving the entire of Arc 6 room over to Weibo. This is risky though, Pengu. This will have to be a retake.
เดินไหลมาเดินไหลมาสโตเลตอุ้ยรถลันเอามาใครลันเอามาแล้วเป็นไคโนตัดลีฟไปได้อะแต่เหมือนมีคนเทรดก็คือโฮเว่นแล้วโฮเว่นเก็บ2
as Weibo again fire up on their attacking side and look at this, there's time remaining. They don't
ดูทามมิ่งแล้วเติร์ดตัดไคโนแต่ตัดเลิฟช็อตแล้วเหลือโนคนเดียวแล้วเจ็บหนักนั่นน่ะเอาละอุ้ยเชียร์นี่จัด
much needed clutch up for Newers to stem the bleeding from Dark Zero.
Such a hard spot to be in there if you're hard, right? You're 1 HP outside the window. If you jump into this bye or a trap or a person waiting for you, you're as good as dead. So he's staying on the exterior of the building until that final moment.
ขอยืมดูด้วยยืมดูด้วยกัน
Newers, great job, pushed forward.
กระดาษมีน้อยเหรอไม่ต้องดูด้วยกันวะ
Then it's just a matter of taking on the Blackbeard, which again 1 HP because that C4 early on to speak easy did all the damage.
ก็จะโชว์หนวดให้ดูเปล่าหนวดเท่แบบเบ๊ะหนวดเท่นะอะไรอย่างเงี้ย
It's not a round loss where they fall apart early. It's a round loss where they do really good job early on. Problem solved on the fly, adapted, got into a planned position, and had it not been a trade between Kino and Turtsta to get into that 1v2, the coverage would have been perfect. So we're talking tiny details of adjustment here for Weibo. Whereas for DC, gotta dig a little bit deeper probably in towards the problem.
อยากรู้นะว่ามีใครโดเนทมาว่าจะอยากทราบเหมือนกันอยากขอบคุณมากๆนะสำหรับโดเนท100 บาท
Problems of the past won't chase them right at the heels, not yet at least.
5 seconds to go.
Still, there's one thing to win around in a clutch, another thing to win around because you played it.
แต่ลักษณะการพิมพ์ข้อความนี่คุ้นๆมากเลย
Now you won't recall what happened that first one.
Sure, but a lot of the micro went wrong there for DZ. Weibo have a lot of bite on their attacks.
น่าจะคิด
Don't
เอง
forget, remember the start of last map? It was very similar. DZ won a lot of rounds off of small moments. Now, Weibo Gaming lost a 7-0 earlier in the tournament to Virtus Pro and came back to win the next two maps. I talked to Gohan after the game and he said, I was very happy after we lost that 7-0. We had an embarrassing result, but we knew exactly what went wrong in all these minor details. We knew exactly what to fix for the next two maps. And I think we've seen that in a few of these rounds where Weibo have let it slip. I hope that DZ are thinking the same because, especially on their attacking side, too much has been going wrong.
Turns the fuse LMG. Hobbin playing the Nuke.
เฟิร์สหยิบฟิวเติร์ดหยิบฟิวเฟิร์สใครคือเฟิร์สวะ
Yeah, how do you prep for this? How much do you do? A clash shield? Well, that means that Nuke sneaking around, no longer effective. They'll be watching out for that. New is looking for a backstep as well. Here's each other. Question is, do you want this fight if you're Hobbin? Because the clash will close in. You gotta get out there. And he will jump out the window. Don't want to get 2v1.
67
Provis elsewhere is okay.
เฉย
Speaky tanked the C4 earlier, I believe, from Newers, which means his health bar is not looking too great. Has to really respect Kino now with the Toxic Babes.
And you can see DZ continue pulling on back. They're happy to give up this map control again and look for a retake later in the round.
Smart there. He's worried about the verticality in the crossfire.
นี่เราแฟดมา
And
ฮะ
here comes the fuse to actually open up some of that verticality. This is such a strange attack here from Weibo, but DZ are actually also defending it in a very unorthodox way as well. As Fultz peeks outside for a bit of info, the clash is an instrumental part of this defense.
That's the whole retake as well. Bit of a battle. There's like an island in the middle, right?
อุ้ยแล้วเดินไหลมาโนไม่เดินไหลมา
Still downstairs by
ตัด
the
เติร์ด
rockets
ไป
there.
ก่อนนะ
It's gonna open things up for DC and further stall out the push.
Problem is here for Weibo is having top floor control is only good if you can go for an
ต่างคน
execute.
ต่าง
Now
เท
they
รด
do
อ่ะ
pivot. We've got two players
โคเว่นไหล
dropping
มา
down
ทาง
below.
ฝั่งของบังแล้วเหมือนจะรู้แล้วตัดสองอะ
Indeed,
ล้ม
he does. He wants to try and get up in Fultz's face
โอ้ย
as
โอ้ย
well. As that clash continues baiting back and forth.
แล้ว
Meanwhile,
ดิ
the plan
ฉัน
has
สำ
been
เร็จนะ
confirmed by
ดิเฟิร์ส
Weibo.
ตัด
It's
โค
a
เว่นได้
difficult
ต่อ
retake now for
แต่
Newers and
2-1 ต่อ 3
Shield, they at
นี่
least have a way to deal with
แล้วโดน
Speakeasy
แมกเนตดูดนะปลาอะไรอ่ะอ้าวก็ถีแตก
This might be possible. Newers tries to get up in his face.
แต่มีด้านบนอยู่นะอาจล้มเหลือแค่ลิฟต์คนเดียวอยู่ด้านบน
If the revive can happen here,
ชุบ
indeed it will. But there's not a lot of time on the clock here for DZ.
อุ้ยแล้วมุม
Just has to prevent
เดิน
that
มา
counter defuse from
เอา
coming out.
ซุปเปอร์ช็อตตี้
And a shotgun kill up close from J90. Big retake from Dark Zero.
Little bit of a blunder there from Weibo, though they're stressing that injure on the staircase where, guys, you have the 3 versus 2 effectively. Leave the guy injured, fall back, play a little bit of
เคิดว่าฝรั่งอะ
They're chasing for that kill confirmation. You can just have Munty extending inside the bomb side, but Reeves watching from above.
อันนี้คืออะไรคือทำท่าแบบว่าเกือบใช่ไหมแบบเกือบเพื่อที่จะชนะได้แต่เกือบไงเกือบแพ้
Dies here unnecessarily, and then they get for the revive and the retake and the round victory. So that was a bit of a shake there from Weibo.
Yeah, Weibo are shaking for the first time, but they'll take a tactical timeout and immediately look to try and fix their mistakes.
I don't know if it's worth wasting a ban on him, to be
จะ
honest.
มีคนอยู่ไหมถ้าทุบคีย์บอร์ดเขาทุบไปแล้วไม่ได้ไงเดี๋ยวโดนปรับอ่ะ
What do you think is a good ban then?
โปรนี่เรานี่โปรเลย
Or about to run a base from home now. We could do Ram and go
ที
for
ม
consolidation
ไหน
after, like, the
เอ้ย
ball
ทีมไหน
for
จะ
bumps, and then we play down for the
ช
base
นะ
consolidation.
ไอ้ยรอบนี้ได้ยินเสียงอันนี้ว่ะ
Yeah, could be good.
เสียง
Or
โค้ดพูดว่ะ
honestly, just read.
If they repeat that, you need to be prepared, okay, guys?
Yeah.
Come on, guys. Come on. We are the best here, guys. Come on.
Come on.
We can do this
โอ้
shit,
ย
guys.
โปรกับ
Let's go.
let's go let's go
They're gonna go for armory then.
Of course, the confidence there at the end, just saying, come on, guys, we got this with the best team that is here. And I think that's what they need, because a little bit of choking in the server, if you will, small indecisiveness, hesitation, and leadership, a little bit
เอ้ยอาซี่
lackluster at the
อาซี่
end
ยก
of
เลิกก่อน
that
ได้ไหม
round.
We just needed to stabilize.
ไม่ต้อง cancel หรอ
It really was
เฮ้ย
a matter of
If you're Speakeasy, I mean,
เฮ้ย
you
โหวตไว้
can't
ป๋อเลยเหรอ
run post plant, you're
ใคร
going
มัน
up
ติ๊กว่า
against
สอง
the
คน
clash.
อะ
What's the most important thing? Just don't feed the clash.
Yeah, that's
Uh,
it. Right? I mean, Holvin was
oh,
in
wow.
the top spot, found the injury, found the injure, and then just could not make up his mind.
Yeah.
He got the
กะ
staircase,
22 คนเลือกไว้ป๋อ
wasn't sure about it. But that's not the issue. Hoven did his job. He got the upgrade. But peeking from outside the window, trying to fight back against the clash after, it's like, that's unnecessary.
And like I said earlier, I mean,
แล้วดักสิใครดักทีโร่อะ
the reason why they got Gotti instead of Ape is Weibo just wanted someone who simply wouldn't die. And I said this
What?
on the first map, but I'll say it again. The survival rate
อันนี้คืออะไรคุณไอโฟนี่คนเดียวเหรอดักทีโร่ทั้งใจแหละ
82%
of rounds survived.
ได้ที่เราทางใจ
top 6 at EWC with 41%, despite already losing 2 maps. You have other players who have played on teams that haven't even lost a map yet. Yeah. And Gotti is still in the top 6. And yet today, he's really
เดี๋ยวนะ
strong.
ผล
First
โพล
map,
มัน
very impressed.
โพลมันสามารถแบบว่า
1 and
เพิ่ม
2
ตังค์ได้
so
อีก
far.
ไหม
It's
อา
very
ซี่
uncharacteristic out of Gotti.
มันต้องพิดิกใช่ไหมเอ้ยมันต้องพิดิกนี่ต้องพิดิกเอาใหม่ทุกคนเราใครจะชนะในแมปนี้ดีกว่านี่กดตอนโชว์เกนเอ้ยกดผิดสะเดยกดผิด cancel เดี๋ยวนี้ cancel ขึ้นแต้ม manage reward cancel เดี๋ยวนี้ cancel เอาที่ cancel แบบ cancel ไหนวะชิบหายแล้วมัน cancel ไงนะทุกคน มันอันก่อนไง delete เลยไม่เอาคืนแต้มใครจะชนะในแมปนี้นะเป็นไม่โป๋กับใครวะดังซีโร่เอาไว้โทษแต่30 นาทีแต่เราเบ็ดกันดีกว่านี่มีการพิดิก2แบบหรือเปล่ามีพิดิกกับโพผลโพบอกว่าเว้ยโปนี่50 ต่อ 2อะเขาเชื่ออย่างนั้นอุ้ยรีบตัดไคโน่ไปได้ว่ะ
Well, we have players in the bomb side from Weibo. It's not enough.
No.
พิดิกเปิดแล้วนะ
Who's gonna make that push? I mean, look how unsure Weibo
ใครมาลงได้
locations. Nowhere near us is, but not about anybody else.
ดังซีโร่ 100,000K หรือ 10,000K อู้ใครชนะในแบบนี้นะนี่ดังซีโร่มาว่ะเอาว่า 3-0 ว่ะเมื่อกี้ขอทำเอาไปแล้วนะเมื่อกี้กูฮังทำเอาไปแล้วตอนแรกแต่ว่าก็ยังแก้เกมไม่ได้อะยังเป็นดังซีโร่ที่ขึ้นนำไป3-0มันเป็นนี่ไงก็สมมติใครพิดิกถูกใช่ไหมใครพิดิกถูกก็จะไอ้นี่ไงใครพิดิกถูกก็จะได้แบ่งส่วนแบ่งไงตามเปอร์เซ็นต์มันเหมือนเป็นการพนันอะที่แบบว่าเป็นการแบบพนันว่าแบบว่าทีมไหนจะชนะแล้วคนที่แบบทายถูกก็จะเอาแต้มของคนแพ้ไปถ้าสมมุติว่าคนที่โหวตให้เว้ยป๋อแค่391อะถ้าสมมติว่าเว้ยป๋อไม่ชนะในแบบ2จริงอะไอคะแนนไอ10,000 กว่าแต้มอะมันจะไปอยู่ที่คนที่เลือกเว้ยป๋อนะ
Because it's a skill issue, right? Like you have to quickly flick down to the feet, land enough damage to try and get them down. And with the TCSG, that time to kill, time to injure by the feet, a few shots. It's 2 to 3 bullets.
มีพันแต้มลงไปแล้ว50 ครั้งโอ้โหโหวตมันลงได้แค่โหวตเดียวไม่ได้หรอวะ
And they have looked better every single
เอามาตีเพื่อทำได้นี่หว่า
Remember that first round, that atop onto the top floor. Weibo looks poised to win it. It was a clutch from Newers. Second round in, plant down, looking Weibo favored, and DZ retake. Third round.
มาครับไงจ่ายแต้มมา200มีแต้มก็ซื้อโหวตมาเอาโหวตมา
Now they're gonna play Chubero Bandit, and then playing Goyu and Smoke. All about the clock, burning down the timer. I think also recognizing that Weibo are gonna slow down the game right now because they're dying early, they're making mistakes, they're like getting caught off guard. So if you expect them to play slower, you're playing time denial. You're double dipping.
Yeah, this is good read from DZ.
You're also forcing them into like problem solving at I want to say like at the highest level. I think the dance around the bandit batteries and the hard reaching is such a beautiful way of playing the game. And right now in the attack and lineup, who's supposed to go downstairs and deal with NGR? I mean, everyone has a primary weapon, but there's no operator right now. We're like, oh, we're gonna deal with the bandit. That's because NGR was hiding in server room the entire drone phase.
Yeah.
Weibo probably don't even know that bandit existed until the round started.
And one of the best counters to that bandit is the Deimos that DZ banned. The Deimos that
I mean, Sophia below would be good, IQ.
Very
but
true.
Yes.
Any vertical operator. We've even seen Weibo recently rocking the buck as well. A bit of an old school way to do the vertical.
Of course, home with the bailiff second a shotgun could become that red operator, but again he's fighting.
โอ้ยพอยจบสตรีม4 ล้าน 4
They don't have solid snake available.
จะมีคนเก็บถึงเลย
Sees it and feels the pressure. But if you don't get those bandit batteries
แนะนำนะครับซับช่องอาร์ตี้ถ้าอยากจะให้แบบว่าอาร์ตี้ปิดสตรีมไวๆนะแต้มช่องถ้าซับช่องอาร์ตี้ไปจุ่มช่องอาร์ตี้ก็ได้แต้มช่องไวขึ้นนะคูณ 1.2
you're not getting further, then you start feeling pressured and stressed in the server, and you start brute forcing a play, getting impatient, and maybe getting caught off guard again.
And as we saw on the face cam,
ชิดเอนจินไหนชิดเอนจินของไอ้ทวิชเหรอมันมีด้วยเหรอวะ
I must admit, so they've got to make sure they keep their mental in check and continue working through the checklist in this round because, as you said, the win condition here for DZ is the clock, and they've already burned 2 of the 3 minutes.
And they haven't done the hard breaching.
อุ้ยแล้ว Impact EMP อะทางฝั่งของโฮเว่น
the main staircase. I mean, what exactly is the win condition?
พยายามที่จะ disable ในส่วนของไฟฟ้าแบนดิตนะแล้วเหลือแค่53วินาทีสุดท้ายอะยังไม่เดินเข้าหน้าไซต์ในส่วนของทางฝั่งของเว่ยป๋อพยายามที่จะเคลียร์ของอุ้ยเราเดินไหลมาแล้วเติร์ดสกิดเอ้ยโดนหัวนะไม่โดนไม่ตายได้ไงวะเนี่ยอุ้ยเราเป็นไคโน่เอาละรีบเดินไหลมาตัดไป2อะแต่เติร์ดล้มแล้วเดินไหลมาทางฝั่งเซิร์ฟเวอร์ฮอลเวย์ทางฝั่งของลีฟแล้วเซลมาเจาะหน้าเจาะมาสเตอร์แล้วแล้วนอนอย่างนี้ไม่ได้ยินเสียงอะโอ้ my god NJR ไม่ได้ยินอาจจะไม่ได้คิดว่าเขาอยู่หน้าไซต์อะแล้วเหลือ6 วิสุดท้าย6 วิสุดท้ายรีบปิดงานทริปเปิลคิวอะนี่ยืนแอคเลยนี่ยืนแอคเลยนี่รูปยืนแอคเลยโชว์หลาเลยแล้วตีไข่แตกกัน1-3ในส่วนทางฝั่งของวุ้ยโป๋อะ
Again, everything fell apart.
มันโกงด้วยเหรอวะไม่เคยเห็น
The wing condition, the only breeze to reinforce well there from Gotzi with 20 seconds left.
มีคนโกงครับมีคนโกง
And no easy way forward even after getting that breaching done. Thursday went even upstairs as Simon thankfully ran away. Turk gets revived to get 2 kills. It kind of bites them enough space in the server.
เปิดชิ้นเลย
But
แกล้งค่ะ
EC, I mean, they
แอค
have
เลย
gotten
จังหวะ
to
นี้
a different level right now in terms of countering Weibo, putting up difficult problems to solve in the server and not showing their full hand in the drone phase. So they're now making Weibo play how they felt like they were attacking against them. Oh, they're not doing the prep work. Now we gotta adapt on the fly. It feels like that's the kind of flair they're putting into this matchup, saying, hey, you don't know what we're doing, have fun figuring it out.
But again, mid-round mistakes can cost the round. For example, NJR was the bandit prone on the floor in the bomb site. I don't know whether it was just the noise and calamity of what was happening in the server, but he didn't hear the breach open up behind him.
Maybe he thought it was clear, like he rotated away or whatever.
Exactly, and it meant that he wasn't in a safe position. There are a lot of safe positions still to play on that bomb site at that time. If DZ had been able to play the clock just a little bit more, perhaps they would have won 4-0.
Also, small thing, Kino did burn 2 toxic babes on the rocket staircase when there were nobody from Weibo because Force was downstairs. They arguably probably should have thought that it was clear.
A lot of respect for Weibo.
Well, Weibo did rotate off it because they did have that person. Just they did flank it after the fact.
Yeah.
But if that toxic babe was on side, you know, what if?
Still a bit scary. A round should not come down to the clock having less than 10 seconds there for Weibo getting into the bomb site. But we'll see. This bomb site here was again a very strange attack last time and a very strange defense from DZ. They brought the clash out once again.
บางบีฟฟิงเนี่ยชั้น 1แล้วเมื่อกี้เอ็กโซโทมิชาร์จเจาะหน้าเจาะแล้วเป็นนัวเล่นเป็นวัชเชลลี่เมื่อกี้ดักหน้าแวร์เฮาส์รับ
Again, just a quiet.
ลีฟ
Bit of quiet before the storm happens. We know that once the fighting starts, it's not going to end until the round is over. DC, they will either lash out first to the clash.
แล้วแชร์กอเฉย
behind it, or it'll be Weibo finding a
Timing.
gap somewhere and finding that opening pick. Newers has been so good
Third
at playing
5G.
the solo lurk game. Just his game sense of understanding where he should be and where the enemy could be as well. When you saw the window prep, there was 2 attackers right outside. And then things okay, don't get me called, they might know.
แทนที่สโมกไงเพื่อที่จะแพลนแต่เราเป็น NJR เทรดเตอร์แล้วเตอร์เก็บในส่วนของไปได้เหลือ4 ต่อ 4แล้วอุ้ยไม่โดนอุ้ยเฮีย
But the plan has been denied for now, which is exactly what DZ needed. The win condition has been found as Kino immediately follows up onto Hoven.
โอ้เมื่อกี้ NJR ตัดไปอีซี่ไปได้แต่โดนรีบเทรดให้อะ
Maybe would have been possible if Reaps had found that kill. Now he's in the bomb site. He has the defuse. He might be able to eat that bulletproof camera and look for a plant himself, but it is a fickle affair. There's vert above him. There are flank opportunities, especially from the main stairs.
They have no real intel either. Smoking it in pocket of Gotcha though. Maybe Smoke can go for a
แล้วใครแหละเขาsecurity
coverage. Ideally, you find a kill here.
อันนี้มอบูเลต
But DC, they can just sit back. They got a camera inside, so there's no longer EMP.
แล้วสโมท็อกซินเบรกไปก่อนนะ
It's time on the board here for Weibo to play this out for the next 10 seconds to
เวลาเหลือ30 วิสุดท้ายยังเหลือนะเวลา
Might just be possible. Reaps though needs to land his shot.
เหลือ C4 อยู่ด้วย
It's not going to be easy when the angle there from that staircase obscures his position. Now he once again does go
อ้าว
for the
หลังแต
denial
ก
of the info, but
หนูยิงหลังแตก
watching the vert and
หนู
this
ล
is
งมา
going to be a 4th round for DZ. I'm sure of it.
อย่าเขาไว้อย่าเขาไว้รีบอีกแล้ว
Surely not going to find a second or even
รีบอีกแล้ว
3 seconds of 0
ซีโฟปื้มไม่โดน แล้วเวลาหมดนะ
and DZ will win the round on time.
4 ต่อ 1 ในราวที่
barely saved the round for DC, sprinting on in, waves the entire first magazine.
5 โคตรกูหังกอดอกละ
Speakeasy. But also, you're planting in the smoke. You can't see through. There's no glass behind them. It was just a regular gun. I think it was Reaps himself actually. Look, yeah, right there. So
แสดงว่าไม่โดน
works both
ติดโล่
ways.
ปะ
It's super risky to plant in the smoke like that. I guess they are hoping to catch them all by surprise, and they wouldn't be thinking, "Oh my God, they're going for a plant." But guys, when you're smoking and EMP with that, you're kind of telling them that what you're going to be doing.
For sure. I mean, there's no way that you wouldn't.
ยังพิดิกได้ต่อนะครับใครที่ยังไม่ได้พิดิกนะอย่าลืมไปพิดิกกันด้วย
And the smoke coverage was not vast enough to obscure the plan position, right? Like you've got one
มี
smoke,
แต้ม
you
ก็
know
ไป
you're
ปล้น
somewhere in
แต้
that
ม
smoke,
กันได้
you
อะ
can pre-fire a lot of the obvious positions. If they threw another smoke deeper, then they might have been wondering, oh, is the plan happening a little bit further up? Maybe he has to pre-fire more positions. But as soon as he starts shooting and he hears the bullets hit the shield, he knows roughly where that Monty is. Another option would have just been flashing while that smoke was there, because even if he knows where it is, while he's flashed, he's not going to be able to land those shots. I mean, his chances drastically reduce. So DZ, look, another round where it comes down to such a narrow margin, but a win is a win.
Yep.
And 4 rounds of defense is exactly what DZ need when they fail to attack, even for a single round on Nighthaven Labs. I think they'll have a lot more confidence moving into the second half here, especially if they can find a 5th.
It also does make the story of a third map that much more exciting, that it's a close loss on the second so far for Weibo in the rounds. Yeah, it's not been a landslide. You cannot write them out just yet.
Scoreline might not be close, but the rounds certainly are.
And I also will praise DC's playstyle. They are not giving, I was going to say, any easy openings here for Weibo any longer. They keep falling back, playing the layers, giving up map control, comfortably playing by the side itself. And the reason why they can continue to do so is they keep playing utility operators, right? Whether it's going to be the cast of the Jaeger, like right now, Plant Denial, Black to Shanga or Smoke, then still having information for the gunfights in traps. Notably here, the Ella and the Thorn. But they also have Spare, Util, and Pocket. 2 Crisp Mines from NGR. 1 Razor Bloom from Kino on the Thorn.
Expecting the shield.
They're expecting active usage against shields, for example, but also as this round will change, they will start putting down those traps in areas where they need them. So for a specific staircase, a specific door, when they surrender the flank watch, for example. So when a gun can only watch the angle, Grisma goes out, now you're watching the angle for me.
I tell you what though, Speakeasy here is running primary shotgun on the sledge, which means that once he creates the vert, he's going to be fighting Kino, and he will have the HP advantage in a shotgun v shotgun battle, which he should realistically win.
But it is Kino. That guy believes he's a bit more in shotguns than anybody else. It's a bit more lethal, does a bit more damage on range, shoots a bit faster. That's the Kino special. He's going to be the playmaker, stock and toxin behind a shield, stock all the way deep in the corner. Very unusual location, but it counters the vert. There is a frag grenade in pocket of Speakeasy, so if there's no ADSs, he could die relatively easily. But if he has a bit of coverage from that Jaeger device, that could be everything.
Oh, never mind. Speakeasy goes down. Yeah, I don't think they knew that Newers was holding this position deep inside. Reeps has snuck into the bomb site, takes a little bit of damage. They know where he is. This is Hoven. Reeps, though, does finally jump inside, take matters into his own hands and take down Newers. He's now deep into the bomb site, but falls with it a chunker. Will finish off Hoven. Defuse still remains on Gotti. Have 30 seconds to get into the bomb site and look for a planned position. They are
แล้วเหลือไคโน่เอ้ย
the crossfire.
คอร์สไฟสวยจัดแล้วเหลือเต้ยคนเดียวดิฟิวเซอร์เอาแล้วไล่เจเนตี้อ่ะ One before situation แต่เป็น NJR ที่ตัดไปได้แล้วขึ้นนำไป5-1ในครึ่งแรกของทางฝั่งของดาร์คซีเกตเอ้ยทีมดาร์คซีโร่ดิไอ้เหี้ยดาร์คซีเกตไอ้สัตว์เอ้ยอ๋อเอาสิเป็นทีมซีเข็ดนะเนี่ยทีมซีเข็ดแล้วก็ไปรวมเป็นดักแล้วก็ตัดซีโร่ไปแล้วเป็นซีเข็ดดักซีเข็ดนัวเลยนะนัวสมชื่อนัว
We're doing the standard bans, which means that bathroom side with a thorn ban, it also means that the shields in play are going to be really good right now because they're not going to have the clash. For the third ban, you guys are going to read it based off arc, obviously. The only thing that I would say to watch out for that I could...
Hey, relax it. You are every round trying. Oh, and now. Bro, you don't have doubts. We have a plan and you follow. Okay? This is the big problem here, guys. We have a plan and we are not following. Instead of doing what we are good, we are doing what? Things that you are trying to discover now. Guys, this is not, this will lead us to defeat. The thing is, pay attention now, guys. They like to come on top floor. Zulu, shield split. Bathroom, 2 guys on shield, on art. So the thing is, pay attention on that. We already have a plan. We need to follow. We don't need to try to improve 10 times one thing we don't need, you know? Yeah. That's the thing, guys. So let's trust in the map. Let's trust in the map we have. Until now, you guys are just trying. You lose 2 rounds.
Try. You know, try.
To lose. Guys. Forget about this. We don't have pressure. Remember yourselves during the game now. Remember, they have the pressure. They will have a big pressure to finish this.
It feels very much like a battle of the coaches. Both mentioned the presence of the shields in the bathroom with the thorn ban and where the attack will happen and where the defenders like to fight back as well. And on the other side, Go mentioning a very important concept here from players in a very high pressure situation. You become afraid of losing. So you can play to win or you can play to lose. Always making the safe play, not taking the risk, and also doubting yourself in those moments. We saw the hesitation when Gotti had a red ping on Kino's Thorn, refusing to swing for the gunfight. When he did
คิดถึงโนอาจนนั่งมาตามัวจริงเมื่อไหร่จะได้ดูโนอาแข่ง
Yeah, for sure. Also quite notable the difference where Callat was all strategy, all tactics, all, okay, this is what we're going to do, this is what they're going to do. He does also leave a lot of power with the players. He says, if you want to do that, that's what you can do, right? On the flip side of that, a lot of Gohan's tactical timeout for Weibo was mental. And when I spoke to him after they beat Virtus Pro, which of course they lost 7-0 on the first map, he said, I think this team's mental game right now is the best it's ever been, and I'm so proud of them for that. But we haven't seen that so far on this map, because as Gohan said, why are we trying new things, right? You don't need to try new
ไปล่ามอนก่อนแล้วนะวันนี้คุณTPM S8 นะ
You're coming up with an idea to counter something.
จุ่มทิ้งไว้ก็ได้นะจุ่มแบบว่าไอเนี่ยมิวใส่ไอมิวไอนี่ไว้มิวทวิชไว้แล้วก็อันนี้ไว้จะได้แบบว่าดอกมันจะได้นั่นเพราะว่าดอกมันหมดแล้วหมดเลยแล้วมันจะรีทุกวันใหม่ๆหมดแกโดนทำลายตราแน่เว้ยโผแกไม่รอดแน่
and stick to their guns.
I'm with you on that aspect, but the 1-5 half is not enough in my mind. I mean, you have to be basically flawless to have a fighting chance.
Enjoy ล่ามอน
Anything is possible, as we always like to say. Do not count anybody out too early, but it just feels like DC right now, the way they were managing to rotate on the defensive side, get themselves in strong player positions, always have a crossfire, and not give anything up for free. Have that same mentality on the attack. Utilizing Kino's shields with the Clash and Thorn ban. It is going to be Kino's game to win right now on the attack inside, because he has almost no direct counters against him. I'm surprised he went for the Blackbeard, but this is the time for it, because he's much more sheltered given those operative bans. The Monty would be the super safe option, obviously.
Yeah.
But you can look at the frag grenades, worst gun.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, you do really expect DZ to lean into the shield here as Kino, one of the better shield players in the world. American flag there on the commando for J90. The 4 Americans on the squad for DZ have really helped forge a new era for North America. Of course, Kino as well won the most recent 2 major wins for North America. One with Dark Zero, one back in last November in Munich with M80. Nice vert game here from Newers on the buck as Hoven starts feeling that pressure, though somewhat supported by the keeper barriers.
All about the process right now for DC, right? The place that they excel at. Step 1, get the buck downstairs, get a bit of vert, use the flashbang from the window repel, and then walk in the blanket. That's all you need to do. Kino will lead the charge on all the entries of this map. That's step 1, conquered here for DC. Upstream control. And now, they've also shown a bit of their hand, right? The moment you hear that box skeleton key downstairs, you need to start communicating as well, but okay, what does this mean for us? Mirror window locations are very scary all of a sudden, because you can get pre-fired from beneath. So now you have a choice to make. Send the defender downstairs and fight for the vertical space beneath the bomb site, or simply just say, don't play in the usual pre-fireable spots. We can see bottom right, second floor, second floor, second floor. No one's fighting downstairs up against Newers. So Wave are now backed in very specific player positions, trying to avoid the verticality from Buck downstairs, but also the Blackbeard pushing laterally upstairs against them. It's a very tough spot to be in if you're Weibo, and they have to be super sharp at where they use the Toxic Bridge from Gotti and that 1C4 from Speakeasy, which is prepped right now in his hand.
It's actually a flip as well from DZ. Kino keeps changing his mind. He was going to push R6 room a moment ago. Nitro Cell for Speakeasy is one of the only tools that they have to deal with Kino. And 2 impacts from Reaps. He doesn't have any other Grizmots left in pocket as the drone sneaks onto the bomb site. Speaking of sneaking, look at Turd. He actually has made his way downstairs, eager for a flank onto Newers, who's looking to push main at the moment. DZ continue changing their
นี่มันยิงกันระดับบนล่างอย่างเดียวเลยนะแบบนี้เอาวัติคอไงยิงบนล่างบนล่าง
as Reaps is feeling that pressure, but Kino walks into the crossfire. Speakeasy
โอ้โหคอสไฟกัน
before he's traded on back.
2-3แล้วจะโดนคัมแบ็กวันนี้อ่ะ
Get their teeth into the bomb site but cannot bite down.
Very good job there from Wave.
หงอยเลยคนดูไม่คนดูอ่อมจังอะ
The right locations with a good crossfire, so no one swinging, isolated. And this also going back to my previous point. I was surprised about the Blackbeard.
เฮ้ยใครเอาไอ้นี่เหรอเอาฟิกเกอร์มาเป็นตุ๊กตาไอ้เนี่ยเหรอ
have that slight vulnerability. The Griswold Mine, the Soul C4, and the crossfire angles is a lot more effective against the shield. That's not the Monty. And Kino did struggle a little bit. He gets in, but he's in the crossfire like I mentioned before. They get the intel, but not the follow-up. It's going to be a slow and steady grind. But mind you, if you're Weibo, there's more to play for than just the comeback on this map. There is a possibility of a third of Clubhouse. And right now the goal is also just getting settled into the series. Going like down 1-7 on the second map, and now you play Clubhouse, doesn't feel very good. Not a lot of confidence in the mind of the players. If you go, 3 rounds straight here for defense, you lose 7-5, for example, it feels a lot better. Guys, small issues, not a big deal. That clutch, that round change, not an OT, like, you can start almost like gaslighting yourself in a way, but in a positive manner, saying that was a super close game. Because the scoreline easily shows it. It's a lot harder as a player to lose when you're gonna go. I know all the mistakes we did, they were super minor. You shouldn't lose 1-7.
ด็อกเค
If
บี
we do get to Clubhouse, it's going to be a very curious one because DZ play a hell of a lot of that map. They played it in the last 6 months. Weibo on the flip side, they've only played it thrice in the last 6 months. One of which was a 7-0, so not a lot of info from that. One was an 8-6 over VP, very close. DZ also went 7-8 against FaZe on that map. If you push FaZe that close, oh my God, that was a nuke.
สะกิดเจ็บอยู่
He threw that from way off the pitch. Fultz thankfully doesn't die, but he was probably a bit confused. How did I just take 40 damage?
Harvey sticking around. Again, you want to min-max how many drones you can find. There's 3 reasons for falling back on an extension. You kill enough drones, you burn enough time, or you get enough kills. You reach any of those criteria, you can fall back happily. Shotgun be not shotgun. Got you, of course, successful against Newers. Though could be off the board. A huge operator later in this round. And with that kill, you get that checklist. Guys, 5v4, fall back to side. Keep numbers up.
กูดูทรงคัมแบ็กว่ะ
Not done fighting just yet.
No, they're not. Still a player all the way on the top floor is Turd as well. DZ have so much work to do, and we still have time delay. For Weibo Gaming, there's a Vulcan canister which can now be popped. A little bit of an unfortunate angle. Reeps has also gone for a flank on the ground floor, and he's not the only roamer as well. Gotti and Turd still remain. NJR and Kino have a mountain to climb. And I don't expect them to be able to take more than the first few steps.
See, there's the issue. When the Monty becomes
สอง
one of
ห้า
the
ว่ะ
last attackers alive and not in the entry battle, you're not really able to play around the shield. So General falling early, Newers falling early, trying to go for the gap finding. It's almost like a contradiction to the playstyle. Of course, you can try and go for both, whatever works. Wow. You know, finds Gotti. Again, he plays the smoke, he plays his shields, knows what the weaknesses are in that setup. But he has to find a few more than just that. The Nara Laser, Goyo Fire, and the Illa Griswold Mines. He is fighting the whole world and the whole server and dies on using his Heartbreed gadget on that wall.
All up to NJR, 1v4. As most of the players have made their way back to site, Turd still on the very top floor. A little bit of an ill-advised peek from Reeps. You can afford to have one player do that. Do not feed him. 20 seconds. One more flash in pocket. Here comes the vert from Turd. And the round for Weibo. It's a second defense back-to-back.
5-3
3 more.
ขึ้นแมตช์พอยต์ไม่ได้ เอาละครับเครียดนาเครียด
Just gotta
หน้า
see
กำลังแบบ
DC get on a aligned game plan here on the attacking side. Are you gonna heavily play the Monty or loosely play the Monty? Because this right here, if Newers gets the kill, insane value, right? Almost like round defining. But on the flip side, if he dies, it's the same story. It's super high risk with super high reward. But when you got the Monty, it is the most stable, consistent, and safe operator in the game on the attacking side. So it feels a bit like you're trying to do too much there in the server. But DC, when you're leading with 3-4 rounds, whatever in the half, you can afford to try and play a bit risky. See if it works. If you get shot down, now you switch it. The only other issue here is that if Weibo wins this upcoming defense, you get operator bans into the mix. You ban the Monty, all of a sudden that combo changes. Now we're looking at 5-4, still favoring DC, but with the Monty being gone. And yes, they've invested, a ban into the Thorn and the Clash to enable the Blades, the Fuse, the Blackbeard in case of a Monty ban. But still, it is going to make your life just a little bit more challenging and also force you to change your playstyle if you're Dark Zero.
It's funny seeing that Gotti has now found the last 2 opening kills in a row, but also has 2 opening deaths to his name as well. Very unusual. Like I said, this guy usually plays on the back line. I wonder if something is changing for Weibo with the roles a little bit, where they're happy to put Gotti in a bit more of an aggressive position, but it's strange to see. It's working sometimes, it's not working other times. There was one game in the tournament so far where Gotti had an unbelievable showing. It was against Furia, their first match of the tournament, 136 EPS. I think he dropped 10 plus kills. Very unusual to see Gotti, the man to have that kind of an impact here on the front line for Weibo. But now on the defense, they're tested yet again. It's a different bomb site and a new day of the week for Weibo Gaming. DZ look to try and attack the tertiary bomb site.
Again, all about the Monty. First in the building, guns following after. You get a constant string of information. Kino goes somewhere, you follow him. Now, when you are doing that playstyle, you gotta be very mindful of one thing in particular, the verticality. All this floor beneath them is soft. Having a player or a drone downstairs, just kind of checking in. Is there a C4 downstairs? Is there a person roaming? Well, Speakeasy says, I'm here. Takes down False on the Thermite. They have 2 C4s in pocket, one upstairs and one beneath. Plus, of course, the Solace. So DC gotta play both floors at the same time.
Oh, Grishmar does lead Kino to take a lot of damage. No more in pocket here for Gotti. I think the right move here is to fall on back. Peel back the layers of this defense. Weibo still have such a fortified position. At the Monty does leverage an opportunity here for DZ. Time to lash out for Reeves. Good kill onto NJR. Kino still needs to have
ใครลงแต้มดักซีโร่ไว้นะครับทุกคน
Needs to enable Newers and Jano to
สู้ๆนะทุกคน
going for a bait.
อุ้ย
Trying to go for the cheeky little
ปก
play.
ติเก็บเจไนตี้แล้วเป็นสปีกอีซี่เก็บดับเบิลคิวกิโน่เหลือแค่โนคนเดียว1-5เวลาเหลือ53วินาทีสุดท้ายแต่ดูทรงว่าวินนี้จะเป็นของทางฝั่งของเว่ยโป๋อะแตกทรงนี้กูว่าไม่เหลือกูว่าโดนลิฟต์เก็บงานให้นี่ดูลิฟต์Forest Round ฮะขึ้นเป็น4-5ฝั่งของเว่ยโป๋ฮะที่จริงแบบนี้แบบมันเป็นแบบของอันนี้เลือกนี่ไอ้ดาร์ซิโร่เลือกนี่ใช่ไหมฉันจำได้
Kino trying the multi take, but when down in numbers, not enough guns to support him behind.
ระวังตัวนะครับใครที่เลือกใครที่ผลโหวต
I'm curious if we do see that multi ban or Weibo deem that it's not actually a big problem for because they've been great at countering it. On the flip side,
ด่วนเลยโค้ชจิตใส่น้ำแข็งหน่อย
could be Intel, could be Wamai, could be Smoke as well.
เข้าใจเสีย
Dark Zero immediately take their tactical timeout.
Yeah, if they don't report them out. All right, Bulger on master side, push the Jones here. If they're extended out trophy, I want to do that like old school rush that we do, where we open up the fucking exterior breach, and then because they're probably gonna compare the wall now, and then we go in with the Sens and the Thatcher on that. If they are not extended out, they're consolidated back. Let's take the hard reach, get bond the vertical option, establish pressure on trophy side, and make sure we have redundancy of hard reach for the supply side as well.
แล้วโค้ชไม่นิ่งจัดเลยนะโค้ชแบบเวลาพูดอย่างนิ่งๆแบบเงียบ
If sites bunks right here, we're going to look for one of the top cranks, preferably tank side, just due to the fact that we banned the Thorn, or we can look for the site rush, like straight on. And then basement, I don't think they're roam like that again. If they do, either hit the Amaru crank or just go straight for site. But in general, I can't really predict what their basement's going to look like. Push the Jones, just call it as you see it.
Good. Let's go. Wow, that's the word right there being mentioned more than once. Crank it, right?
Crank, bro.
It's the DC/former, ACG/former Charlie's classic that they love to use, and honestly, I'm all for it. And a big stylistic change here to come up for DC as well.
Bro just uses tactical timeout to call about 5 different rush strats for
it's
different
the options,
sides.
right? This bomb site, this kind of strategy, and what I heard from a lot of that is a lot more dynamic. It almost speaks to like, it almost sounds like more like the gap finding meta where we're not going 4 guys behind the multi, looking at one door in front of us.
แต่ถามว่า20มีภาพไหมก็20มีภาพอยู่นะถ้าสมมติแบบว่าถ้าสมมติมันตัดไม่ได้อะมันขึ้นมาช้อยไม่ได้คือว่า20มีภาพนะ
If they go basement, I don't think that they're roam like that again. And I think that's a good read as well because Weibo have been bringing pocket strats to the equation and to great success in this BO3.
Yeah, but DZ did call if they do go basement again, we do the Amaru crank. Now, I don't know if you remember, we casted a game in APAC. It was from Daystar, and they had one of the most incredible Amaru strats to rush basement. And you're thinking, wait, there are no windows on basement. How do you rush? Rush through the sky bridge and then into the hallway to rush the guy at the stairs. If we end up seeing basement, I really hope that DZ try and make that play. Perhaps they won't realize that it was also played in APAC.
That's the thing. DC will know NAL quite well, but it's not common to watch every game for every region all the time.
That clip did go gangbusters on Twitter, so
it did actually do
hopefully for call out, they have seen that strat and they will realize Weibo definitely will be aware of it.
กันนะว่าถ้ากีฬาที่10เฟสของการแบนที่10แบนอะไรเป็นสมูไม่บอกแบนอะไรเป็นกรีน
Just for the surprise factor. For now, though, he mentioned the Sens also that's being brought out.
Yeah,
ตอนนี้แคนโนหยิบแบ็คเบียดมา
but I didn't quite understand exactly where he was thinking of placing these sense gadgets.
So it's either or, right? If we see the setup that way or this way, and I think for DC right now, almost go back to the core as you see it, because right now you have options. You have frontal attack.
แต่โค้ชได้ยินมาว่าโค้ชคนนี้เป็นโค้ชสอนนักสมาธิมาก่อนจริงเหรอ
I see it to Shanka. I see it with Maya and Warden. I feel like the frontal attack is going to be incredibly dangerous and quite risky to pull off unless you find a pick or two. How can you find them? Newers downstairs, but he's solo checking the flank Jones, solo doing the vert. He isn't being given a ton of resources. So if he's going to be the playmaker, the main man from below, I would like to see DC investing one guy to help him do that job.
One way or another,
gonna have to do that
DZ
job.
will either find map point
ไม่รู้ได้ยินมา
finally catch them, tie the scoreboard. Kino goes all the way through
ไหนดู
the
โค้ช
whole
คน
way on
นี้
the top
ไป
floor. Does he continue
จะสืบประวัติแบบ
He's about to meet a few
เขา
more
ชื่ออะไร
choke
อ่ะ
points, and he cannot
ชื่ออาโล
risk
มันมี
facing
โค้ช
someone
2 คน
to
นะ
choke a fight as it will guard break his shield.
Wall finally opened up as well. Actually, it
ไม่
might
ใช่
have
อา
been
รู
electric denied,
ชื่อ
but certainly in the way. Box still doing the damage downstairs. Comes out. Holman just jukes it. He sidesteps it.
อารูเหรอ
Now he's vulnerable to the buck down below as his Azami keeper barrier has been taken down. Newers will finish him off.
ใช่เหรอ
Opening kill for the first time on the
ห
attacking
รือ
half
คอ
for
เอา
DZ.
น่าจะเป็นคอเอาเปล่ามันมีเฮดโค้ดแล้วก็มีโค้ด2 คนออกคอเอาใช่คอเอาชื่อเซตมิด
Deep enough. Does he continue firing at the Tachanka?
บักตัดอาซามิเอ้ยเราแพ้สำเร็จดิเอ้ยเฮ้ยมีภาพแบตพอยต์อยู่ดีซี
Speakeasy still has enough.
แล้วก็ว่าไคโน่แต่คิโน่ไปคนแรกอีกแล้วไปคน2ตีโฟไปไม่โดนนะแต่ห้องน้ำมีตัวดักแล้วแล้วเป็นนัวตัดไคโน่ตัดก็ตีแต่ลิฟเทรดแล้วเป็นเจไนตี้ปิดให้แมตช์ชอยอะถือว่าสวยอะในการแก้เกมของทางฝั่งของดาร์ซิโร่ที่แบบทำเอาเมื่อกี้
In prime position to take the map.
It's again we're talking a couple of seconds, a couple of centimeters in the server, and if that Shurima fire from Tachanka reached the correct plant location, it's an easy plant denial. But the sense with the Blightbeard, it enables a new plant spot that you don't see very often. Instead of the default wall on the right-hand side, just go all the way
โค้ดจิตของจริง
Tachanka fire doesn't spread very wide or very far.
ทำไมคนนี้หน้าไม่เหมือนเลยวะอันนี้ตอนปี2024อันนี้เติบโตขึ้นเยอะอย่างเงี้ยเหรอ
There was a soulless pick, but it wasn't in position.
เราขออนุญาตไปต้องไปดูประวัติเขาเพิ่มเติม
Maybe it wasn't a soulless pick. I'm looking at the wrong round.
I was going to say, I don't remember a soulless,
I'm looking at the wrong round.
Okay.
So I'm looking back at the operators that were brought there. There was potential for impacts on Ella and on Goyo, but we didn't see them placed because the impacts could have potentially destroyed the Sen's barrier and...
Yeah.
No, I'm looking at this round. I'm looking at the wrong stats again. Ella and Azami could have brought impacts there to potentially deal with the Sen's walls.
You can also impact deny the breach and then you force them in the door, right? There's options there.
I think they used them earlier to stall out the hard breach. Look, credit to DZ. That was a very good attack and very lucky for them that the Tachanka fire didn't land because in theory, Weibo had the ingredients to deny that plan.
They did. Also, gotta talk about, right? Reeves is 15-6. That first game, you know, performance is definitely bleeding into the second match as well. And
I mean, Duke got 15 kills on the first map. Now he's hit 15 on the second. This is 30. What's the best of 3 land kill?
I want to say 55.
I think
แต่
so.
ไม่ใช่คอเอาหรอวะหน้าเหมือนคอเอาเลย
He breaks it, but you never know.
It is a very, very tall order. Again, the record is that the best of 5 I'm thinking of. It feels like.
Let me double check. I can double check.
We'll double check.
Give me a second.
I looked at it recently, but BO3, BO5, LAN online, there's a whole different.
I made a new channel in my Discord server called Records.
Yeah, and I send you the graphics.
Best of 3 is 50 on LAN. KZ and Dan have tied it. And best of 3 online is Citizen and Ambi have tied it.
Okay.
And then best of 5 is Gunner with 63.
Oh, 60. Okay.
But yeah, in a BO 350, I mean, he's only 20 away from it. Anything's possible.
Yeah, still.
แค่สกินน่ารักจัดดาเซโร่บันเดอร์2026
Conversation, but for now, Weibo has to get us.
เย้สุดเอาบิดมา
Gotti falls back early. Like we say, high survival.
เอาดูดิแต่ดูเขาเล่นดัน
Extended player in a roam position, he will often surrender the map control, maybe 5-10 seconds before people usually would. Which starts being a quicker roam player here for DC.
โดนกามอสไมล์ไปยังไม่เดินเอาละ
Still very much active on the roam.
อีกรอบกามอสไมล์อันนึงC4ไปไม่โดนนี่เดินไหลโดนนะปาอิมแพคไปนี่ไคโน่นี่อิมแพค1 ลูกครึ่งหลอดแล้วเป็นเติร์ดตัดตัวเราเติร์ดเก็บอ้าวไล่หลังมาตัด2แตก
and finds 2 kills. Call out said Weibo would not have the guts to roam for a second round, and he was wrong. Pace off massively. Terse is still actively though looking for more. General finds Speakeasy. So all of a sudden, side have been vulnerable. The roam game is very risky because they can't get back together to that staircase. They're on 2 different sides of the hallway. So Terse being abandoned almost to play on his own.
He wants to keep
They're also
playing
flanking lobby. This is super risky, guys.
จุดตัวมาตีกูจะตายนี่
as he decides to fall back to the bomb site. But Gotti finds faults. I don't even know where that happened. Perhaps through the vert is now a flank opportunity.
แล้วโหเป็นเก็บ10 คิวโอ้ยเหลือแค่เจนตี้คนเดียว
J9 in a 1v4. Weibo have found their mojo back again. They just need to finish this round off and then they're touching distance to OT.
ก็วิสุดท้ายดิฟฟิวเซอร์ตอบโอ้ดิฟฟิวเซอร์ไม่ได้ตอบนี่ด้วยแล้วเป็นรีปิดงานให้ขึ้นเป็น5-6
16 kills on the map. 31 in the series as Weibo continue pushing this map deeper.
Bit of a pocket play once again. catching DC by surprise seems to be the best way for Weibo to win. But doing that on defense is much harder than when you're on the attacking side because they got the drone phase to scout out the bomb side and the general orbital lineup. That gives you intel of the idea from the defenders. So turns are going undroned, unnoticed, and unwatched on the flank while they're distracting them here with the impact grenades. It's a great play. But doing that again to get us into OT on a different bomb side, probably unlikely. You saw that from NTR, just a little bit of frustration. The round was looking so good, and that's because there was a thing that they were missing. That thing was turd.
นี่ไงเราเจอภาพนี้แล้วทุกคนนี่ไงโค้ดดาร์คเซโล
the wing con because you're gonna sprint to the building, just pop the heart breach on the wall, boom, they get sapped. And then you go, okay, we spent one or two Selma charges or can openers, and now we gotta go upstairs, do verdict setter. Oh, but that's what the roamers are. Okay, plan B, what's that gonna be?
โค้ดมิสเตอร์บีพูดอะไรหน่อยครับโค้ดมิสเตอร์บี
So by bringing the bandit and hiding it, that gives you something.
And they're not scared of the shields. We saw it last round, contesting with impact grenades. Now we have the impacts on Reaps, who also, side note, can spot that blitz while he's holding his shield at a distance, as it is an
แต่
electronic
แกเมื่อก่อน
gadget.
แกเป็นคนที่น้ำหนักตัวเยอะแล้วก็มาเข้ายิมเลยแบบว่าไอ้นี่ไง
So much ammo to deal tick damage to Kino.
แต่วินัยแกดีนะ
On the other side though, the line with the blitz, with the glass, backup smokes here on Capital as well. They could do so much damage in the blink of an eye. Wherever they would like to go. For now, it's about establishing a foothold in the building. Lionscan comes out, they're attacking someone from bathroom. Like
เอาเน็ต
spoke of earlier.
ใจเย็นนักสิเน็ตอย่าพึ่ง
Last chance to get it done in regulation. Quickly, a first trade.
สุขภาพดีคนดีแสดงว่าไม่ได้ แสดงว่าไม่ได้คิดคนเดียวนะตัวพีโอเวอร์ไทม์เฮ้ยไม่เราต้องอย่าเพิ่งท้ออย่าเพิ่งท้อ
But DZ have two players not too far from each other, ready to try and execute onto Speakeasy and Turd onto that top floor, testing distance back to back. These two Weibo players look to hold on.
An awkward spot, the hatch is soft but not opened up.
แล้วมันไม่มีโดนเรือแล้วอ่ะหามันเรือหาไม่ได้แต่มันเหลือ1 นาที 30แล้วนะยังมีเวลาเหลืออยู่
Make a bit of sound, force a bit of movement. Turst and Speaky stay absolutely still. They will not know. But NGR, he's heard something.
He's heard something indeed. They need to try and isolate one at a time. NGR does so. Turd falls back. He doesn't push for the refrag. He needs to win 1v1. Full HP for him. But
อุ้ยแล้วเหลือ1 นาทีสุดท้ายอ่ะกลายเป็นโฮเว่นคนเดียวแล้วตอนนี้ดอกไม่แตกแล้วซีโฟไม่มีแล้วนี่ใช่ไหมกูเห็นแล้วชิบหายแล้วกล้องยังอยู่นะกล้องไม่แตกเพื่อนดูกล้องให้
Should not be one here.
พยายามที่จะเจาะโรเทตนะ
DZ have every advantage they could possibly ask for.
เจาะไม่ได้ว่ามันติด vertical.
Safe rotate hole with one player from watching above. Newers looks to peek him on the
แล้วกล้อง
12 kills
มัน
to
น่าจะ
his
เห็น
name.
ปะ
Hoven protects himself. But Newers
ดรอปลงอย่างนี้ไอ้
Don't let Hoven clutch up against you. Newers for the map. 12 kills.
เหลือ10 วิสุดท้าย
But Hoven waits with the MP5K. No plan possibility. Newers needs to go for the kill. But he gets him as Hoven hides back into his shell. He brings out the shotgun to no avail. And Dark Zero are done pulling
ร้องไห้คนดูบอกทำไมไม่ส่ง0
to Clubhouse.
Heartbreaking into the second map, and to make matters worse, had that shotgun come into action, he had no shells left. Remember, he made it.
วิตามินโค้ดวิตามินครับ
So in the very final moment, when the pressure is as highest, it's Newers playing it better, bit smarter, patiently baiting out the location and going for that final kill. But that's Weibo succeeding in a way as well. They made it close. They almost brought it back, and that's going to give them enough confidence of a fighting chance on Clubhouse.
That's right, but as you say, Weibo, the team that has been praised for their mental fortitude, the only team that I know this tournament has come back from a 0-7
มั่นใจมั่นใจเล่นมั่นใจนะครับ
They lose because the mental game gets the better of them. You're right. Hoven had no ammo in his shotgun, and he still had enough bullets to take the gunfight.
มันก็ด้วยความที่แบบว่าจริงๆเว้ยปอมันคัมแบ็กมาแล้วมันก็ต้องมั่นใจแหละเพราะมันแบบชนะติดหลายๆราวอ่ะแล้วแบบแม่งใจมันมาไงพิดิกต่อคุณลุงprediction
They have the quality of a major championship. They've shown that before. Can they do it here in Paris? It remains to be seen, but to bounce back from the first map puts DZ
ไปต่อใครจะชนะในแมปนี้
we've seen from them today.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, at this level of play, when you're in the top 8, you're on the bigger stage with a crowd watching you. I want to see more 3-mappers. I want to see more closer games, bigger moments. And right now, we're in that perfect position where DC are showing up. They got the counters, they got the reads. Weibo got their pocket shots, throwing them a curveball, and they're unable to solve that in the server. It's a beautiful back and forth, but Clubhouse is a whole different level.
Yeah, and here's a stat for you. I believe that is the second time in the last 15 or so maps that Hoven has gone negative in a map. Very unusual to see him. Usually the consistent player, but cannot get it done.In the limelight, in that 1v1, and we'll break it down with the experts down on the desk.
Well, some say the night is dark and full of terrors. I say that last one certainly is going to keep Hoven up at night as well. A moment that could have sent Weibo to their first semifinal. It's Newers who, on the better side of the trade, sends it to a third map, and it's going to be Clubhouse that we're heading to. Welcome back to the panel. Great cast there, Devin. Pengu, Rain Day here alongside Iconic and Alphama. Guys, let's talk about what we just saw. It was a moment that decides potentially the history of both of these teams, and what a moment it was. What better to have a 1v1 kind of decided?
I mean, all the pressure stacked against you, New with 1,000 names on his back, all the DZ fans riding for him, pulls it out. I mean, you just see how tight these games are, how close these rounds are, and I feel like this is an amazing game of Siege right now.
Kind of came off the back of some slow starts for Weibo Gaming on that second map. We knew Lair wasn't their map, but I mean, they turned it around with 3 flawless rounds just to get to that position.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think it all starts with round 1. I think Newers getting that 1v3, insane kills on the MPX. It's exactly what DZ needed. You need one big movement, one big move from one of your players to kick off that fire again, and I think that's all they needed afterwards. DZ, they established their game plan, they have the lead on the defense, and props to Weibo, they never gave up. They never gave up. They had multiple players going for multi-kills, and I think on their own, they also believed they could go back to overtime and take it. In the end, it's a 1v1. I know Hoven's gonna hate himself. I don't know if it was a fat finger to go and vault on that stuff, because I know he didn't have any ammo.
ผู้เรียกกับวายค้าผมจะแทงวายค้าต่อเที่ยงคืน
That's where major champions come from. Mentality.
And you just see it in that reaction after the game, how intense, how close he is, and his
นี่
mouse
ซุปเปอร์ไล
falling
ท์
off of his desk, him standing up out of his
ตี
chair.
โปร
They're on the edge of their
มี
seats
แต่คน
right
ใช้
now
ลูก
going
จิ
for
แท็ก
this.
This is a very important moment in a player's career. I mean, we've talked about Godu. We're going to mention Reaps in a second, his performance. But when you look on Dark Zero's side as well, these players expected to come in. They also have pressure. Alphama trying to do something that you said.
แล้วมันต้องทำภาพสโลว์วะกูไม่เข้าใจ
Big tournaments in R6. But
เอ้ย
my
ทำภาพส
question
โลว์แล้ว
to
ส
you
เป
for
ก
those
อีซี่โคตร
watching
น่า
and
ต
trying
ล
to
ก
narrow in on this is, what was the difference in this map?
I think the main thing is the
Yeah,
control. I think
yeah.
that's one thing, right? The main thing is when they played Weibo, they
จริง
struggled
ๆเขามี
to
ฟุตเท
control
จเยอะแล้ว
them.
ทำให้
They
เขาทำ
did
แบบ
so
ภาพ
in
ส
the
โลว์
early
สโล
round,
ว์
they
อะ
struggled in the late round. That's how they lost so many rounds when they had the manpower. On that one, they controlled the game plan, they controlled the pace. Yes, they were able to play a little bit more turtle, a little bit more disciplined. But the main thing to me was the association of the two players. You had Newers in defense, rowing from free, creating a lot of pressure, ready to backstab. And on the other side, you had Kino as a turtle player, basically making sure that the side control was there and they could deny the plant. The association between the two of them was really beautiful to see, and I think they're the main two stakeholders of the victory of DZ.
How did you feel about the halftime conversations? Because I'm just in the back watching this, saying this is such fantastic information to see these coaches and the different mentalities. You mentioned the coach on the side of Dark Zero and saying, you know, I don't think they're going to try this roam again. They ended up actually doing that, and it caught them off guard. But both coaches had different approaches to how they got their teams ready.
Yeah, I feel like with the Dark Zero side timeout, you see that it can confuse a lot of people people going with something that doesn't seem so right then in front of you. But as a coach, you have to be thinking about the deep game plan, thinking about where the series could end up, especially on that Night Haven map.
ไม่ได้นั่งเลย
They already know what they're going to do on the attacking side. So
ไป
the
ผ่าน
question
ไป
is,
ผ่า
if
น
they
มา
get to that
เขากล้วย
overtime,
ชากลาง
having
เรา
the defense is ready to go, so you don't have to take a timeout forward. And that's really what it's about. Siege is about using what time you have available and really making sure your team comes into it with a plan, so that you don't have to waste that timeout on something that you could say in the halftime timeout, because it's so new and you have so much more time, so you can really give a lot of deep state game planning in that moment.
Yeah, and also sometimes back to basics, it seemed like, you know, on the other side, Gohan was kind of saying, what are we doing? This isn't the plan. We didn't come in with this. You're just thinking up new strategies in the middle of a quarterfinal on stage.
เดี๋ยวอาซี่กำลังสงสัยอยู่ว่าเมื่อกี้อาซี่ลองเซิร์ชชื่อตัวเองใน Google ใช่ปะแล้วทำไมมันเป็นรูปโนอาได้วะ Bro what
He's been phenomenal.
I mean, just look at it.
Bro what the heck
115 kills, man, 216 kills.
กูเซิร์ชชื่อตัวเองใน Google แม่งขึ้น Twitter อาซี่
Double digits. He was closer to 20 kills than 10. I mean,
แต่รูปโนอา
you know, we've always said Reeves is absolutely crazy. He is known to be the best player we have in APL, right? The main thing to me is his consistency.
กูโดนเล่นแล้วกูโดน Google เล่นแล้ว
Especially here in playoffs, in a BO3, that despite
นี่ทุกคนฝากไปติดตาม
brings
เพ
it
จ
back with 16 kills. I mean, if he can
เพจ
keep up
อา
with
ซี่ด้วย
this,
อาซี่จะกลับ
he
ไปอัปเดต
on
กิ
for
จกรรม
a
ต่างๆนานา
record on that
และ
BO3. I mean, he drops double digits almost all the time. Honestly,
เพราะว่า
what a gameplay from this guy.
Really is.
เอาทวิตล่าสุดหรือเปล่าอาซี่ลองดูอาซี่ว่าทวิตล่าสุดดูแล้วแต่ทวิตล่าสุดอาซี่เรียอะไรทวิตล่าสุดเขาเรียอะไรอะ โอเครู้เรื่อง
Clubhouse. I mean, we're
รั
going
บ
to
รู้
get to
รู้
that in
เรื่อง
a moment, but just taking a look at some Reeps highlights as well. How important is this map? Because it's been weeks, I believe, since we've seen Dark Zero play it.
รับรู้
And
รู้
it's
เรื่อง
also been 3 days since we saw Virtus Pro face the same position Dark Zero were against Weibo and lose. It was Weibo taking it 8-6 in that final map, so they're comfortable with it. Maybe isn't going to be a stomp or something that they feel too strongly about, but it's something they know they can win, especially a tight matchup, as it seems like this last map will be.
And yeah, you know, DZ, a very prep-heavy team. We saw in the timeout hearing that we're not going to go for the prep. The work we saw, we're just going to go for the playing it like we see. And we're going to see how well Weibo have been able to change what they've shown against VP, come into it with fresh stuff. This Clubhouse is a map that you really can't do too much. It's just a lot about taking the right decisions in the round and making sure you're in sync.
I'll ask a different question too, because you know sometimes when you haven't seen something, I would imagine it's more difficult to prep. And so having the fact that they did have that really tight map, I mean, you're already kind of shaking your head. Does that give Dark Zero a little bit of a look inside as to what Weibo are probably trying to do here?
Yeah, I mean, already you've spoken about it. They've got one VOD they can watch. Really recent. That's one way to look at it. The main thing is Weibo, I don't think, have the same depth as DZ. Not the same experience, not the same strategical depth. So what Weibo have done, you know, they will be able to change only so much.
ทำไม่ดีแทงเว็บโปรส่วนคืนทุนน่าจะไม่ได้เปล่ามันเหมือนว่าพิดิกอันไหนแล้วก็พิดิกอันนั้นน่ะเลือกแล้วเลือกเลยแมปต่อไปแมปเป็นขับเฮาส์ดีไซน์มันเป็นแมปตัดสินน่ะใช่ก็คือเขาจะแบนพลิกแบนใช่ไหมแล้วก็พลิกแมปแล้วก็แบนแล้วก็ไอ้นี่เขาจะเลือกแมปที่เป็นแมปที่แบบเขาไม่มีใครแบนแล้วอะถ้าเป็นแมปสุดท้ายอะ
Okay, let's talk players because we highlighted several stories here. We heard from Hino earlier on in the interview. We also talked about Gotti, and there's also this amazing story from Reeps and his performance. Which player on the side of either team that you're highlighting do you think who's going to be the turning of events? Who's going to be the person who kind of it comes down to, whether it's on Dark Zero and Weibo? Who do you have your eye on in this final match?
I think it relies really on the IGLs, the captains, Speakeasy, Foltz / Kino. You know, piloting this ship into the stormy water, I call it. It takes a soul who's really in touch with himself and being able to not really let your personal fear get in the way of your team's success. So I feel like whoever can let go of those expectations and allow them to just kind of navigate these waters and really lead their team through and through that unknown of Clubhouse, I feel like they'll take it.
I love the way you speak about that because you're speaking from personal experience, knowing how difficult it is. A lot of people might say, well, they haven't been playing this operator too well and all these, mechanical things. But Alfama, there's so much to it in terms of internal trust in a moment like this.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've seen that trust on both sides. Both sides have been able to have crazy comebacks, and both sides have been able to trust the RGL for it. I think going back to the question of the main players and the ones that are going to make this game, I think thinking of DZ, clearly to me it's Kino and Noors. We've spoken about it. Noors was the main guy in this matchup. I think he's the main guy on the map too. He's the one roaming in defense. He's the one entering in attack. He's the one that wins the very critical gunfight on the round before the last round on the last map. And the main thing is, if these two can keep playing the way they do, we're gonna be good. If Rips stops performing the way he does,
that's right.
Weibo is in trouble. They've been struggling despite him going 16 kills. So if that guy stops his solo carry machine, then suddenly maybe they're not in contention for the win anymore.
Do you focus on that? I mean, do you try to say, listen, if Reeves isn't doing anything, there's no way they even stand a chance?
I mean, I feel like...
Is there a way to focus on it? I mean, let me ask maybe a better question. Can you?
It's difficult because I feel like it's really momentum based, and honestly, with DZ, you're going to be focused more on the whole system than picking out a player. So I feel like if your game plan is going well and Reeves is kind of getting shut down, Clubhouse is a very punished map. So if he does find not really a lot of success on these opening engagements and gets shut down early, that could be devastating for Weibo.
All right, Alfama, as we head into it, any thoughts before we throw over to our casters?
You know what? I want a target on the back of Rips. I want them to chase him down, get him down, eliminate him, and that way no more double digits on their side.
One map stands between history for both teams. North America trying to move on. Weibo trying to do something they've never done before. Make it to a semifinal here at an international R6 event. One map, Clubhouse, will decide both of these teams' fates as the picks and bans show up here.
I think we're going to see a similar story, right? Solid Snake has been abused again and again on those master windows on the top of Clubhouse to get all of the top floor information just from those windows on the other side, removing wall denial. Iconic, so far on the defense, it's quite obvious. Bandit and Kaid, yeah, we've known about it.
I think DZ's 7-4. You heard it here first.
And a bias.
แบบสุดท้ายแบบตัดสินเนี่ยขับเฮา
It's refreshing every now and then. I've been in France for 5 weeks. A little bit of NA bias.
สวัสดีครับวันนี้คุณเกมอินไซต์ V2.5
talking here as well. Let's send it over to our map for our casters here to take us to our final map of our first series of the day. Pingu, Dev, take it away.
Thank you very much. And don't worry, because we got some APAC guys right here next to me. James, just tell me a bit more about how much you enjoy watching Weibo, how you love the play style, the players, the histories.
We've got the North Americans on the desk.
อะไรล่ะครับคุณเกมอินไซต์กันเลยขึ้น
I get my chance in the limelight as well. I have to say though, I think I have to be careful because I'm getting ripped into on Twitter at the moment by Fett and his fans.
บอกว่าพอดีไม่ได้เจอมาตั้งนานก็ขอโทษที่เกิดเรื่องขึ้นครับคือบอกขอโทษเรื่องอะไรอะ
The only battle that I care about is the one in the server right now, and I'm going to be an APAC shill until the cows come home.
เอาละครับแมตช์การตัดสิน
Great point there from Rain Day.
ถ้าเป็นในรอบนี้ EWC ไม่มีทีมชาติไทยอ่ะเพราะว่าตอน AWC ตอน APL ตอน APL ทีมออคิดแพ้เว้ยบอกไปอ่ะ
And Speakeasy played for a little old team called Air
0-2
They took down
แต่
the
ถ้าทีม
number
ออ
one
คิด
seeded
ชนะ
European
ก็
team,
ได้ไป
Giants
อ่ะ
Gaming,
EWC
which by the way, Alfama played on that team and was dropped shortly after.
ได้บุกอย่างนี้เนี่ยได้บุก
His career in Europe.
โอ้เจ้าเอ้ยนายอย่าเพิ่งตัดสิน
Dark Zero, and of course Speakeasy did lose that game, and DZ
เมื่
went
อกี้
on
นักเตะ
to
ของการ
struggle
แบ
in
น
the
ใน
grand
ราว
final,
ที่
lose
1
to
ทางฝั่งของ
Narvi's
ดัก
team
ซีโร่แบนในส่วนของขยิดแบนดิตแล้วเวโผแบนในส่วนของโซลิดสเน็กกับ
Between
ปริม
these
นะ
two
ฮะ
teams, a lot of the players have been around the block more than a few times. Faults. I mean, he's won a 6 Invitational for goodness sake.
อ๋อไอแอสซัสซินคีดแบ็กแฟก
have won a
แอส
major
ซัส
as
ซิ
they
น
look to
คี
try
ด
and
แบ็ก
continue
แฟ
that
ก
momentum here in Paris for the Esports World Cup. Turnster falls off his roam completely.
Shows why this army can be such a crucial operator to
ที่
help
จำได้
the
ลางๆแต่ที่จำ
double keeper off the pool table double door and can drop down the heads nice and comfortable.
จำรูปแบบ
This D seems
ข้อมูล
early
เต็มๆไม่ได้แล้ว
aggression, taking good bit of map control on top floor, cleaning out the mute jammers and what was the Romans at a gym.
อย่าถือสาเนี่ยอาทิไม่ได้อะไรแล้ว
When you get top floor control, you kind of get the
อา
area
ทิ
beneath
จำอะไร
it
ไม่ได้
very
อาทิ
quickly
ปก
after.
ปะท้อง
Counter works in your favor now. So Weibo Gaming have made the call. Guys, let's mostly fall back towards the bomb site with one exception really.
จำได้ไม่ได้พูดถึงเรื่องเล่นโบนะ
Also with a hatch open for a fallback. And so far
ลื
he's
มไปแล้ว
gone undroned and unnoticed. And if they don't go and check him, that could be a flank. The only weakness here for Reaps, SMG11, long distance gunfight, not
โอ้ย
where
ก่อน
you're
เล่น
typically favored.
บีเชิร์ตอาร์เซนอลอะมีรีฟเล่นเป็นมิวโฮเว่นหยิบแล้วดรอปลงมาโมโตทางเฟิร์สแล้วสโมกอย่างนี้คือจะเล่นตัด1ตัวหรือเปล่าแล้วแล้วเป็นไคโน่ปะทะกับปีอีซี่แล้วเจ็บหนักนะเจ็บทั้งคู่อะแล้วเดินไหลมาทั้งฝั่งของบูแล้วเจไนตี้ตัดกอตีไปได้ก่อนอยู่ที่ลุมเก็บ2แล้วเจไนตี้เดินไหลต่อเก็บ3หรือไม่เอาแล้วฮะตอนนี้ C4 ไปแล้วไคโน่ล้มแล้วเป็นลิฟตัด NJR ได้ตอนนี้เหลือ3-1-3แล้วเป็นโฮเว่นตัดเจไนตี้ต่อแต่ฟิวโดนเพื่อนแล้วโฮเว่นเก็บดับเบิลคิวไคโน่แล้วเหลือแค่เพื่อนคนเดียวแล้วโดนไฟไอ้ชิปหายแล้ว 1v2 situation ครับตอนนี้
Hoven and Turd separated. Turd all the way upstairs in kitchen, and I think Weibo know that defense is down at short in the hallway. False doesn't have it, and they've got the cross onto his position. It's a Weibo bounce back from the
แต่ถ้าเลือกแอสซินคิดแบ็คแฟร์ที่จำได้น่าจะเหมือนกับว่าน่าจะถามเกี่ยวกับน่าจะประวัติหรือเปล่าที่แบบว่าแบบถ้าแบบภาคนี้มันอิงกับประวัติศาสตร์ช่วงนู้นช่วงนี้ถ้าจำไม่ผิดนะถ้าจำไม่ผิดแต่ที่ไม่ได้สื่อสารแล้วเรื่องมันก็ผ่านมาได้สักพักใหญ่แล้วเฮ้ยเราพลาดนะ
So there are two battles happening at once, but the real MVP, whoever shot open all the Goyo canisters there from the defense, because they were just isolating players, and I am Nicholas Morrison,
ขออธิบายภาคไทยแบบจัดเต็มหน่อยได้ไหมครับภาคไทยภาคเรื่องหรอภาคแข่งหรอที่ไม่มีคินฟีดอ่ะอาจจะเป็นข้อเสียอย่างหนึ่งก็คือมันไม่มีคินฟีดมันก็เลยทำให้ที่ภาคแบบไม่เต็มแบบมันจะว่าไงดีอะสมองมันแยกไม่ได้มันมีเสียงคนแบบเสียงคนที่คุยเนี่ยเสียงในไลฟ์แบบเสียงในแข่งเขาพูดกันอยู่ที่จะภาคแบบเป็นช่วงวันนี้ไม่ค่อยอาการไม่ค่อยดีอ่ะวันนี้ท้องเสียนะเลยไม่ค่อยเต็มที่เลยปัจจุบันก็ไม่เต็มอยู่แล้วตอนนี้ปวดท้องบนท้อง
one team that's favored, the David and Goliath match. I don't want to see
Goliath
roll over and let David have
เกือบสวยป่ะเมื่อกี้
to be a contest. I want
เกือบสวยไหม
I want to see a match deserving of a
กูร้องไห้เลยตอนแรกแบบวิมันสวยมากเลยนี่มันตัดมาสวยมากเลย
For the first time, made it to a quarterfinal. The first time that APAC's done that in quite some time. But who do they beat to get there? They beat Weibo. They beat another APAC
It's
team.
not a deserving way to, so to speak.
It's different. It's different.
อยากย้อนเวลาไปแทงสวน
have been such a prolific European team ever since their roster reboot. And if Weibo were to take down the major champs, that'd be a whole nother kettle of fish, especially if DZ are in form. And look, DZ are looking good. Their attacks left a lot to be desired on Nighthaven Labs, but now we're into Clubhouse. It's a whole different ballgame.
It's similar as well there, right? It's been the attack inside that's been problematic for DC across the board. But look at this, another gap finding round, Bob having to sound cue, pre-fire goes out.
มันทับซ้อนกันน่ะแล้วที่เลยแบบว่าสมองมันไม่แยกอุ้ยแล้วก็ทีโอก็แม่งยิงล้มก็ทีแม่งเอาเรื่องจัดเลยเดินไหลมาได้ยินปะได้ยินเสียงปะแล้วเป็นสปิกอีที่ตัดไคโน่แล้วเหลือ2โอ้โฮเว่นตัดเจเนตี้ต่อไอ้เหี้ยเกมยังไม่ถึง1 นาทีครึ่งไอ้เหี้ยแล้วรีบปิดงานแล้วพอเด็ดลาวอะไหวอยู่โค้ชมิสเตอร์บีจิตให้
Literally kick him down from where he's standing, because that right there is Weibo striking back in the server. Another round in a row where DZ trying to just create the gap. I'm expecting to be disciplined. Step 1, step 2, breach, and then go.
แต่ว่าแบบวันก่อนๆอ่ะเขาจะให้คินฟีดมาซึ่งข้อดีของคินฟีดก็คือมันจะไม่มีเสียงพากย์เขาตัดเสียงพากย์ทิ้งแล้วเราก็จะพากย์ได้สบายแต่ตอนนี้มันจะมีนักพากย์มาไอ้นี่ไงแต่มันมีวิธีแก้อยู่ก็คือแค่เบาเสียงในแข่งอ่ะลดลงแต่ว่าข้อเสียก็คืออาที่จะไม่ได้ยินอะไรเลยแบบคือชอบฟังเสียงแบบเวลาศัตรูมาใช้แกดเจ็ตอ่ะ
So we're talking
บางทีกล้องไม่จับ
1
ไง
second, maybe 2 seconds of difference, and that's Gachi hearing the guy pushing the staircase or not hearing the guy pushing the staircase. And Gachi got 3 kills.
Yeah, for sure. Look, I wouldn't
อุ๊ย
sweat too much for DZ.
เหมือนโชคจะเข้าข้างเราอ่ะทุกคน
Weibo got their
เหมือน
flawless
โชคจะเข้าข้างเรา
round
อ่ะ
on defense on Lair. DZ won the next round. They've also shown that they're very good at taking their tactical timeouts and
เหมือนโชคจะเข้าข้างเราอ่ะทุกคน
5 seconds remaining.
เขาเพิ่งมา
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
I'm reloading. My magnets will protect us.
เอาว่ะมาแล้วว่ะกินผิดมาว่ะไลฟ์ from Paris เขาสวดมนต์คนดูสวดมนต์ละเอ้ยแล้วไอโซเทอร์มิกชาร์จโดนไอนี่ตัวแคนิสเตอร์ชะลอหน้าจอนี่ดูโค้ดกำลังแบบมองจออยู่แล้วเจาะทางฝั่งของคอนเน็กไปแล้วไอคอนเทนฝั่งคอนผมเองก็สวดมนต์ไปด้วยทาบูเหลาทูบะเหลาคอนตักไอ้แค่คอนเน่แป๊บนึงขออนุญาตรีเซ็ตตัวเองก่อนไหลขึ้นมาฝั่งท็อปกาลาดว่ะเจเนตี้แล้วไลฟ์ไลน์NJR ตัดลีฟจะเป็นอีที่ตัดนัวตัดตัวล่าลมไปแล้วเป็นผู้เก็บเติร์ดต่อ4-3เวลาเหลือมา1 นาที 40 วินาที แต่เป็นโฮเว่นที่ดักทางฝั่งของอีสแตร์ฮะแล้วเป็น NJR แต่ตัดก็อตติต่อแล้วเดินไหลอย่างนี้เหมือนเห็นแล้วหลังแตกหลังเพื่อนแตกแล้วเก็บโฮเว่นก็เก็บสปีกอีซี่เอาละฮะเหลือโฮเว่นคนเดียวยิงขาแตกแต่ว่าดีฟิวสำเร็จนะแพนดีฟิวเรียบร้อยแล้วไปไหนดอกไปเล่นข้างล่างเหรอมุมถ้าโอเคมุมได้เปรียบนี่ชิบหรือเปล่าวะ เอาว่ะ NJR ว่ะ Triple Q อ่ะแล้วไม่มีใครยอมใครโค้ดก็ยืนนิ่งมากเลยเข้าสู่เฟสของการแบนในราวที่4อ่ะเรารู้เขาว่านักแข่งเขาง่วงนอนแล้วเขาก็จะไปนอนแล้วที่ก็จะหาวเหมือนกันถึงแม้อาจจะไม่เห็นว่านักแข่งเขาหาวแล้วก็แบบเป็นของการแบนในราวที่4ทางฝั่งของดาร์คเซโร่ที่จะแบนเป็นมิล่าไม่ขอแบนเป็นเดมอนกลายว่าตัวล่าลมหาย2หยิบตัวคิบิกไว้ปะเนี่ยไม่ดาร์คเซโร่ไม่ได้หยิบนะแต่หยิบเจเนตี้เล่นเปลี่ยนจากโซเฟียไปเป็นหญิงตามมาด้วยฟริที่เล่นเป็นในส่วนของมอนตี้แบ็กเบียด NJR ฮิบันนะนัวเล่นเป็นแรมรอบนี้เล่นใต้ดินมีท็อกซินสโมกกล้องมาเชอรี่วอร์มายเติร์ดเล่นอาซามิวัตถิหยิบโกโยไม่มีใครเล่นชั้น2เล่นในไซส์กันหมดเลยทางฝั่งของเวทโบ มีตัวอยู่ทางฝั่งเซ็นทรัลแจก็คือในส่วนของ Speak Easy นี่คือ Easyบ้านแดงไม่มาออนเอาแพ็คหรอครับคุณเกมเมอร์คุณเกมเมอร์อินไซต์มันช่องอาร์ตี้มีอันนี้นะมีดรอปช่องบ้านม่วงนะกดลิงก์ที่ปักหมุดไว้ได้อะโอ้โหปลาแฟดเอ้ยแล้วอันนี้เลยแล้วC4ไปเหมือนจะสะกิดโดนนะเราเลยแฟนสำเร็จด้วยเป็นรีไฟเอาละนี่โหลดกระสุนแน่แล้วเป็นยิงทะลุวอลแบงแกที่ตัดแต่ก็ที่ตัดไคโน่ได้ต่อแล้วเป็นสปีดอีซี่เอาแล้วครับ3-3เดินมาอย่างนี้แต่เป็นนัวดีครับโดนนัวนะเหลือแค่ก็อตทีคนเดียวฮะแล้วเล่นคิเช่นตัวหนึ่งด้วยเวอร์ติคอล1เอาเวอร์ติคอล2ตีเสมอเป็น2-2ก็ส่วนทางฝั่งของดาร์คซีโร่ฮะน่าจะไม่ทำเอานะแต่อาจจะต้องดูในราวเนี้ยถ้าสมมติราวนี้ยังไอ้นี้อยู่ก็อาจจะต้องทำเอา maybe not sure อย่าไปยอมครับดาร์คซีโร่สาดไปนักแข่ง สามารถพิดิกได้นะรอบนี้คนพิดิกกันน้อยว่ะดูทรงแล้วเขาน่าจะบอกว่าแน่ๆเลย
10 seconds to go. 5 seconds to go. Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Everyone good? Alright, let's get cracking. Everyone makes mistakes.
ค่าชนะ50รับ5แต้มพอนะ5เวลโปรชนะ5พอไม่ใช่พอนะ5พอ5พอนะ5พอนะเอ็กโซต้องมีชาร์จนะตอนแรกปากามอสไมล์ไปเมื่อกี้ติดเลเซอร์โซล่าเลเซอร์เกตแล้วโดนตัดลิฟต์อีกแล้วท็อปกาลาดเล่น2ตัวมีเติร์ดกับกอตทีในเบดรูมเป็นโฮเว่นแต่เหมือนโฮเว่นจะกลับไปเล่นทางฝั่งของคอนตักโซนด้านคอนตักฮะโซนโฮเว่นเดินไหลมาคุณเช็คก่อนเราเหลือมา1 ที่ 30 วินาที เอ้ยตัดโฮเว่นได้เอาละจะเดินไหลจะตัดโฮเว่นได้เหลือ5-3แล้วพีคอย่างนั้นก็ถี่ฮะตูนเจไนตี้ตัดไปเหลือแค่สปีซี่กับเติร์ดที่เจ็บหนักอยู่เหมือนกันแล้วพยายามที่จะโถมเข้าแคชรูมและไหลเข้ามาแล้วในส่วนของไคโน่แล้วไคโน่ไม่สนนะช็อตกันแล้วล้มไคโน่บอกกูล้มอีกแล้วโดนแฟดนะแต่เติร์ดบอกไม่รู้กูยิง NJR แล้วเป็นนัวตัดสปีซี่ได้เลยแค่เติร์ดคนเดียวเอาละตอนนี้แน่แล้วเดินมาแต่ว่าข้ามมาก็โดนนะเจไนตี้ปิดงานให้แล้วขึ้นเป็น3-2ก่อนในราวที่5นำเป็นก่อน1ราวอะอีก 75% ได้แทชเชอร์แล้วจริงหรอมันก็3ชั่วโมงนี่ใช่ไหมเราดูแบบ4ชั่วโมงอะอ้อยตัวละครไม่ทำงานตัวละครบั๊กไม่สิ 75% แล้วก็มันดูครบ4ชั่วโมงจะได้ไอ้นั่นของแทชเชอร์นี่ได้ไอ้รูปอะโพสเทรตของแทชเชอร์อะก็แสดงว่าเราดูกันมา3ชั่วโมงแหละเพราะว่าจากเวลาในสตรีมมักซี่มันขึ้นว่าสตรีมประมาณ3ชั่วโมง5นาที
10 seconds left. 5 seconds to insertion. Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Loading new magazine!
Get out!
อุ้ยรีบดูฮะอาที่ดูต่อแหละอาที่ดูจนจบแหละแต่ว่าอาที่อาจจะแวะไปกินข้าวเพราะว่าพ่อซื้อเกาเหลามาให้พ่อจะไปกินเกาเหลาก่อนจะได้กินยาด้วย เฮ้ยเราเห็นขาเห็นในนี่ยิงขาแตกรีบอีกแล้วสเปกอีซี่เจ็ดเจเนตี้ต่อเดินอย่างนี้โอ้โหเดินอย่างนี้ก็โอ้โหก็หวานหมูทริปเปิลคิวหรือไคโน่คนเดียวเอาละมอนตี้ดูทรง33อะจบมาพอเลตลาว33เละตุ้มเป๊ะงง
Yay! Time for D time.
Remember how reason, Bulker? This does go to overtime. They're probably on that same roam back. That's exactly what we were prepping on.
Yeah, I know.
Next time,
yeah,
you'll just hammer him on that.
เชื่อโค้ดไม่ใจเย็นจัดอะ
And if they do more of the consolidation, obviously you can call more so on the fly off that.
Sure.
You were right. That was actually like literally the initial was thermite the wall open, ace the wall immediately. They have nothing to stop it, and then we float around the map and spread on them. So it was a teeter, but it could also be a tally because you forgot. Teeter because you remember.
Fair enough.
Teeter on a tally because you forgot type of deal.
Fair enough. I'll take it. Took well. Oh my god.
Safe fouls. 80 on prep. Ain't nothing to say.
Yeah, we got all
Looks
the
already been closed.
So where
Looks
we
been
going
opening
first?
On top head, okay? Positions on church, shield, a lot of stuff for church. We can bring Thatcher, counter everything. So the thing is, you need to remember from basement, we're gonna have map control, we're gonna have the sense walls, you're gonna push your shield on dirt. So the thing is, always try to push your shield in a way that you're not gonna die dropping hedge. You're not gonna die for easy pre-placed C4s. Okay, this is the main goal of this attack. So we're gonna improve a lot compared to last times we played. But yeah, guys, we have the best map in front. Club, attack, you guys.
สลับฝั่งเอาหน่อยนะดักซิโลเฮ้ยเราอย่าเพิ่งไปนั่นเขาได้อยู่แล้ว เข้าสู่ในเฟสของการแบนในรอบที่7ค่ะดาร์คซีโร่แบนอะไรแบนมอนตี้ไว้โปแบนขยิดแบนดิตไหมไม่ขยิดแบนมิล่าดาร์คซีโร่แบนมอนตี้กับพิบาแล้วอาร์ตี้ก็หาวอีกคนนึงยืนกอดอกเว้ยอีกคนนึงยืนแบบว่าเอามือกุมเหมือนแบบว่าเอากอดอกแล้ว ตอนแรกแบบเหมือนคนกำลังแบบเดินจงกรมอะเอามือกุมแล้วเดินจงกรมอะ
10 seconds to go. 5 seconds remaining. Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Loading new magazine.
This area is hostile.
ต้องดู2 ชั่วโมงครึ่งได้ EWC Diamond ช่องอาซี่มีเหรอไม่มีนี่เราต้องไปดูช่อง Official เปล่าเอ๊ะที่ดูสิหรือว่าอาชีดูครบแล้วมันก็เลยไม่นับเปล่าวะเพราะส่วนใหญ่ไอ้ที่มันดูครบแล้วมันจะไม่นับขึ้นดรอปให้
Rolling a wheel.
Setting hot for
อ๋อใช่ถ้าซับช่องอาร์ซี่จะได้อัลต้าไวโอเลตมันจะมีเขาบอกว่ามันเนี่ยเขาบอกว่า1ซับหรือ1กิฟต์ซับจะได้ในส่วนของEWC โลโก้ EWC แบตเป็นของ Ultra Violet แต่ถ้าอย่างอื่นสามารถจุ่มได้เลยเราที่เช็คละไม่เกี่ยวแสดงว่าไอดีหลักอาร์ตี้ดูครบแล้วอาร์ตี้ไปดูไอดีลองมาอุ้ยแล้วเติร์ดเก็บ2เติร์ด 5G จะเป็นนัวกระตัดก๊อตทีไนตี้ตัดอุ้ย โทษทีอะอาซี่ก้มดูโทรศัพท์ถือว่าเจ๋งอยู่แข่งไว้ดาร์ซิโร่กัดฟันแน่นได้อยู่ถือว่ากันได้อยู่อุ๊ยก็ติใส่แหวนว่ะใส่แหวนนิ้วนางBandit
10
trick
seconds to insertion. 5 seconds remaining. Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
So anyway, that's how I climbed Everest.
Wow.
Attackers have located a bomb.
That's amazing. You should make a video.
Think of the mechanism.
Changing mags.
ให้ดูสิเทอร์ไมท์อ่ะเทอร์ไมท์ฟอเรสเซนแบ็คเบียร์แล้วก็แบ็คพิบิเคลียร์โซนว่ะเคลียร์เบดรูมกินทุกอย่างแต่ชั้น2เธอไหมเหรอได้ลูกอะไรอ่ะโอ้ได้มาตั้งแต่แพทอันนี้แล้วแพทตอนที่มันปรับนะที่จำไม่ได้ว่า Year 11 Season 2มั้งYear 11 Season 1จะหมุนติ้วเลยYear 10 Season 4 Year 10 Season 4ใช่ก่อน Year 11ไม่Year 11ก่อน Year 10 Season 4ใช่ถูกละอาซี่ถูกละตอนนั้นอาซี่จำได้ว่าอาซี่ทำคลิปแนะนำตัวละครเธอไหมตอนYear 11 Season 3นั่นแหละแล้วแม่งแบบกำลังจะเปลี่ยนแพทใหม่แล้วแบบว่าวันพออาซี่อัพโหลดปุ๊บไม่กี่ชั่วโมงต่อมาแม่งบอกว่าในลีกแม่งบอกว่าเธอไหมจะโดนปรับจากตอนแรกอะไรนะเอ็กโซเทอร์มิกชาร์จใช่ปะ2 เป็น 3ไปแล้วที่แบบว่าไอ้เฮียกูทำคลิปไปแล้วนี่ไง
Leave this fucking shield, bro. You're playing too scared with this shield. Not opening space, being the last one to push, bro. if you're gonna
แล้วที่เราต้องบอกว่าพิมพ์วงเล็บว่าก่อนยา10ซีซั่น
I
2
told you guys, look, they play very spread on the
Hey,
map.
yeah,
They
that's
give
it.
big areas, but you are playing full safe with the shield, bro. Who's the shield are a fucking drone, you know?
So if they go gym, you want me to use shield or we just
เฮ้ย
clear?
โคตร
No,
แม่ง
the thing is, bro, check the comp.
โคตรแม่งโมโห
Bandits, who am I? Bro, we need to bring the Thatcher to solve the problem, break the bunker.
Okay.
We need to break the gadgets so we can throw grenades, we can make the space, you know? It's all about that, guys. Come on, we can do it.
Let's go, guys.
5-3 is easy to us. We can take this game. Come on, guys. Come on. We are the best. Remember, guys, the pressure is on them. It's not on us. Remember this. Okay?
Has recovered the diffuser.
โมโหโกหังโมโหแล้วนะไปว่ะ5-3แล้วทุกคน
10 seconds to go.
Deploying razor wire.
5 seconds to go. Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
ถ้าพรุ่งนี้อักซี่ว่างอักซี่ว่าอักซี่จะจัดห้องใหม่อีกรอบหนึ่งว่ะซี่รู้สึกว่าอักซี่อาจจะระเบียบใหม่อีกรอบนึง บัณฑิตมี impact เยอะทำไมคนไม่หยิบมาเล่นกันโหเรื่องนี้อาซี่ให้คำตอบไม่ได้ว่ะ
On my 12, found any electronics.
Coming up.
ไหนสตาร์ทมาตอบดิ แบนดิตมี impact มี impact เยอะทำไมถึงไม่มีคนหยิบมาเล่นตอบแต่จริงถ้าถามว่าสำหรับอาซี่ว่ามันก็โดนแก้ทางได้นะโอ้โหนึกถ่อมตัวเลยแหละแต่มุมมองของอาซี่มันโดนแก้ทางได้อยู่ดีอ่ะคุณสมอไหนอ่ะเอาจากที่แบบอาซี่เห็นเลยแล้วกันแบบที่อาซี่ดูอ่ะ what the fuck เอาที่อาซี่เห็นเลยอ่ะเห็นอุ้ยเชียร์ลิฟตัด NGR ไปได้ไลฟ์ไลน์ของโซเฟียก็สามารถทำได้what ไอ้เหี้ยมึงเดินไหลไม่มีใครสงสัยเลยใครโน่มึงไม่เห็นเนาะไอ้ให้เก็บควอเตอร์คิวเอ็ดเหรอเอ็ดเปล่าก็ทีเอ็ดเปล่าก็ทีเอ็ดเอ้ยไม่ใช่ก็ทีไอ้เหี้ยไม่ใช่ฟุตแต่ฟุตต้องคนเก็บเอ็ดแต่เลยก็ทีปิดงานให้เมื่อกี้ลิฟแม่งเดินไหลมุมมองมันมีหลายแบบอ่ะมันทริคจะว่าไงดีจากที่เคยดูเขาเล่นเขาแข่งกันมานะถ้าไม่มีที่แบบว่าคุณไอโพลี่บอกว่ามันไม่มีแคสบาริเคดแคสเซิลปิดหรืออะไรเงี้ยมันก็ไอ้นี่เหมือนกันเพราะว่าด้านล่างอ่ะมันสามารถแก้ทางได้อ่ะมันจะเรียกว่าไงดีวะยิงจากล่างขึ้นบนอ่ะช่างหัวแมงอะสตาร์ไตไม่ตอบกูไม่รู้จะตอบไงละสตาร์ไตมึงเลิกถ่อมตัวสักทีเพื่อให้ ให้ทีมมันเข้าทางแผนที่ทำมาเจาะมันเจาะได้อยู่ดีไม่จำเป็นต้องหยิบมาทำอะไรเหมือนเดิมเอาของไปกันกลางเกมกับท้ายเกมดีกว่าเพื่อให้ทีมโน้นมันเข้าทางแผนที่ทำมาอันนั้นแหละมันโดนแก้อยู่ดี
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
Raise the wire! Keep it active!
All clear nearby. Hold on. I have intel on the enemy.
ทิกอยู่โดนโซเฟียอันเดอร์ลายใส่ปึ้งแตก
Reload.
มีนี่มี IQ อีกอะมันหลายอย่างมันหลายแบบอะก็นั่นแหละครับท่านผู้ชม
Watch yourselves. Hostile inbound.
แล้วถ้าเป็นคายิดอะคายิดแม่งก็โดนนะนี่หรอปะวะคายิดแม่งไม่เหมาะทิกหน้ายิมโดนเปิดแคสเซิลยิงแจกแอะก็บอกเพื่อนให้คอร์สดีๆดิบอกเพื่อนคุมดีๆดิไงบอกเพื่อนไม่ได้เหรอราวที่10เฟสของการแบนในราวที่10ทางฝั่งของดาร์เซโลเลือกที่จะแบนเป็นในส่วนของเทอร์ไมต์ตามมาด้วยฝั่งของเวบวกที่แบนเป็นแบนดิตเพราะว่าแบนดิตเพราะว่าแฮดมันแฮดนี่หว่าแล้วไอ้คนที่ไม่แบนคายิดอะเพราะเหตุผลอะไรทิกได้อยู่ดีแบบว่าแก้ได้อยู่ดีแต่บางทีมันก็แล้วแต่ทีมด้วยอะบางทีมไม่ก็แบนบางทีมก็ไม่แบนขึ้นอยู่กับแผนที่เขาเลือกเขาจะเล่นแบบไหนอะนี่เราเดดมาร์กนะแท็กโคเว่นแท็กใครแท็กโกโยแท็ก NJR และ NJR เตรียม C4 รอเหมือนจะหาตำแหน่งแล้วเจาะ C4 ไหม C4 อุ้ยทามมิ่งโคเว่นเจ็บหนักอุ้ยให้พี่ชาร์จเจาะเฮดคิทเช่นแล้วเหมือนจะเห็นขาแต่ว่ายิงไม่โดนนะตำแหน่งไม่ถูกโอ้โหเทสวิธีโอ้โหเกือบตัดแล้ว1ตัวโอ้ยเสียดายแล้วเซลว่าเจาะหน้าอาร์เซนอลคุกกี้อาร์เซนอลอร่อยนะทุกคนเอาแบบว่าเป็นไอ้นี่ได้เขาเรียกว่าอะไรนะเอาฝาไปเคาะหัวได้สโมกสเปซอีซี่สโมกเพื่อที่จะเล่นนะนี่เดินไหลมานี่แล้วไคโน่ล้มเอาแล้วเป็นก็ทีตัดไคโน่เอาเลยฮะดอกมาไอ้ยังก็ทีดอกโอ้ยเตยเก็บนัวเหลือ2 ต่อ 4เจเนตี้ตัดเติร์ดโฮเว่นตัด NJR เลยนะเจเนตี้คนเดียวแล้วชิบหายเราไปรีบเก็บงานแล้วขึ้น5 ต่อ 5วันนี้คุณเปมะวันนี้คุณเปมเป็นไงบ้างคุณจุ่มสวัสดีครับ
After side on this round, and then if we do back to basement,
did he
pop off the fucking fake roam for us?
Yeah, I think we have it.
Let's go cash and let's go back into the fake roam after that. Slow me down a little bit off the clear. They already think we're roaming shot zone.
Heard.
Yeah. Just crank it out. Little simple lay round. That's all it is. They're just dropping hatches and flying down staircases and shit. Just call it crosses. Simple.
Yeah, we do have fake roams. Last one. Heard on it. For the cash side, let's do. What is our hardest Raptors strat? It's just like base, master contest, yeah? And then you get in there?
We have the cash ratatouille prep, where I hide in there.
Yeah, let's do that.
Attackers drop the diffuser.
กูเครียดเลยกูกุมขมับแล้วกูกุมขมับเลย งานผมโคตรยุ่งไม่ได้พาคุณแม่ไปเที่ยวงานวันแม่เลยอุ้ยวันอื่นก็ได้นะวันอื่นก็ได้คุณเปรม หาวันแบบว่างๆสักวันพาคุณแม่ไปเที่ยวก็ได้นะจริงๆไม่จำเป็นต้องเป็นวันแม่เสมอไป
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
ไว้มีโอกาสหรือว่างๆก็ค่อยพาท่านไปเที่ยวได้นะเที่ยวงานอื่นก็ได้ไม่จำเป็นต้องเป็นงานวันแม่ผมมีแต่ของขวัญให้ทดแทนไปก่อนฮะเฮ้ยนี่ไงก็ว่างๆก็ไปชวนท่านไปทานข้าวอะไรเงี้ยพาท่านไปทานข้าวก็ได้พาท่านไปเที่ยวห้างพาท่านไปกินข้าวกินไอติมกินอะไรอย่างเงี้ยนะแบบจริงๆที่ว่าวันแม่คือเราสามารถยังไงก็ได้ดีไซน์ขึ้นมาก็ได้อะมันไม่จำเป็นต้องแบบพาแม่ไปวันแม่ก็ได้ใช่แค่แบบพาท่านไปเที่ยวพาท่านไปกินข้าวไปเที่ยวห้างก็ได้อะไรเงี้ยพารามิเตอร์ว่าตึกWhat เอาของอาซี่ส่วนใหญ่ก็กิน MK อะไรเงี้ยหรือแบบว่าแบบชิวๆอ่ะไปเที่ยวห้างมันไม่มีอะไรพิเศษแบบมันจริงๆมันก็พิเศษแหละมันจะบอกว่าไม่มีอะไรพิเศษไม่ได้คือเราทำเท่าที่เราสะดวกอะเราดีไซน์กิจกรรมของเราเองได้หรือไม่เราก็ทดแทนเป็นอีเวนต์อื่นก็ได้ในอนาคตที่แบบว่าอาจจะจัดขึ้นในอนาคตอะไรอย่างเงี้ยแล้วก็ทดแทนเป็นวันแม่ก็ได้นะแต่ว่านี่บุกไงเว้ยโป๋เล่นอะไรเล่น CCTV เล่นในนี่ Cash Room CCTV มีอะไรมีมีเจเกอร์EDS EDG Disruptor ไปแล้วนี่แล้วก็นี่ปายิงไฟแล้วพยายามยิงเอาแล้วฮะตอนนี้ยิงไฟทำลายโดนแฟดโอ้ยเจ็บแล้วเป็นฟุตตัดเติร์ดไปก่อนแล้วลีฟตัดเจเนตี้สปีกอีซี่ตัดฟุตได้เหลือ3-4แล้วสโมกปิดอย่างนี้ชิบหายแล้วฮะในส่วนของทางฝั่งของนัวที่เล่นเป็นเยเกอร์เดินไหลมาท็อปกาลาดแล้วเดินขึ้นมาแล้วตัดได้ไหมแล้วตัดได้ก่อนคนแรกเป็นนัวที่ตัดโฮเวนได้เหลือ3-3 35 นาทีสุดท้ายจะเข้าไซด์หรือไม่ในโซนทางฝั่งของดาร์คเซโรมีตัวตัวหลังแตกหลังหัวอีฮีโกยหลังตุดแตกแล้ว10 วิสุดท้ายอะทำเวลาดอกมาอย่างงี้เอาดิฟฟิวเซอร์ดรอปแล้วนัวเก็บ2เอาละแมตช์พอยต์นั่นเป็นของทางฝั่งของดาร์คซีโร่ครับตอนนี้6-5ครับไม่มีใครยอมใครสูสีกันทั้ง2ทีมเป็นส่วนของทางฝั่งของทั้งเว่ยโป๋และดาร์คซีโร่อันนี้คือภาคสเปนได้ไหมภาคอยู่สเปนนะเพย์ออฟรอบนี้คือตกรอบกลับบ้านทุกคนไม่มีแบบว่ามานั่งแบบว่าอันนี้นะไม่มีแบบว่ามาแบบว่า second chain นะเว้ยโปจีมาบอกว่าเว้ยโปแอร์พอร์ตเหรอแล้วสกอตแอร์พอร์ตเหรอเอาเลตโกไว้พอโอเคโทษเลตโกไว้พอกูนึกว่าเลตโกในแอร์พอร์ตอะไรเงี้ยเขาเชียร์ไว้ปล่อยอยู่อาที่ฟังผิดโทษอาที่ฟังเป็นไม่ตอนแรกมันบอกว่าอะไรนะเว้ยโปแอร์พอร์ตเหรอมันต้องมา let's go airport แล้วมันก็มีคนบอกว่า let's go เว้ยโปตึกแล้วแม่งแบบ แม่งเสียงที่มันพูดมันปนกันอะไอ้แม่งเหมือนแข่งกันนะแบบอีกฝั่งหนึ่งก็บอกว่า let's go airport อีกก็ let's go เวยโปเอาละแบบตัดสินนะราวที่12จะดูกันว่าทางฝั่งของเวยโปจะสามารถตีขึ้นมาเป็น6-6ได้หรือไม่ฮะหรือว่าจะเป็นในส่วนของดาร์เซโรจะชนะในแมตช์นี้ไปแล้วเข้าสู่รอบเซมิไฟแนลนะรอบนี้เล่นเป็นอะไรดาร์เซโรอาซาเยเกอร์มิวโกโยแล้วก็วีจิวในส่วนของทางฝั่งของเวยโปเป็นกริมเดมอสบริดโซลิดสเน็กแล้วก็เอซรอบนี้เน้นล่าแบบตัวหาข่าวล่ารวมเลยดีกว่ามีทั้งแบบว่าโซลิดสเน็กมีทั้งเดมอสมีทั้งกริมมีจิวเล่นไหนเล่นบีเชิร์สเลือดไหลมาทางฝั่งของทอยเลทเล่นใต้ดินหมดแล้วส่วนทางฝั่งของดาร์เซโลเล่นบีเชิร์สอาร์เซนอลแต่เดนมาร์กเฟลเพราะว่าโดนมิวแจมดิสเซเบิลไปจริงๆเมื่อกี้เจาะทางสต็อกแล้วเราจะเจาะเอาเซลมาเจาะเอาเซลมาเจาะตรงแฮดคิเช่นเมื่อกี้แต่ว่าไม่สำเร็จโดนอิมแพคปาแก้ไปแล้วเมื่อกี้C4ไปC4ไปมีแค่ลูกเดียวเลยนะไม่โดนนะคิโน่ตอนแรกอาซี่อ่านว่าไคโน่แต่ว่าอาซี่ได้ยินนักพากย์เรียกว่าคีโน่แล้วเมื่อกี้โอ้ใช้เซลมาเจาะว่ะใช้เซลมาเจาะแฮดหมดเลยไม่เหลือแล้วแล้วเจาะไม่สำเร็จชิบหายเจาะแฮดไม่แตกแล้วเป็นโนตัดโฮเว่นไปก่อนตอบเมื่อกี้ตอบมาใช่ไหมเมื่อกี้เจาะสำเร็จปะสำเร็จสำเร็จไอ้แค่ไม่สำเร็จไงวะสิเฮ้ยเหลือรีบคนเดียวรีบเล่นเหลือรีบคนเดียวเฮียแล้ว NJR ปิดงานเมื่อกี้ดูผิดโทษกูงงว่ามันดรอปแฮดได้ไงวะแฮดมันเปิดนี่หว่าแต่ถามว่าสูสีไหมสูสีนะแล้วจริงๆวันนี้เว้ยป๋อถามว่าเล่นดีไหมเล่นดีเว้ยวันนี้ลิฟลั่นจัดแต่ว่าเสียดายที่แบบว่าไม่ได้ไปต่อจบที่อันดับ 7-8 ต่อGG well play บ่ GG well play I'm appreciate นะ you so good นะgood luck see you next time บอกแล้ววายคาสฟูเลียบอกแล้วรีบกินอาวุธลับที่สั่งมาจากจีนกินอะไรกินหม่าล่าเหรอสูสีถือว่าสูสี
Yes, my friends, I'm here with our victors, Dark Zero and its Kino.
นี่
Joining me
วิกเตอ
here
ร์
for a quick
ดาร์ก
shot
ซีโร่
look. I'm noticing strategy-wise against Weibo, you're trying to slow things down. You're banning hard breachers. You're trying to make it difficult for them to roam around. Was that the plan from the start?
Yeah, it's the plan on these maps like Clubhouse, Nighthaven. When they ban the Bandit, the Cade, the Mira, and they have all the hard breach up, the Thermite, they're ripping all
เอา
the
ละครับ
walls.
ตื้อ
It's
ดื้อ
pretty
ดื้อ
hard to
ดื้อ
defend,
ดื้อ
so.
ดื้อ
Is something to slow it down for you? Is this something that you noticed that Weibo later in a round will stall out for time, and that's something that you can play to your advantage?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it was part of the game plan. We knew they were very slow. Their executes were not the best, even though like they had some really good executes today. So, yeah, that was the game plan.
An overall great game between both of you. We have to say it. It got tight a lot of times, especially map one. There were some things to think about. You're going back. You're now not just the player, but the team with the most experience. You got call out behind you as well. When you're in a moment where you have to come back, what goes into your mind? Because you got young gunners on the other side that are hungry for semifinals and more.
We're super present on this team. We're not really thinking about the score. I mean, and if you do, any team, that goes for any player. If you're looking at the score, you're looking you're down, you're looking at scoreboard, all that.
คนนี้
like,
ทำลายทำและลากเมาส์แบบ
it
กระ
doesn't
ชาก
help.
แปลก
So I just look at the group, we all laugh, we all have fun, and that's all that matters.
ๆอาจจะแผ่นรองเมาส์อันนี้เปล่าแบบว่า
From the team when we're all locked in together in your tactical
เล่นเมาส์ลื่น
timeouts,
ป่ะ
especially now. This is the quarterfinal. You've been in this position before, and you advance to semis. The option is Furia or an all-NA matchup. The top two teams in North America, Dark Zero wildcard. What do you expect to see, and what do you really want to see then?
I expect to see a good game, for sure. Two really good teams. And what I want to happen, it really does not matter. We're just here to play, and we're just going to do our thing regardless of the opponent.
So far, so good. But actually, you know one thing, our good friends over at the chess broadcast were saying that the crowd here at Rainbow Six is getting a bit too loud for them. So how about we make chess hear just a little bit how loud we could get at Rainbow Six on 3, Dark Zero. 1, 2, 3. We'll do it again. 1, 2, 3, Dark Zero.
เย้ดาร์กซีโร่
They're all in for it. Gentlemen, come on in from Dark Zero. Come here. It's time to crush some keys, and really, it's Weibo on the other side. Do you want to crush a Kino, or do you want one of your teammates to go for it?
Actually, I want NJ Yar to do it.
You don't seem too excited about it. Why? Come on in. Let's go together. Why? Where's the hesitation?
I don't think you want my answer.
Let's get this one open. It's our doors, and it's our crusher. I'm gonna call her Gertrude for today. Please come on in. Our key master here will tell you where to go. We'll guide you through. Dark Zero have been in this position time and time again, and this year they've done it in Salt Lake City. Here to make it to the semifinals. They crushed Weibo and the Asia Pacific Hearts, and they're down to nothing. Smushed. That's Weibo despite all their best efforts. Dark Zero advance, and now it's time to tell what really happened in the game with our wonderful disc. Take it away.
เสียดายนะเขาไม่เก็บไว้หรอวะ เป็นแบบคอลเลกชันอะไรเงี้ยอาซิอยากไปกินข้าวอาซิว่าอาซิจะบิดไปกินข้าวก่อนสักแป๊บหนึ่ง
Going home would have wanted a different result, but you know they mentioned it. 4 flawless rounds took them to a third map. I mean, it was a decent performance that could have ended up in a win. They just didn't have what it took to.
บ้านเขาก็รวยนะเว้ยคนจัดมันรวยนะเว้ยจะมารียูทำไมให้ไปเลยสิใจๆอ่ะ
how you can just really fuel your year and kind of go from event to event and learn how to improve. And that was really a great showing that they're building that resilience.
ให้นี่แบบว่าโอ้เราอุตส่าห์มาแบบรอบนี้เรามานะอะไรเงี้ย
You just have to kind of go through it as a team and go through those losses and learn from it.
I think the result was expected, but the way it happened was unexpected. I think that's the biggest takeaway, right? We expected that DZ are going to be the heavy favorites. They're going to win this matchup. We expected that Weibo, they've always struggled to get to the semifinal. It's always going to be a big question for them. Can they actually beat one team of the top 4 to make the top 4? I think they had it in them. I'm not going to lie. I think even if you look at that last map, how close it was, a 5-7 loss. And once again, Reaps being the best rated player. I think overall, you know, I think we can be proud of the performance of Weibo.
Yeah.
We've seen the evolution from that team. They're getting closer and closer every single time. They've added a new player to the lineup. And once again, DZ in terms of mental, they have to be that one team that has the, I don't know, they have that magic in them that the comeback is always possible for these guys. They always believe, they never look at the score.
Listen, as someone who, again, I'll say this phrase a couple of times over this week, you'll hear it, the eye test, right? Basically, what do you see and what's the takeaway without doing too much analytics? They have a great mentality, but not just in terms of executing, in terms of realizing what is their responsibility, but also Iconic realizing what isn't their responsibility. You've played with these guys quite often. You were excited to see some of your former teammates be successful, but the way that they're successful, it's not like every single esport athlete, even in R6, but across all esports has that same mentality.
And of course, you see how important it is just staying in the present moment, because that's all we really do have. That's why they call it the present. It's a gift. And being there, anything is possible to make sure you can actually take those steps forward as a team and not really feel that pressure mounting upon you. And, we'll try to pin narrative towards them, pin expectations on them, but your expectations, they try to put the limit on it, and they don't have a limit. They just go out there, have fun, and that will just give them just a endless product.
Well, we set up two narratives coming into this. Alphama, you raised the question, can North America do it back to back? That's the challenge for you. They've won, they've been in the mix, but can they do it twice? Now Dark Zero continue on that journey.
Yeah, can they build that legacy? I think the answer is yes. I think that they're not feeling the expectations. That's the biggest thing. I think many people would feel the pressure looking at the scoreboard, or you looking at your achievement. You'd feel like we've won the last major. Everyone expects us to be the best team coming at the EWC, and we need to be that best team. I think DZ, they don't think that way, and they are probably one of the only teams, if not the only teams, that think that way. Let's not think about us winning EWC.
Yeah.
Let's take not even every match by match. Let's take it round by round, and like you said, be in the present. And that just speaks a lot about that team's mentality. That's unlike any other in our scene.
You kind of set up a story, and I think this was important, about how they ran out of options towards the end. And even Kino was mentioning that, they had some pretty good executes on the day, but they knew that was maybe where the weakness would be. They took advantage of it. One player who was in the front to stop, I think, the momentum and stop the bleeding from when Weibo took that first map, and then was able to finish it off with that 1v1. Nurs, who was the MVP of this matchup. Talk to me, Iconic and Alphama, about the impact that this player had for DZ.
New Krug, going all the way back to Charlotte when he first made his debut, just been a player with immense impact no matter what team he's been on, and I'm just so glad to see him really finding the success, because he even said it when he joined this team that he didn't know how serious you could take this game until he was in the part of this system, and I feel like he's really getting the best and most consistent version of himself, and I'm just happy for him. At the last major too, his grandma was there, they did a big chant, so I was very, very happy for him.
I think first thing first with Nurs, that giving credit for firing up DZ. He's the one that wins the 1v3 on the very first map on map 2. He's the one that wins the clutch 2 in map 2. He's the one then that goes and gets multiple kills, multi-kills on the last map as well, so that DZ takes the series. He was the one that was the entry, winning the opening engagements on the side of DZ, and in defense he was the time buyer. He was the one roaming and flanking in the last moment to win those moments where Weibo had great executes. So in my opinion, MVP by far, not only by the score, but actually the impact he had in the game.
An incredible clutch, a lot of moments that I said stop the bleeding. Alphama just said also saved the day for this team. Dark Zero probably couldn't have done it without Nurs' heroics. However, on the other side, to every victory, there is a loss. There's a defeat that hopefully is learned from. We have a chance to talk to Speak Easy about falling to Dark Zero here in the playoffs.
We're talking to Speak Easy after their elimination. Unfortunate result here. My first question for you would be, did you expect to play Lair today?
Yes, we prepped 4 maps, Chalet, Lair, Labs, and Club. And if you look at that, we kind of won the veto, but we can't really execute it in game.
That's my main question about the second map as well. You got really close to an overtime. What do you think went wrong on that map?
I think it's just the attacks that I tried to lead with the guys, it doesn't work well. And also understanding their win con. I tried to play with the shields, but I think DZ did a great job countering me. I think, props to them.
And what do you then talk about after map 2 to get the momentum back and the vibes back from map 3 as well?
We just talk about the pressures on them, and and we're just here to play our game. And I think we just need to keep our mental high, and I think we showed that really well.
That's really good. It's very impressive as well. And I think, I'm not sure if you heard it, but it really seemed like the crowd was on your side today here. So anything you want to say for the fans after their support in this tournament?
Thank you to the fans all around the world. And I see there's at least 15 like Weibo fans, and thank you for coming and watching us. And I promise, like, we will try to do a lot more than just top 8.
Awesome. Thank you so much for your time, and best of luck for stage 2. We'll send it back to you, the studio, for now.
Well, thanks, Dan. Weibo and Speakeasy saying that they're going to do a little bit better next time they come out, but I know the fans back at home watching and the fans, he was right, filling up these stands are happy with what they've done and will continue to support them. Gentlemen, as we kind of transition from this match to our second series of the day, some closing thoughts and takeaways from what we've seen so far. Dark Zero moving on.
I feel like this game was a great example of what EWC can bring in terms of rivalries and competitions. We've just seen two of the biggest regions face each other, the Titan of Asia facing the Titans of NA, and that was only quarterfinals. It went all the way to a third map. We had multiple clutches. We had a lot of emotions and a lot of fans here in the crowd already. Yeah. And that's only the first day of playoffs, so that gets me excited for the rest.
I think mentality is king right now, especially this long tournament. You have to make sure that you're really able to push it over the finish line. And I feel like this going into this next series, Furia versus Wildcard, I mean, I'm excited for both. Speaking to both teams, they seem ready for it, ready to go out for the challenge, and it's going to be a bloodbath.
If it's anything like this one, we are going to have a show on our hands as well. Make sure you get your pick'ems in, because at the Esports World Cup, you have a chance to choose whether you believe a team is going to win or not and earn your share of prizing, which is a great opportunity for you to also just get some bragging rights, say, I got this, I got that. I also was right about something. For those of you who picked Weibo, you were close, but it was DZ. So we'll see if maybe you can get on the right side of the pick here with Wildcard and Furia coming up next in our schedule. These two teams about to go head to head to finish off our series of the day. All right, coming up in just a moment, we'll have our final series. As I mentioned, Wildcard and Fury about to take the stage, but until then, we've got a treat for you. It's Pengu's Confessions, so stay tuned.
If any of you have been watching some of the other broadcasts over the last 5 weeks, you know exactly what this is. You are, unfortunately, well, you are the guinea pig this week for Pengu's Confessions.
My confessions?
Confessions,
okay,
yes.
What am I confessing to?
Well, let's find out. You know what? These are actually pretty good. We've had some very, very tame weeks on this. Okay. Everyone's like, we work with a couple of companies that don't let you kind of say things. Now, these are a lot better than that. So
loose lips.
Well, I mean, you got to kind of... You'll be fine. Anyway, so let's look back at some of your earlier days, Pengu. So looking back at everyone between 2016 and 2019, what percentage of your old behavior would you now class as competitive passion, and what percentage was you being a...
Percentages, yeah?
Well, I mean, we can chat
so
about it.
There's two versions of this, right? Okay. There's the one where I'm going to be like, defending myself, and I'll say 50-50.
Okay.
Not accurate whatsoever, by the way. Honestly, I'm going to have to go 80% being an absolute
Yeah, no, that's fair then.
and 20 is passion.
I need to look back at some of this, because I'm actually all for the toxicity. I'm actually game.
You're all for, I mean, you're a hot kid, right? So
yeah, well, exactly. Yeah, no, so we can cook on that. Yeah, absolutely. At what point are you actually planning on getting a driver's license, or is it just somebody else's problem?
Oh my God. Oh yeah, listen, everyone bothers me about the driver's license constantly, but get it, right? We have a great life here. We have shuttle transport. I live in Denmark with public transportation available for a cheap cost, etc. But I did
cheap
get a
cost
house
in Denmark in the same sentence.
Comparatively to getting a car, right?
Fair.
But I did get a house earlier this year. And I went to IKEA a couple of times, and I had to beg people, can you please drive me there? Get your for me. So honestly, 2027, a goal for a driver's license.
Yeah, no, I had that problem, you know, having to drive around, but I was also like 17, so.
I'm 28.
Be honest, what is more satisfying, winning a major or getting a really good photo of a bird?
I only won one major.
Okay.
I've taken many photos of birds.
Okay.
Over that long stretch of time, I think I've gotten more satisfaction from the bird photos.
Yeah.
If it's one-to-one, go to the major.
Gotta be the major. What's the best bird photo you've had?
Oh my God! So it's actually of a, it's of a shoebill, African stork. Okay. It's in the zoo in Tokyo, and it's based on an animal that almost doesn't exist at any zoos in the world.
Oh, the shoe bill's the one with the huge
beak,
and they like clap it together, don't they?
It sounds like a gun firing.
I know exactly what he means.
It's a crazy bird, beautiful, looks very dangerous.
Yes. No, they are dangerous though, aren't they? Like,
wouldn't know.
Wouldn't know.
But they look dangerous.
Okay. Have you packed,
Chris?
Have you packed more than one pair of socks for this event?
I have.
Okay.
But I will say there has been a couple of it. Oh my God, that's why this question is from. Oh my God, yeah. There's been events in the past where I would just bring the pair that I arrived in, realize 3 days in, that's the only pair that I have.
Yeah, that's
and guess what I did?
What'd you do?
I just stuck it out.
Oh, you just filmed it?
One pair for 2 weeks.
Wow.
Yeah.
For 2 weeks?
But that's how the long events last for, Chris.
You don't get even sync wash them or anything?
No, because the thing is, I was 23 years old. I was a gamer.
That's fair.
And if there's no mom around, there's no laundry around. But now that I'm 28, I've learned and I bring more than I need.
Well, that wasn't too bad.
It could have been worse.
It could have been worse.
It can always get worse.
I need to delve a little bit more than the rest of the week. Thank you very much, mate.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you. That wasn't too bad.
Everyone is playing, you're not yet. EWC Play is your all-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a grand total of $300,000 in prize pool. Build your dream fantasy team in 5 different games and track your score with live results tables. Predict the winner of every game, every group stage, and every tournament. Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes? Join EWC Play now.
An update from the Gidea City Grid, a big moment in the club championship, a game that AJL were looking towards to not even just pick up points, but to go far in. Hasn't went well.
Did not go well at all. I think a little bit of an upset for them in that regard. Had 2 opportunities in those last 2 matches to get 12 points. It was a very doable point gap, but they weren't able to manage it. Ended up getting pushed by Nongshim Red Forest, and at the end of the day, they couldn't stand up against them.
And that's a conversation, we were just having off camera, how that's a big moment for AGL, one that they would have probably banked on picking something up in, and now all of a sudden, the rest of their week kind of looking for them is realistically down to something potentially in chess or potentially in weeks gone by. This is a big moment for Falcons to retake the lead, right?
Absolutely. I think that they were banking on at least a top 8 finish, a couple extra additional points when it comes to CC leaderboard, maintaining that first place spot for a little bit longer. And now they're going to have to work even harder if they want to stay up there.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. Well, we'll be keeping up to date throughout the rest of the week with you, Lauren, of course. When we get into the latter stages, see how things go. Thank you very much, guys. Back to you.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Welcome back to the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet. We've had so much action already. It feels like we've got a full day of R6. But no, there's one more series to come, and it is not one you want to miss. Basically, the top-performing team of the tournament wildcard about to take on some serious fan favorites in Furia who are already making some noise in our stands. So it's going to be an exciting one. My name is Rain Day. Welcome back to the panel. I'll be joined by some familiar and, well, no, they're just familiar faces. They just one hasn't been here for the first set. Laxing back. I'm sure you guys love love seeing him here. We're going to get his analysis and Alpha again to join us. Laxing, since you didn't get a chance to talk about that first series, I know you were watching. What's the takeaway, man?
I mean, I think you guys broke it down very well. It was a very good series. It had to go with the third map, and that's always what we love to see in Siege. Now, you know, some of those games can get a little grueling, but it was how close it was with each and every single one of those maps. And for DZ to be able to close out, especially on a map like Clubhouse, I mean, we talk about this as the very default map. It's the gauntlet. It's the Coliseum, essentially. You have to win off based off fundamentals. And for Dark Zero to close it out the way they did, it really speaks into their fundamentals and mentality.
I just love
I warned you
the
about.
reason he's smiling has nothing to do with what he's saying. It's the drums. It's the band that is behind us now.
I just love that we brought the loudest analyst on the desk at the moment where they started kicking off the drums. Obviously, you guys are picking us up. You remember EWC 2025?
I was down there.
You remember Furia and their drums and their fans, and Brazil is here in Paris with those fans.
Brazil.
I just love it.
Come on, man. Let's
Vamos
go.
Brazil.
Vamos Brazil. Toca la bola. That's what I know because I was over there playing some soccer. Man, 20 years ago. Can you believe it? That's when I was over there. Big shout out Fluminense. Big shout out my Brazilian people as well. Got a lot of Brazilian talent managers also. So, you know, Abner, Norton, Gio, we got to send love to you guys. But here's the deal. We have got storylines to say, even though we've got drums as well. And that's why we want to introduce our PS5 story of the day. Wild card. From wild card to favorites. Talk to me about that.
I mean, when you just look at the progression of this team and where they've been, they came into 2025 kind of as a wild card, essentially, and their first event was Reload. It was kind of a little bit of a goofy event, fun format, but a lot of people kind of wrote them off as like, okay, you know, this was an event for everyone to kind of just get a feel of the water, see what they look like, but wild card inevitably ends up making, close to a grand final, semi-final finish, but everyone wrote them off. It was kind of like, oh, that was a fluke event. They aren't going to be able to replicate it, but since then, they've been able to replicate a main stage appearance at every single event since that 2025 Reload.
Wow. It's a you know, a beautiful story, I think, of the grassroots system that we have, and young players coming out of NA, out of nowhere. Spiker, IGLing, youngest IGL in the world, and just coming here and IGLing to a crazy level, base, surprising everyone.
Yeah.
Players that came out of nowhere in NA just simply started attending STR events and making impressive records every single time. They just never got to the point where we believed they could make a grand final. And I think after what they've shown in the last few months, they might just now have become, instead of wildcards, favorites.
I agree.
Wow, I love that. Well, the PS5 story is set up perfectly by our analysts there. Laxing Alphama talking a little bit about what this team can bring. You mentioned Bay. He has the highest player rating coming into this playoff run. Also undefeated so far, which is an incredible, just little star to add to already a great performance.
Again, it's exactly what you want out of these players, and Bay being one of their top fraggers, essentially their entries, to be able to be putting up the numbers that he does. I mean, that's the confidence you want. You heard him in his interview where they got into the playoffs. His mom was flying all the way over here. We have a lot of their parents in the crowd. We have Baby Shark, a French living here. He has his family here, so they have all the support of their family here. And I'm telling you, to not only be able to feed off the crowd and the energy there, but you have your mom in the crowd, you have your sister, your brother, your dad. I mean, that really sparks and ignites a fire from underneath you.
I mean, when you look at the recent results of this team, there's a reason we're talking about them, whether you just look at the group stages and how they've done, but you had kind of touched on this, Laxing. Alphama, obviously, since Reload, they have been nearly unstoppable in reaching the playoff rounds for every tournament.
Yeah, they've been unstoppable. They've always made main stage. And the biggest question is that form. It's the momentum, right? And the fact that they reached Salt Lake City without playing with Adrian, their main recruit from EML during the 2026 Mercato after SI. And now they have it. Now they're with Adrian. And finally, for the first time ever, they win the NAL Stage 1. And that's the biggest thing to me, Lax. They won NAL. They are undefeated in this tournament. They look unstoppable across the last 3 months.
And that's the thing. They always were met by some sort of threshold, whether it was a top 6, top 4, top 8, and then even domestically, right? They were never that good domestically. They were always kind of 3rd, 4th. They would squeak into an event, but then they would always be the best coming into the event from North America. But this is the first time where they are managed to get first place and actually taste that victory. And then you see the performance and the level of tenacity that they bring into each and every every single one of these matches, it's hard not to believe in this team.
This team has got something going for it, whether you've been watching them in the group stages or you've seen their run over this last year, winning NAL coming into this. Wildcard have been phenomenal. You talk about Bay's performance, but maybe even looking deeper at Adrian, a champion himself, who had a chance to catch up with Ann before the match.
We're speaking to Adrian from the game today. Now, Adrian, you guys got to pick with Wildcard, and you picked Furia. Do you feel like there's a specific reason that you picked Furia?
There's definitely a specific reason, but I'm not the person to know it. That's all up to Lagonis, the coach, and Spiker mostly as the captain and IGL. I'd assume they saw something or just have a game plan in mind before, and they chose them over Weibo.
All right, awesome. Well, you've had a really dominant tournament so far. You've only showed us like 3 maps as well. Do you feel like we're going to see new things from you guys in the playoffs?
Definitely new things. There'll definitely be new things. We don't like to keep the same.
That's awesome. I think Wildcard has had some really good, consistent international results. There's just this one thing that's missing for you guys to reach the finals. Do you feel like you are that missing piece, or you think it could be something else?
I could be the missing piece. It could be something that I've brought in from Secret as well, or it's just something we've learned together as a team, I think. I don't think it's one specific thing, though. I think it'll be multiple things working out on the day throughout these next 4 days.
I mean, you are coming in as the EWC Championship defender. You were the MVP last year as well. Is that giving you any kind of motivation as well to perform even better this year?
I think the motivation's always there. But I think it helps me kind of guide the others, especially because this is their first EWC. So I can help them as well, kind of guide them what kind of goes on, how it's done, and how to kind of... I mean, they already know how to get into the top 4s and stuff. It's just that, I guess, extra little step as well. And I guess once we're there, I'll be able to help as well.
Awesome. Thank you so much for your time and good luck with your game today.
Thank you as well.
Wildcard obviously coming in as potential favorites now, but Adrian himself, I mentioned champion, won this tournament last year on the side of Team Secret, recently acquired for Wildcard and helping them maybe push to that next level. And we're jamming again. You guys can see it in the background right there. They're having fun, man. I feel like I'm in Rio. I feel like I'm in Rio. Hopefully you guys hear it too. Okay, let's dive in a little bit onto this team who's making so much noise though, because I know we've talked about Adrian. We heard that interview. Now I want to switch gears towards Furia. What does this team look like for you? Where do they come in this week?
I mean, I know Leo is looking at me because obviously he's surrounded by NA talent and he always kind of gives us a little bit of crap because, you know, we're choosing our teams, but I got to give a lot of respect to Furia. I mean, this is a brand new team that just came into the SAL just this year. But when you have to look at the team, you have to look at some of the players. They have a world champion inside of Herds. They have 2 major champions. One's also being Herds, the other being Volps. And then you have to look at the runner-up from last year of Loira, who was on G2 that lost to Secret last year in the Esports World Cup. I mean, they have big names on this team, and this is their first international event, and they're on a main stage. They're on the up and up.
I'll get your thoughts in just a second, but first I want to introduce the roster of Furia because we've got to get to it. This team comes in with experience. They come in with a bone to pick, trying to get themselves into a top 4. We have 2 other Brazilian teams that want to also be there with them in FaZe and Liquid. This is one of those teams, though, that you have to respect. We had a chance to speak with them before the game as well, and hopefully you can hear them a little bit better than I can hear right now.
We're speaking to Laura ahead of their game. Now, Laura, you guys got picked by Wildcard. What do you feel like was the reason they picked you instead of Weibo?
I think they picked us mainly because the teams expected us to be a little bit better at the beginning of the tournament, I guess, because we were good at the Brazilian League. So when they saw us not being that dominant on the first matches, I think they expect us to be worse than maybe Weibo or any other team. So that's the reason.
I want to talk about that a little bit more because you guys had some visa issues with Salt Lake City, like limited scrim time as well. Do you feel like this is a redemption for you guys so far? Is this a better representation of what Furia is?
Yeah, 100%. Like, we had a terrible preparation for Salt Lake City because of what you said, the visa problems. Like, we couldn't scrim for 1 or even 2 weeks before the tournament. So we were, like, slow. But now we had a great boot camp. We are in Paris for more than 2 weeks already, I think. So for sure, we are in a better shape, but still growing in international tournaments.
It's awesome. And you played the finals as well last year with G2. Is that giving you any kind of extra motivation to get there again and do a little bit better this year?
100%. Also, like, I always say I love EWC because of last year and also because it's summer, it's like nice vibes. So of course, extra motivation. I want to be there in the final again, win this time, so pretty confident.
And then speaking of the vibes, what are they like with Furia before the game today?
So good, so good. The vibes are always good. Also because we are a new team, like 6 months maybe we have, and the vibes are always good with this guy, so all good.
That's great. Sounds very good. Thank you for your time and good luck with the game.
Thank you.
It's summer in Paris, and it feels like summer in Rio as well at the same time. But Furia, Alphama, they feel confident and ready to go for this one.
Absolutely, and I have to say this is an important one for them, especially for one player on their side, and that is Hertz. Hertz, who won everything with the same roster. We think of Felipux, we think of Nate, we think of Casey, we think of these guys that he won everything with. Everyone abandoned him after aczyy. All 4 teammates. The brothers that he called a family, all left and rebuilt everything with Liquid. He was left alone and he had to rebuild everything from scratch. Now is the time for him to prove on an international stage that he can reach the same heights without these guys, that he was the leader that they needed. And I think that overall, maybe he has that chance. Salt Lake City was a fluke. They struggled, they got grouped. This time, they've had the boot camp. They've had a great SEL stage. You've mentioned it, Lax. And on top of that, they've looked good coming into EWC.
I mean,
so it might just be the moment for them.
I mean, the one thing that I love that you talk about the veteran leadership coming out of hers, even in the series that put them in to be able to make these playoffs, we saw those big names really come alive in their performance. We saw Hertz pop off. We saw Bolts pop off. We saw Loira pop off. And those are the players that you are going to be looking to in moments like these to be able to ignite that flame from underneath them, to really prove to themselves that they deserve to be here, they can keep up with the rest, and that they can be an Esports World Cup champion.
Well, there's something special in the building here. You can hear it, but if you walk outside, there's something special in the sky, and you can see it. It's a solar eclipse that's actually been taking place. You see that beautiful orange glow, and this is maybe a telltale sign of what's to come. The start of Furia's redemption story in Hertz. You mentioned maybe this is it.
Could it be a sign for Dark Zero to win a second event back-to-back? I mean, their logo is all about an eclipse.
It could be. I don't know. Well, I want to take a look. Map band's on your screen right now, and map picks coming in soon. Lax Consulate.
Oh, baby, what are we doing? I mean, if there's one thing when you're playing against Wildcard, you do not take them to their favorite map. Consulate is one of their favorite maps. Every team bans Consulate. However, I see what you're doing. This is Furia's most banned map.
Wow. Yes, they banned the map 22 times in the last 3 months. They've never played Consulate. In my opinion, this is a trap. If you leave that open in playoffs, that's the best map on the side of Wildcard. That is 100% on purpose. They've been keeping it safe and ready for the best moment, and it might just be now.
I completely agree with you. I mean, I want to take a quick look at Fortress. Both these teams are very good on it, but who was the team that was the pioneer when Fortress first entered the map pool? It was Wildcard, and they've always looked good on it, very traditionally. But again, it's a good map for both of these teams. There's been a lot more time, a lot more play time on it, a lot more games played on it. But again, I really want to focus on that Consulate, because that is a crazy one for me to allow Wildcard to have.
And you're omitting one quick thing, but that's because you're American and you have an NA bias. And that is that Furia have a 4-win streak on Fortress. They're looking really good. Yes, Wildcard are great on it, but that's the favorite map on the side of Furia.
Tell me those 4 teams that they beat. Give me the sample size.
It was all the South American teams. It was NIP twice, and then you had one team that was Fnatic, but here at EWC.
But you're going against the founding fathers who pioneered that map.
That was 6 months ago, man. That's years ago in terms of esports.
Well, you're looking at, teams being able to do back-to-back. You're looking at years ago.
Give it up, Granddad. Give it up.
I love it, man. I mean, the energy for this one is just amazing, gentlemen. So fun. Wildcard coming in as the best performing team from the group stages into the playoffs. From Bay, who has the highest player rating, to Adrian, right there on your screen, who was a former EWC champion, trying to do it yet again with the chance to go back-to-back and a new roster. However, new rosters also on the side of Furia. Hertz, the only remaining member of that iteration of that team, now has a chance to go on his redemption arc. And we mentioned the sounds that you can hear from the fans from the SAL. Brazil has traveled in full to Paris, France to see their team step into the semifinals, but it will be anything but easy. The maps have been selected, the team's ready to go. I'm surprised we don't have Vuvuzelas up in here, but we do have the drums. And maybe war drums is the best way to describe them. It's time to begin our second series of the day as R6 continues here at EWC.
Welcome back, my friends, to the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet. I'm telling you, we're going to bossa nova into this next matchup. As first, that quarterfinal went the way of Dark Zero. It's the only eclipse that I've been watching here in Paris. That is for sure, despite Weibo's best efforts.
Very true, my friend. I have no idea whether anybody can hear us right now. It's so loud in here, which I'm loving. But I feel like 10 foot tall right now. My chest out. I feel good. Okay, taking a lead out of DZ's book there. Unbelievable scenes, beating up Weibo there. 1-0 down, winning 2-1 in the end, going through to the semi-finals later on this week. It's going to be immense. It's going to be amazing. But who will they play? We're going to find out now. In this next quarterfinal, we have two teams ready and waiting in the wings. In here, the energy is out of control. You can't wait to meet them. I can't wait. I know you can't too either.
So let's bring them out. Our first one is Wildcard Gaming! Wildcard no more. It's more of a sure run what they've had so far, as they're considered the #1 North American team at this point through this stage, making it to EWC. They've impressed in the group stage. They've made it to the main stage here in Paris. This has always been the problem, the glass ceiling. Can we break beyond this? But Baby Shark, he's back home. He's in France, he's in Paris, and the pressure is all off as they play with the hometown crew.
That's right, but waiting in the wings to face them, would you please make some noise for Furia! The second best team in the SAL, just behind FaZe. Salt Lake City disappointment is behind them. And under Hertz's leadership, they're ready to write a brand new chapter. They are ready for this. They're excited for this. The fans can't wait for this as well. It's going to be absolutely enormous. Mark our words here.
So before we send our players to a spot, we're going to tell everybody just to calm down for a little bit, because we have some words to hear from both of our team captains.
Yeah, we ask that our players, you can go to your seats, but our two captains come forward, please, for this final showdown. Kicking things off, Wildcard, Baby Shark, let us know. This is our chance here to talk to your opponent. Any final closing words that you want to say before you go head to head?
I never lost to him. I'm never gonna lose to him, and that's it. It's gonna be a great match with great fans, but that's it. I never lost to Loira. I never lost to him, and I'm never going to lose.
He's very confident. KZ, any words?
Baby Shark never won anything. This game is for big boys, not for babies.
I am the new era. I am the new era.
Here we go. This is.
Let's see.
Gentlemen, please.
Please, you can shake hands, or you can have a moment here to say, best of luck. Please take your seats here. Incredible. You can hear the fighting talk between them both here. But, and the audience here as well. Can't wait for this.
They're absolutely loving it. So we're going to have to hear from you guys first. Let's get some wildcard cheers.
And we want to hear as well for Furia. Make some noise. Wow, wow, this is going to be interesting. We can't wait to see this one, how it kicks off. Let's head back over to the desk and get ready for this next quarterfinal. Let's go.
Thank you, gentlemen. Adam, I'm surprised you didn't say something about Baby Shark, because you've got two kids. I know my daughter, when we hear the word Baby Shark, we start saying do-do-do-do-do-do. But this one is totally different. I love the trash talk, guys. Siege is just lighting it up here.
Yeah,
in France.
I mean, that guy also, he's playing in his home country, in front of his family. He's done so 6 months ago at SI. He was in front of them. He wanted to win in front of them. That wasn't for him. I'm sure he believes. You can see him on his tattoo here.
Tattoo.
He believes that he can do it. And it would be a beautiful story for that young player. I mean, he was overlooked by many people in Europe. He had to go to NA to get his shot at a professional level, and what a journey since then.
Wow. It absolutely has been, and you can't argue the results. I mean, Baby Shark isn't wrong to feel the way that he does. I mean, he's beating G2, he's beating the old Furia. I mean, sure, he hasn't beaten this team yet, but the confidence definitely has to be there, and that's exactly the mentality you need to be an Esports Cup world champion.
The new era. It's what he deemed himself. When you make big proclamations like that, it's time to put them into the test, and that's exactly what this next match will do. I mean, it's an atmosphere you would, I'm sure, Lax love to play in. It'd be nerve-wracking in some ways, but also this is what you do it for.
I mean, this is what you live for, though. I mean, being in moments like these, whether the crowd's against you, whether they're with you, I mean, you thrive in this environment, and none of these players are not familiar to this. They love being in this. They love being in this moment, and we've heard Iconic just talk about you have to be in this moment. You have to make the most out of it, and each and every single one of these players absolutely will.
pick some bands coming up in just a second, but Alpha, I'll kind of say that to you. I was a guy who kind of got more jazzed up when people were against me, personally. What about you?
Yeah, I think in general I liked it as well. Just play with the crowd a little bit, get your 1v3 clutch and start raising, looking at the crowd and being like, shh, don't even try. We're going to win this.
This is my thing right here.
This is my thing.
Yeah, I love that, man. This is already set up to be a really passionate matchup as well. And obviously second place behind FaZe and SAL. They've got kind of that rivalry to prove as well, because many people think Galactic FaZe is the best team here in this tournament.
Yeah, and respectfully so. I mean, they're the two-time world champions for a reason. They have some of the best players in the world, if not the best players in the world, and they themselves have to prove it as well. But again, when you're looking at all 5 of those players respectively, they all have their own right to be here. They all have their own name, their own legacy, especially a player like Hertz, where we talked about in 2023, they absolutely dominated that year, and I know Hertz wants to get back to that form.
I had the chance to sit down with him and talk a little bit about what it meant to having to rebuild everything. And it was clearly the biggest heartbreak of his career. But in the end, he told me one sentence that stuck with me. He told me it was all for the better. I think that the teammates that left built Liquid around a more traditional, slower play style. He wanted to be aggressive. Hertz, if you followed him for a long time, he's one of the craziest, most chaotic player ever. I think he's found the perfect teammates to follow that play style, to be aggressive. And basically, as we start to see here, it's the battle of the Clash bands, the battle of the Shields bands. I'm not surprised. I mean, you know Wildcard, you've seen them for a long time play in NAL. They absolutely hate to play against those Shields. I don't think they want to face them.
Yeah, I mean, they're also a team that doesn't let the narrative control their play in terms of Shields. We've talked about it time and time again. What separates Wildcard when they're on the attacking half is they don't force the Shield play like an M80, like a Dark Zero, like an SR. And I think that's the leverage that they have whenever they do get to their attacking half, is they have a lot more operators to be able to use. They don't force those Shields unless absolutely necessary. And getting rid of them, it's definitely going to make it a lot easier, especially on that defensive half here on Consulate, where we know how congested this map is, how tight the corridors are. And when you think about how they play the early aggression. They get the first pick going into their favor, and then they play back into those layers, but they won't have a clash. So very good heads up from Fury to be able to remove it.
Yeah, at this point, Fury, they're going to have to attack this without any shields as well. And I'm just wondering, you know, how Wildcard are going to control that aggression. Like the side of Furia, you know, they've been known to be the most aggressive team of the most aggressive region.
But that's the biggest thing. When you look at Wildcard and where they absolutely thrived during the NAL is they led in those opening kill frag department. They led in to be able to convert that. So if you're Furia, you have to be swinging these opening kills into your favor and playing into that man advantage, especially going into the late round when you can go for that execute, have the extra man advantage. Because if you can't do that, Wildcard is already going to be beating you to the punch.
And we all know that Furia is the one team with the biggest risk-taking ever. They follow the leadership of Hertz. We've said it before, right? Chaotic player. But every single player doubles down on that. That's Volps, for example. That's Loira. Some of the most aggressive players in the world. Some of the most mechanically gifted players in the world. All assembled onto one roster. And what's the backline that's going to save this? Buck. And most importantly, Diaz Lucas, who's looked absolutely crazy good since he left NA.
I mean, he's had insane plays throughout these playoffs. I mean, I think there was a big 4K that he got on Cafe, then he ends up falling into a 1v2 in another series. I mean, those are the support players that you want that are going to allow Volps, allow Lawyer, allow Hertz to really excel in their frag department. But again, it's that backline that you're really going to be looking at once we get to that even defensive half, that you're going to be focusing on who's getting those opening engagements, then how are they playing back into those layers, how are they playing into these setups, and then what that's going to look like only further into it.
Yeah, I'm just looking back again at Wildcard, and I'm just so proud of the evolution of this roster. I think we mentioned it before, right? And there were a bunch of young kids, basically overlooked, I think, and young NA players that came in, but also young French players that came in that didn't have a name back then. They made their name already. They've recruited, in my opinion, the best there was in Europe as a backline. That is Adrian, champion of EWC last year, obviously. Finally, he's got a little bit of time as they're setting up his PC here. He's got a little bit of time with that roster for the last few months. And we've directly seen the results. NA champion, 3-0 coming into WC, Bay on 41 kills after 3 maps. I think maybe we're starting to see the Wildcard that can break the ceiling of, yeah, you're making main stage every time. But can you really contend with the title? We never really thought they could do that. And I'm starting to be convinced, maybe it's because the Americans are all surrounding me. I don't know.
I don't know. Should we step closer? Should we?
I think leave me alone, guys. But I think objectively, you have to think that they have it in them now.
That's a good answer. If you had said something different, you know, we might have had to turn against you.
Okay, I'm going to leave now.
Yeah. And I've got the advantage here. I love it. I've been outnumbered for 5 weeks, but hey, at this point, it's good to be with Siege. I remember my very first time, and this is where I saw you, Alphama.
America again.
I was in America. We were in Vegas. We were at the HyperX Esports Arena doing a minor, and somebody who's on this stage, not a player anymore, was a player, Reduct, who is the coach, and he was playing for One Esports, right, at that time.
Yes.
So his journey, obviously, as a player, obviously now into a coach, and we just saw the impact of both the coaches, you know, in our previous matchup, Dark Zero and Gohan for Weibo. It's super important, but how do you feel like that comes into play? Because two different styles. DZ, they had their eyes closed. They were doing breathing techniques. Gohan kind of saying, what are we doing, guys? This is not what we practice. How do you think that matchup is going to play into this one?
I mean, every team is different, but what we understand, even when you look on the side of Wildcard, Lagonis, or we call him Lagonis, he is from Brazil. He knows what it's like to play in that region and understand those players and the teams and mentalities. But something that he does really well with Wildcard is he really reins everyone back in. If things are going off the rails, he gets everyone back on the same page. They all get back onto that ideology. And then on the side of Reduct, now, I'm not too familiar with his coaching. I do know him as a player. He knocked me out of a couple 6 invitationals, so there's a little bit of beef there, but I mean, I'm sure there's no doubt in my mind with the experience that he brings, he can do the exact same thing that Lagonis does.
Thank you, boys, so much for the opener. Let's send it over to our casters because the game is ready. It's Guz and Xenox.
Thank you very much, boys. Excited for this one. Second quarterfinal for today's evening. Wildcard, Furia, a matchup, well, that's absolutely brimming with excitement. We, of course, have got the Furia fanatic club within the crowd, Guz. Certainly a lot of Wildcard fans in the crowd as well, most notably too for Baby Shark. Furia, 4 months, 15 days when this roster was put together. A Salt Lake City to forget, but an EWC to remember thus far. Will it continue for much longer for Wildcard? It's been really ever since the start of last year. Reload, that run, it's been kick-started, and well, they haven't really missed a beat since then. Can they go another step towards top 4 and semi-finals? Consulate is where we begin. Furia on the attack.
Yeah, hurts to land first blow, and we're expecting him to have impact in this series. He'll confirm the first pick as Kansan falls. Furia to respond with a yellow drop. Pressure mounting onto Wildcard, and again, personally, I'm expecting Wildcard to be strong in this series. Every event since Reload, it feels like the doubters are less and less vocal, as this team now has expectation to do well on behalf of North America.
A little bit of a slow start at the moment, halfway through this opening round, but finally Kansan will go down. Good start for Furia. Gun barrel spotted through the hatch from Herds. A wealth of experience for this Furia roster. Has the ping information as well above, but looking for some more gadgets to deal with. Of course, can get the call from the Jugger payload of Box Zero and look to play off that. Has Baby Shark in his sights. A minute remaining in this round. So far, so good for Furia on the attack. A very defender-sided map. Shot, though, from Baby Shark on a tight angle against Loira. Brings it back to even numbers.
Yeah, Herds has made this box position very tricky for the defense to play, yet Furia haven't been able to reap the dividends of that off the back of the yellow drop. They're stalled out courtesy of really good Tachanka utility. Adrian has played this well, and the shotgun up close from Baby Shark also netting a positive result. 40 seconds now for Furia to get value from this Monty.
Adrian opted to answer the call of the Jugger payload from Box Zero at the window. Diaz will beat out Bay, who's been the best performing player at the Esports World Cup up until today. He will die. That gives Furia the advantage heading towards the site. Time, though, starting to expire. Need to push behind Volts on the Monty. Hertz, though, with the pistol, and what a play! Furia able to take the opening round on Consulate on their attack.
Well, it hasn't taken long. Herds already on his feet. We saw the trash talk between him and Baby Shark before this series resumed. And it was great to see. Respectful from both sides, but both oozing confidence that they can get a result today. Herds lay good pressure early, courtesy of the Vert. And for a large portion of that round, about 2.5 minutes, Furia was stalled out massively, courtesy of the Tachanka and the cross up close. But it was Diaz elsewhere to start unlocking things, and then eventually they were able to brute force the push yellow side. So the persistence from Furia does pay off in round one.
Consulate, the least played map of the event so far. We've only seen it 3 times, but it does sit at a 60% defensive win rate. CO meeting the site we just saw also sits at that same figure. So it's a really solid start for Furia to begin on the quarterfinal. Of course, a large chunk of fan base sitting pretty close to them. We heard the drums before, cuz I couldn't hear anything, and we're sitting back talking to each other, wondering if Furia themselves would hear anything. I actually made the joke saying that maybe they would tell them to be quiet. But no, good start. Basement we go now for the second round. Not a site that has been as common on Consulate since it's come back into the map pool. Very much we see more of CO meeting, Echo Piano. Sits at a 71% defensive win rate, so Fury are going to have their work cut out for them again.
Bay given the visual license here for round number 2. Boss G, he'll be eager to roam around and cause a headache for this attacking squad. Of course, we'll have support with both Volk and Pulse info to be relayed. And he can then play off. Counter info, though, available. The triple lineup here from Furia, very on meta. Solid Snake, Dockerby, Deimos, courtesy of the double shield ban. They're going to lean heavily into that over the course of this first half.
First minute down. Noxera's going to push down Baby Shark towards basement. Good control being established for Furia, but there are a lot of defenders still roaming around the map. Nitrosol from Kansan doesn't really amount to anything, and Spiker will then fall to Herds. Furia creeping nicely around Consulate. Kansan will go for the peak, but doesn't hit the shots, has got some yellow ping intel, and knows Furia are starting to surround his position. He will opt to fall back. Certainly with the death mark on his head as Loira captures the head of Baby Shark. It's a 2-kill advantage for Furia in the second round.
And Bay hasn't been able to be impactful. The attack not pushing into his position. And whilst he did escort Kansan back towards the objective, he too now under the pump. And Wildcard at this point of the round will sense that they need to be playmakers. They need to be active. If they play passive, they turtle into this lineup. 2 players down. Surely they can't win it out.
It's looking like a rough start for Wildcard, but they needed that kill from Bay. Push, shove, pistol shot, no. Boxero will go again. Second time will do the job, but they did lose Loira. 3 versus 2. But Kansan and Bay both low on health. The good news, neither of them really that known in terms of their positioning, and so Furia will need to search them out.
Yeah, but they do have the Monty to help with the scout effort. Boxero should play frontline here and relay information to Diaz and Herds.
The first impact largely avoided from Boxero. 1 more available for Bay. Kansan can, of course, get some info on the Pulse as he will go for the swing, and straight at the doorway is Diaz. Kansan wasn't ready, but Diaz certainly was, and Furia look very ready for Consulate. Bay needs a 1v3, but with the Monty alive who can go for the plant, that's exactly what he's going to do. Herds is over towards yellow, so Bay pushes out into that hallway. Boxer is actually going to push up to Bay, and Herds then from bot yellow gets the kill. This is a fantastic start for Furia.
And once again, on his feet. Herds in top form is one of the best players to watch, one of the most enjoyable players to watch in Siege, and he's off to a strong start here on Consulate. So much so that it procs the tack time out from Wildcard.
They're just playing or not doing nothing, correct? Let's use the Echo. You can hide the Echo in the preface, stay on def right there, okay? And then you kite first. Let's play more, okay? Play more the game to flank more. Yeah. Let's try to play more. We're just waiting, and like it's not working, right? One thing, let's avoid basement, okay? Spike later. Let's go terrace. Let's go piano bomb sides, okay? For later on the match, if we need, okay? Don't forget about 2 Baron, guys. 2 Baron can be something. For the Deimos special right there, if you need to roam with 2 Baron can be. But the main thing for us, playing more the game. Talk a little bit more, calm down a little bit communication. Talk about the known information. You guys know what is happening, right? But not being able to react. Let's try to play more the game. Select someone in power. In a shotgun, round to spawn pick. Do spawn pick for us right now. Let's be a little bit aggressive, okay? Let's change the pace a little bit, change the mood. Now is the moment. Okay, guys, let's go. Let's go.
So we got to hear from Lagonis there in the tactical timeout for Wildcard. It's well prompt, but it's also valid. To give some extra context and clarity regarding this map, Furia, this roster iteration, has never played it in an official gun. They have banned it 22 times from a possible 25 times. On the flip side, for Wildcard, it's the complete opposite. Banned by them 3, banned against 23 times. We've seen, of course, Wildcard have got a 1-1 record. They lost to FaZe 7-8 3 months ago. and of course beat Dark Zero 8-7 a month ago. Of course, that phase game was over at the Salt Lake City Major. There's just no data though for Furia. This is a workshop map that they're bringing out at the quarterfinal of the Esports World Cup, and to get 2 attacking rounds already, a wonderful start for the Brazilians.
And live scenes as well with the eclipse. I believe it is the first solar eclipse in mainland Europe since 1999, and maybe that's a good omen for Dark Zero, as the boys on the desk alluded to earlier.
And what are the odds that we are here to not witness it? We've gone all the way over to Paris, and we're inside. We have to cast. This is much better though. What can Wildcard do to respond now? 2 rounds down. Again, defender-sided map. Not a great start. Early timeout from Lagonas. I think a mental reset is in order. Hopefully they can come out the other side for the better.
Yeah, getting savaged pretty hard so far with all the the information gathering potential from Furia. It's really aiding and taking this map control. So we'll see what they elect to go for this time now. Ooh. The only fight elsewhere, it's Hertz.
That's not good, losing the Tachanka. Baby Shark at least able to get rid of Volks, removes the Jugger payload pressure of the Dockerbee. Good responsive trade, good activity from Wildcard on the defense. You do lose a little bit of that space denial though with the Tachanka. No Shamika launcher available. Can be used, of course, to stop that CO push in through the window. They will have other alternatives, Volcanisters along with the Yokais. It's Baby Shark over towards managers.
Yeah, not the biggest loss with the backup util that the defense does have on offer. How do Furia now pivot into their plan B, or do they commit to the admin side take? Given where that diffuser is being routed, I assume they will go for the commit. Easier said than done though. Hertz actually reconsiders. Diffuser was over on that admin side, but now going for a full rotation across, perhaps in response to that Tachanka now being taken off.
Yeah, Loira's just above Hertz now. He's been sitting at this CO window for about the last 40 seconds. And it looks as if he will go the Boogie Auto Breacher, send it in, clear some space, and allow Hertz to then go in for the plant. Looking for the default, and he'll look to cover. Nice flashbang, that's going to make it harder for Wildcard to push in to deny. Then he gets out and says, Hertz, good luck, and Hertz will get the plant down, and then finds the kill onto the swinging Gansen. Doesn't quite die below either as Bayfall Spiker finally gets the kill, but so much work to be done in this round. Furia are on the verge of 3 straight attacking rounds.
Yeah, such a difficult post plant, a player down, but now a 2 versus 2. What can Spiker do? He sees the repel, but he can't find the angle.
Diaz, though, is still inside of the building towards the hallway fighting Baby Shark. They'll take a stalemate, and as he loses Spiker, this now becomes virtually impossible for Baby Shark. Barring a mistake or a collapse, it won't happen. Loira converts. Furia make it 3 straight on the attack of Consulate. This is a statement.
It sure is. A near perfect start for Furia. And I think that round is really indicative that the cogs are turning in the attacking minds of these players. They didn't commit to the plan A. They considered admin for a large portion of that round, but then courtesy of some of the information they gathered, some of the positioning and the patience that they had, identifying that the console side hit was the play, the execution on that play with 2 players committing to the window. They had Grim for the cross elsewhere meeting. Really clean work. Very difficult position Wildcard were put in. They didn't get the value from some of the denial potential that they did have. Of course, Tachanka died first. Kansan, his Yokais, unable to deny the plant. The rest of the team was scattered then, and in the post, Furia certainly favored.
And don't get it twisted, because Wildcard coming into this series were favored. They are the favorites. This Furia team has only been together for 4 months. A very disappointing Salt Lake City, and this Wildcard project has been in full effect for well over a year now. They are respected, many believing maybe even the favoritism tag applied to Wildcard for the entirety of the Esports World Cup. Well, that's under threat right now. Their map pick of Consulate is being torn apart.
Wildcard, of course, already using their tack timeout as well.
เกิดอะไรขึ้นเกิดอะไร
So
ขึ้น
they'll now divide themselves for the remainder of this match outside of primarily the halftime break. In terms of the additional bans now brought into play, the Deimos, so Wildcard identifying that some of that info gather is certainly posing problems. They can't deal with the large majority of it, but at least partly. And then on the side of Furia, they elect to take the Warden out of play. probably in response to aiding with some of the util layering and usage, and directly the Glacier for round 4.
If there is any solos to be taken, though, for Wildcard, it's the fact that something similar was going on against Dark Zero for Weibo, a 7-3 victory in the opening map of Nighthaven Labs earlier. And then TZ, of course, came back 1-7-5, 7-5.
Oh, Nitro.
Nitro Cell from Adrian. Yeah, nothing's really working for Wildcard right now on Consulate. It's little set plays. They're not really finding opening kills. Adrian, though, does just then, on time, gets their first opening kill of this map. It was 3 straight for Herds, by the way, up until then. He's 6-1. Adrian goes down. A 7th kill acquired for Herds. He's on his game today. And they're going for the plant inside of Expo from Valve, but denied. Good angle from Bay. Towards Spiral, he denies the plant, gets rid of the Monty, and now puts this kit in a bad spot. Another battle over towards the hallway. He's Nitrocell too. A little damage, but not a lot gained from it. This looks like a reset moment for Furia.
Yeah, certainly is. Difficult now to envision that they'll be able to get back in towards the site and plant that diffuser successfully. I think they'll be eager to try and find a way to isolate picks. Bay technically basement at the moment, and Diaz will go searching. Could lay down a pinch with Herds coming over towards from East Corridor. Find this pinch and maybe the round's back on.
Oh, what a shot from Herds. Didn't even need the pinch.
He is locked in.
Solo swing from the veteran. We enter into the final minute of this 4th round. All tied 3v3 is Wildcard desperately seeking their first round here on Consulate.
Kansan
ด่าน
goes
กงสุล
searching.
แพ้
Is he
เองหรือ
aware?
เปล่าเนี่ยไวคาร์ดก็ลองดูอาจจะต้องดูฝั่งกันมันที่อาจจะกันดีกว่าบุกก็ได้นะแต่อย่าเพิ่งไปตัดสินเลยว่าแบบว่าจะแพ้
Wildcard are on the board.
Baby Shark is on his feet. Returning serve. That's got to be a nice feeling for Wildcard. A slow start here on Consulate, especially on defense. Typically, we see the attack have a slow start on this style of map because it is so grind heavy.
ไม่สมมุติว่า
Wildcard doing a great job.
สมมุติว่าไวคัสเลือกแบบนี้
there from Bay had a bit of supporting
ผู้เล่นจะต้องเป็นคนเลือกว่าผู้เล่นจะกันหรือผู้เล่นจะบุก
Furia then forced into the
เก็ตไหม
transition back up above. It was a
คือ
wise
ถ้า
double
สมม
swing.
ติว่า
Top spiral.
ฝั่งหนึ่งพลิกอีกฝั่งหนึ่งก็จะพลิกว่าจะเลือกไซส์ไหน
Relatively
จะ
straightforward
เล่น
being able to
กันหรือ
confirm
บุก
around Herds was isolated and alone, and Wildcard still retained vertical presence. Split site up next for Wildcard.
ถือว่าแฟร์ๆไงก็ฉันเลือกแบบนั้นแล้วเธอเลือกว่าเธอจะเล่นฝั่งไหนก่อน
Averaging a 2.05 KD. He's been statistically, without a doubt, the best player at the Esports World Cup up until this point.
อุ้ยอะไรสุด
As for
อันนี้
Furia,
นะ
it's been Herds, ranked 14th overall with a 113
สุริยุปราคา
EWC, and he's playing
อ๋อ
like
อันนี้
it
ตอน
right
คืน
now,
แล้วมีพระจันทร์แล้วสุริยคราสป่ะ
as the sun has turned into a nice red crescent moon.
Red Moon ว่ะสีสวยจัด
Oh, Baby Shark active front door.
Oh, he's known, and it's going to be a double. Oh, he catches the
อุ้ยแล้วมีพี่ช้างแต่เธอร้อยล้านเหตุคือ1-1ไงปานจันทรา
Let's get rid of the Twitch. No shock drones remaining for the rest of this round. That might be a little reprieve. Shockwave batteries are in play.
They at least have the Thatcher for fallback, so I mean, it probably going to hurt them in terms of the ability to clear some of the default cameras in map.
And it's Herds.
And yeah. He's been leading the charge in terms of firepower so far. So this is going to be an interesting dynamic now this round. In fact, it's the top fraggers from each squad in the grave for the remainder.
ดูกันว่าสมัย
With their sights set on cams. Volps again, very active early in the objective. We've seen this on a couple of occasions now. Can he start attempting plan the 1 minute mark?
Again. 1 minute into
down
the
below.
round. Does get off it though. Volps will go and continue to try and stick this. First Nitrocell did get through. The second one is still available for Bay if he wants it. But he's top floor. He's not below. The plan may just be successful.
แล้วแพนสำเร็จ
Did nothing for Bay. Another plan
แพน
goes
สำเร็จ
down for Furia. That's their second already in this half. And now into a post
ล่าตัดสไปเกอร์ได้ต่อวอปตัดเอเดียนคันเซนเจ็ดวอปเที่ยงคืน2-3 โอ้แล้วโดนคอร์สไฟแน่ตรงนี้
Needs to produce a big effort.
Flashbang went in. Bay got one.
ปล่อยแล้วเวตัดบอกเซล่าโอ้แต่แอดตัดเวต่อโอ้แต่แอดเอ้ยบกมืบายบาย
Frustrating round for Wildcard. They had the tools to identify where
ซึ่ง
that
ฟาร์ม
plant
เฮา
was
ส์
and
ปาน
initially
ตะวัน
trying
เอา
to
ไว้
work out some good
ทำอะไรวะ
counterplay on the side of Furia, courtesy of the Thatcher.
เฮ้ยสีสันของเกม
The Solace, the Valkyrie, and the Pulse. Wildcard allowing that plant to go down early in the round. And again, as is typically the case in Siege, the post plant for the defense, it's low percentage. It was ultimately quite close, but still low percentage. Fury on the flip side, they're playing the percentages really nicely here, considering this is attack on Consulate. This is a really strong start.
So final round of the half. And for Wildcard, they're going to have to dig very, very deep. This round feels almost all but required. A second defensive round is absolutely a must. Fortress, of course, the next map, but it was chosen by Furia. But as we know, Fortress as a North American map, guys, they play it quite a lot. 5-2 record for Wildcard. Most importantly, 3 straight wins over for Fun Esports. Then Team Liquid Alienware following that 5 days ago, Team Falcons. As for Furia, though, they have a 7-2 record on the map of Fortress. Wildcard coming into this series as heavy favorites. Right now, it's Furia and have landed the first blow, and it's a heavy knockout.
It certainly is. This final round of the half. Can't shake the feeling that it's critically important for Wildcard to establish a foundation as all eyes now to Herds. Sophia below, yellow pings. Can he find either a kill gun up through the vert or maybe even a triple impact? He's looked comfortable in this position previously. A looming threat that Wildcard need to be cautious of.
Almost every single round, the opening kill has been inside of the first minute. These have been some fast-paced Consulate rounds. Kansan, well, the Nitro cells haven't really been landing at all as well from Wildcard and into the shield play of Furia. That's something they need to have probably improved on.
I think Herds is waiting for a ping or a call from Volps onto the position of Baby Shark. This is precarious for the smoke.
มาผู้ก่อนทางฝั่งของลอยล่าเล่นในส่วนของเคบีนะ
Feels like Wildcard have just been constantly playing catch-up. But the slower pace might just benefit them. This is indeed the slowest round we've seen thus far. Herds, of course, looking for that impact trick.
He's looming. Can he land the triple, find the down, and the opener here for Furia?
Hobbs will step into a razor bloom as we continue to just search with Herds. There's the ping, there's one, and that's Baby Shark dead. A good combination with Volps above and Herds down below. Another opening kill for Furia. They win out half 4-2 in their favor. Now looking for a plant position. Could have honestly had his gun out at that point and Herds would have found the kill. Spiker lurking in basement needs to get involved for Wildcard.
Yeah, still has 2 razor blooms. Could be critical for active denial as Volps continues to draw more utility.
Loira so lucky to be alive on 1 HP. He stays up. Kansan goes down, losing his battle towards bathroom.
แล้วตัดเเหลือ2-5 เวลาเหลือ40วิสุดท้ายแล้วเดินไหลมาทางฝ่ายยอสแตร์แล้วตัดได้ก่อนในส่วนของไดแอร์สเปเกอร์แล้วอุ้ยแล้วเอเดียนแชร์กอเลยล่าตัดเลยล่าเก็บให้อะ5-1ในครึ่งแรกครับนี่ฟูเรียสู้ฟูเรียสู้
A little bit. Just one thing, guys. First of all, about communication, right? Focus a little bit on what is the plan, what we're gonna do to win the round, right? We're just saying, but nothing is happening. We need to flank a little bit or need to do stuff, right? Yeah. So for attack right there, talk about the next step, right, Spiker? Like what we're gonna do right now, how we can solve that problem, right? So focus on that thing, right? We can just accept, like they're just working us, cooking us, right? So for attack right now, bro, don't be shy. If you need to run some fast play to change the mood, don't be shy to do that, too. But for me, main thing is like talk about the next step. That's one thing, right? They're gonna probably go now is confident. Maybe they're gonna try and rat a little bit more, cheese a little bit more. so be careful. But first talk about communication. We're like just scared to play. Don't be scared to play. No regrets, bro. Now is the moment, right? Play the game right here. Talk about and step. Everyone give ideas on the round, right? If you need Shark, play more lurker. Shark, all right. Shark's playing good. Let's use Shark a little bit. His strength, like he's being our strength right here. Use him first, right?
Eles gostam de fazer a play da DM, virando 2 redonda no mid, ponta amarela, a gente já sabe disso. É só a gente comunicar as mira e fazer o cruzado. Eles gostam de fazer play amarela foguetando, que é o conforto deles. A amarela lentinha é um lixo, eu acho que eles não vão querer fazer, mas a gente tá muito bem de trap. Foca nos cruzados do mapa, tipo, mesmo que o round estiver difícil, guys, é fácil ganhar round em desvantagem nesse mapa. Vamos se concentrar full nas win con, fechou? Vamos do piano, a gente tem a piano safe, só lembra de fazer o dragão atrasado pros caras não pegar trigger, tá ligado? Faz o reforço amarelo atrasado, dá o sapão atrasado.
É, meu, esse aí eu faço.
Exatamente, os arame da amarela também do Dias, bem atrasado. Lembra que eles têm o plant do Souls, que é só a gente manter a posição fixa e dar a win no Vistos. E se eles forem fazer o semi-EDM.
Oh, so halftime break, but it's a difficult halftime break talk. I think if you're Lagonas and Wildcard down 1-5 going onto the attack at Consulate, you know it's not going to be easy. But we always say Siege is a game of two halves. It's the beauty of this. And you know that, yes, this is a defend-decided map, but if Furia can do it, guys, if they can do it, they just did it, why can't we? That has to be the thought process in the mind of Wildcard.
Yeah, not only is it a game of two halves, but a best-of-3 series, it could potentially go the distance. The concern, though, for Wildcard is that this is their map selection. Certainly wouldn't rule them out. Their fortress is pretty strong, and so too their cafe. There's got to be an unsettling feeling being significantly outmatched at the moment by their opposition. Furia going in with a very direct game plan, introducing info, playing heavy vert. The util layering was on point. And even when Wildcard tried to aggress a little bit or go for flanks or find tools to deal with the Monty and some of the other tools that were challenging, just not quite landing. Certainly not at a consistent enough rate to find success in that first half.
It's the half, though, that you look at and say, that was Furia. That's not Wildcard, that was Furia. They controlled the pacing, their entries were absolutely amazing. They didn't really do anything wrong. For Wildcard, yes, you could probably argue maybe at the start they were a little bit lackadaisical, a little bit on the back foot, but then they tried to switch it up. They tried to go for those opening picks. We saw Adrian, then into Baby Shark, back-to-back opening kills. Ultimately, though, Furia were just far better into attack pause to begin the second half. Now, the takeaway for me is this. We've seen so many best-of-3s over such a very long period of time in this game. Most important thing to remember, it's a marathon, not a sprint. The first map, yeah, it may be your map pick. It's not impossible to think Wildcard wouldn't have the ability to win Fortress following after this. But if you're Furia, well, it's all smiles.
Certainly is. It would appear that the technical pause has come to its conclusion, and so we can jump back into the second half. Kaid, Bandit, Band alongside the Grim and Deimos. So Wildcard putting all the chips on the table and trying to make Hard Breach far more feasible over the course of this second half. And Furia not wanting to contend with a large portion of the information gathering that was so devastating when used against the opposition back in the first half. So that does, though, mean that Furia will potentially need to deal with a little more shield play if Wildcard would like to go that route. And so the strategy and the dynamic here of the second half will probably be a little different to what we saw back in the last 6 rounds.
Well, it's going to go one of two ways. Either this is going to be an attacker-sided Consulate, Wildcard bring him back, and this turns into an all-time, or Fury get the job done in that 7-1, 7-2. It's probably not a lot in between. I mean, you could have maybe a fake comeback, but we'll see what happens. 5-1 lead for Fury as we switch halves. Kaid, Bandit, Grim and Deimos as the bands, pretty much as you would probably expect. Wildcard are going to have to play with the same vigor and ferocity that we saw from Furia. For the first 5 rounds, the opening kill was in the first minute. They went for plants at the 1 minute mark, 1.5 minute mark. And they weren't wasting a lot of time, were Furia. The opposite of the 20-second meta, that was kind of what that first half was.
It was almost 20 seconds, but 20
seconds into the round. Yeah, their pacing was just extraordinary.
Well, speaking of, Spiker with a lurk yellow here, shotgun sledge up close. Maybe trying to catch a member of this defense off guard. It could be a potential shotgun battle against Diaz, holding the line.
Oh, Diaz is not ready for this. Or maybe he is. He's going to get pinched, though, with Bay. Wildcard will bring the same pace.
โดนไหลมาไม่กลัวอะไรเลยโอเทค1-1ออร่าตัดเบให้ได้แล้วสไปเกอร์คันเซนเก็บ2หรือว่าคนเดียว
What Furia just did to Wildcard. This is a stomping in the first round of the second half.
แล้วคันเซนปิดให้ขึ้นแมตช์พอยต์ไม่ได้ส่วนทางฝั่งของฟูเดียไวคาร์ตีขึ้นมา2-5
I should have known better. When I saw the veto and I saw Consular pop up, I was like, oh, this could be a bit of a grind fest. It could be pretty slow pace.
A lot of defensive round wins.
A lot of late round action. It's been anything but. And if that's anything to go by for the second half, Wildcard may be looking to deploy a similar play style. Great lurk yellow, good pinch from Bathroom. And then they had the back hit on the opposing side, which meant that Furia couldn't fall back, play the back line, maybe look for denial.
Watching for airport.
And then the back line pinch courtesy of the back hit. Overall from Wildcard, really nice work.
It just says early on to start the second half that if you're Fury, it's not like job's done. Yeah, we smash them on the attack, we go into the comfort of defense. That's not how it's going to play out, apparently. Justin very happy backstage. Wildcard find their second round. But so much more to be done, and there's zero room for error. They cannot make any real mistakes. You lose a round, and there's 6. Fury got OT secured, and then it's suddenly a long, long way back into this map. But everything to play for as we head basement for the 8th round.
And in the second appearance of this particular objective across this map thus far, Furia successfully attacked into it back in round number 2. Again, another pretty fast-paced round. It was Herds onto Spiker at a minute 52. Speaking of Spiker, he'll have the diffuser for this round, and we're going to see our first sign of shield play, and anticipating that to be a bit of a mainstay in this second half with the full lineup available.
Yeah, I mean, when you haven't banned a single shield op, you can kind of pick what you want now, firstly, and then if they do ban one away, well, it's kind of irrelevant because you've got 2 more options anyway. And Spike is just going to bring the blitz, have some fun with that, keep up the pace. They didn't play, of course, shield in the opening round to start the second half, but well, it is available, so why not? It's afforded to you. Basement, of course, the site, but not a lot of presence from Furia on
ห้อง
the
เดี่ยว
site.
คือ
We're at top
พวก
floor
แบบ
and a
ว่า
heavy
เป็นห้อง
contingency
ของ
of
ทีม
players
อะ
on the first floor
ทีมแบบว่า
for
สมมติว่า
Furia, as
มัน
it's
เป็น
a
ห้องพัก
top-down clear
เป็นห้อง
for
พักของ
Wildcard,
ทีม
and it is
นั้นๆอะไรอย่าง
indeed
เงี้ยน่ะ
Loira that found
เป็น
the
ห้องเหมือน
first
ห้อง
big
พักไว้แบบ
contact.
สแตนบายนักแข่งมีนักแข่งสำรองไหมอะไรอย่างเงี้ยก็จะมีนักแข่งสำรองมีเจ้าของทีมมีอะไรอย่างเงี้ยน่ะเขาก็จะนั่งอยู่ในนั้นแหละสตาฟอะไรอย่างเงี้ยสตาฟของฝั่งทางนักแข่งอะไรอย่างเงี้ยทีมแข่ง
For Furia, Baby Shark was holding that cross along Visa to try and maybe catch the defense back on the peel. Ultimately eventuates into a 3 versus 3.
เขาจะไม่มานั่งเชียร์เขาจะนั่งเชียร์ข้างหลัง
Boogie Auto Breach is available from Kansan. He likes to use it though. One on the top floor will hold one maybe first floor.
Yeah. Well, there was at least a little bit of pressure on that first floor, but now flushed out courtesy of some of that vert. And so Diaz, Volps, and Boxera all basement for the remainder of the round. And you have triple smoke still up for Diaz, Nitro for Volps. And I wonder how much of that Goyo utility is still standing. Right now, Fury is still in a good position.
Still in a good position, but not great. At 60 seconds, there's plenty of time here for Wildcard. But you mentioned the utility still available for Furia. Finally, Kansan will use his last Boogie Auto Breach up over towards Piano. Open up more of the floorboards. Honestly, at the point now, though, for Wildcard, where they may just have to push. You don't want to leave this too little too late. Drone from Adrian, try and gather some more information. Double push down from Kansan and Bay, down service and into server. They will push together and play together. Adrian will be by himself, coming in late, behind. He's coming down spiral. Now all 3 in the hallway. Oh, headshot tap from Volps, though. They're all stacked up against each other.
อุ้ยเหลือ2-3ที่บอกเซล่าตัดคันเซนทีโฟมันไม่โดนแล้วบอกเซล่าปิดงานนะโอ้เป็นแมตช์พอยต์ทางฝั่งของฟูรี่อ่ะยิงขึ้นนะยิงขึ้น
A weak attack to close the round from Wildcard, guys. A triple stack makes it all too easy for Furia.
Yeah, lulled into a little bit of a false sense of security. The drone late identifying that the back hit was initially clear, but it was a simple case of the filter effect late there. A triple stack from Wildcard. No pinch pressure. That too was though covered. Diaz was yellow stairs. So again, wouldn't have been very easy. Furia had them covered late in that round and didn't even have to expend any of that utility. None of the utility late there made any difference. It simply wasn't used by Furia. It was gun up. They were ready. And their shots are landing here. So strong start for this Brazilian outfit.
Yeah, I mean, just a wonderful map of console. And again, this is the problem for Wildcard. Yeah, you got that first round, played it really well to start the second half, but there was zero room for error. You couldn't make a mistake. Now, 4 straight rounds required. You're in a position now where it's looking very likely that you're going to lose your map pick. You chose to come here, and Furia have said thank you very much. Again, a reminder, Furia have not played this map ever with this roster. Which is 4 months, but still enough time.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
And they've looked really, really sharp. Again, a very defender-sided map, but their attacking half was just lethal. 9 kills from Herds, 10 from Loira. Battling to see who will be the top fragger by the end of the map. And Herds thinking about something on the top floor, but not to be. He'll fall away. Expo, Piano.
Herds has been the most successful player on entry inside of the server. 3 1s, well, +2. And critically, he's cost at 88%. So having consistent impact over such a huge majority of these rounds. Lawyer as well creeping up to double digits. 10 for him. And whilst his cost isn't quite as high,
ไม่ชอบเสือเนี่ย
that's certainly above par or close to it. Wildcard in this round maybe looking for a little bit of pressure early on the vert. Don't necessarily have the dedicated operators to open up that space as easily, but certainly still possible. But met with resistance. It's again Diaz up close. Yellow stairs, although actually he's retreated. He's first floor. Limited second floor pressure at the moment from Furia, looking to probably peel back Visa side eventually. Oh, vending commit!
อุ้ย
Down early on the blitz as Hertz has found the
อุ้ยแล้วเก็บ2แล้วเก็บ2อุ้ยเบนเห็นได้
Finally stops Hertz.
เดินไหลงี้
But has he done already too much damage in the round, getting rid of the blitz?
Well, I thought they were just going to peel back, and I think Wildcard
ใช่ทีม
expected the same. Caught out
เด็กหนุ่ม
by that
วัยเยาว์
early
มัน
round
ไม่
aggression
ตื่นกัน
from Hertz.
This gives Furia a significant advantage. But no one left on the top floor as Baby Shark straight down server stairs. Wonder his right-hand side. Heard the footsteps of Loira, but Box Era has got the pinch. Baby Shark, if he pushes down, will probably die. And in the background, Baby went down. Loira with the super shotty gets rid of Baby Shark. Then shuts down Adrian.
Yeah.
7-2 for Furia
Lit.
on Wildcard's map pick of Consulate. Sets them up going into
เละ
Fortress.
เลย
They're looking very sharp today.
I did not expect that. Furia playing phenomenally on map 1. They have set the tone. They have set the tempo. Can they maybe run away in a 2-0?
That's a possibility. It's their map pick of Fortress to follow. Wildcard, you don't count them out. Not just yet. Too experienced of a
อ่ะเน็ตเจ๊ง
team over the last 12
โดนไป
months
2 พอ
especially. But they've got some soul searching to do backstage. Figure out where did this go wrong and how can we solve it moving into the next map. For Furia, they've just got to make
หมุนเลยเน็ตหมุนเลย2 พอแล้วเน็ตหมุนเลยไม่
That will aid Wildcard a little bit in just grasping some momentum back in this series because Furia, from the offset, looked incredibly strong.
Hearing the drums in the background from the Furia Fanatics as they are loving that opening map. 7-2 demolition job. Fortress, of course, is not going to be easy. It is a map that is well known, well played in the North American region. Wildcard are not going to be shy heading into Fortress. But of course, as for Furia, it's their map pick. They've got an incredibly strong record. It is shaping up to be potentially theirs and maybe a semi-final appearance on the cards. We'll find out, of course, back to the desk.
Thank you, Guz and Xenox. It was a great call, but a pretty standard result. If you started watching the first few rounds, you saw that this was heading, oh man, maybe as dark as
เน็ตจ้า
Beautiful. So
ทำร้ายนะทำร้ายมากหน้าที่เปิดอะไรมึงเนี่ย
When you ban a map 22 times in the last 3 months, when you never show that map, and out of nowhere, it's the favorite map of your opponent.
ไม่ตีกองสนุกเลยอะบราซิลเขาตีกองสนุกมากเลยดิ
Don't you see it smells like a trap?
I mean, listen, you were absolutely right. You
มัน
called
กอง
it
เชีย
trap.
ร์
Clearly
กีฬา
was a
สีนี่หว่า
7-2 finish for the side of Fury. I mean, a phenomenal performance. I mean, they clearly had the formula, understood how they wanted to overthrow Wildcard, and they did it seamlessly. I mean, it was really well executed on their attacking half.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, there were a couple of question marks on my side. I mean, the over bans was the first one, right? We see Wildcard remove 2 shields.
Yes.
3 shields are up in this game, right? Technically, few shields, but no one speaks about it.
Yeah.
That meant that basically Volps could be on the Monty almost all the time, and he could apply a lot of pressure. Pressure means movement, and every time a Wildcard player was moving, they were expecting that and they were punishing him. And I was surprised to not see them completely ban out the shields because they abused it as much as possible. Furia, so strong. 5-1 on one of the most, if not the most defended side and map in the meta.
I mean, what's more confusing to me is Wildcard plays in a region where shields are heavily abused, and they're able to handle them, but this time they were not able to ward off that aggression and the space being taken from that shield and the pressure that was being applied.
My question is, if it's so clear, and I almost made the joke, you must have been a rabbit in a past life because you were avoiding traps like nobody's business. No one could see it out, but you did. You sniffed it out. So the idea is this a mistake from the side of Wildcard not seeing this coming? Or is this calling their bluff, saying, we know you might have something for us, but we like to attack. We got Bay, who's performing well. We know what Adrian can do, so we'll take that map.
I mean, we've both been there before, right? There is the 50-50. You feel super confident because it's your map. You've never lost it. You feel great on it. The screens have looked amazing. You can beat FaZe in the scrim. You can beat anyone. And then comes game day. And then you see something you've not seen in scrims, and then you regret. And I think that's exactly what happened with Wildcard.
I mean, even when you talk about the mentality, which obviously we know at this level, a lot of mentality plays into it. When you're Wildcard and you see you get your favorite map, you go into it a little more relaxed. You're like, oh, this is easily going to be our map. Why are they taking us here? But then you start to see those rounds slowly start to slip away. You start to question your own gameplay. You start to question what is happening in these rounds. And next thing you know, it's a 5-1 half, and now you're having to fight back to try to be able to make something, try to have a round that everyone can get back into the fight, and then it's over. It's a 7-2 loss. It's not great for Wildcard.
Is it harder, considering the way that they started off with the trash talk, the confidence, the crowd, to then have that type of result and bounce back?
I mean, you definitely want it there. You want to be hyped going into your match. It's just a matter of keeping that composure as the series progresses.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of trash talk on their side, and I think honestly, it's gonna carry on. I think the momentum, especially you can hear their fans, the players are following the same thing, the same trend.
And I'm about to dance as well, so let's get to your telestrator before we do it. I know you got some clips set up for us, Alpha. Black's gonna help you out there with the mic.
So I want to talk to you a little bit about what made Fury a special map, and starting round 1, I see something that's one tiny detail that I don't think anyone spotted. So we've got 43 seconds left on the timer here, and you pay attention to the position of everyone. You see 4 players on the top floor, and the Monty is pressuring on that side, and at the same time, Wildcard are trying to be aggressive, and they're gonna try and challenge Diaz on that spiral window. Now pay attention to this gunfight, it's critical. We're gonna see Diaz being challenged by Bay, instant kill, that's 4v3, that's beautiful. Most importantly, I want you to pay attention to something on your screen now. The CEO Rappel player, Buck, is calling someone, and that someone is Adrian. Adrian is getting cold. And why is that super important? Adrian is the one defending the bomb site. And what is there downstairs? IQ. When IQ sees the phone with her scanner from downstairs, Herds with IQ can now kill Tachenka directly from below because the phone is ringing. One tiny detail, one tiny piece of gadget, and that's it. The rest of the defense crumbles. Everyone can rappel in. And from a 4v4, it's suddenly a 4v0. That synergy between Dokaibi and IQ was absolutely amazing to see. And that's the difference between a Furia that is completely lined up on the momentum and Wildcard right now.
And that's exactly what you want to be able to replicate and have success from. Once you go to your opponent's best map, is to be able to catch them off guard. Use the vertical pressure. Use that shield to your advantage. And that's really where Wildcard was getting beat time and time again. And then something that I also mentioned coming into this series, Wildcard throughout all the NAL was fantastic on opening engagements going into their favor, converting those rounds. This series alone, I believe Furia ended up with 6 of those opening kills going into their favor, converting, I believe, 5 of those 6 opening kills going into their favor. I said this was going to be a series where they need to be getting these opening kills swung into their favor.
พระจันทร์มันแบบว่ามันไอ้นี่จังเลยวะ
Layers of the shield pressure, of the vertical
มีหลาย
pressure,
แบบ
and
เนาะ
then again, the series ends in a 7-2.
See if they can change things up here. We've been talking a lot about it, and hopefully Wildcard have also been talking about it. That Eclipse just keeps getting cooler and cooler every time you show it to you. I know a guy who's staying cool as well, finding his way across the venue. It's Chris Tunn with an update from the Alliance Vault to check in on chess, which just started.
Another CC update heading your way. Interesting game, of course, on the Alliance Vault this time around. We've got chess, and we just had arguably one of the more hyped matchups that are probably, well, chess-wise, but of course for CC side of things as well. Magnus Carlsen playing for Team Liquid. Important game for him to win, and how did it go?
Well, he managed to get the win pretty convincingly too as well, I will say, and he's against Hans Niemann as well, which is, for those who know chess, quite a bit of a grudge match, to be honest with you, and it did end the way you'd expected. Magnus walking off stage without shaking his hand, so still quite a lot of bad blood between those guys as expected, but club championship-wise, he's guaranteed himself a place in the playoffs now, and it's Hikaru versus Dennis Ladvig, who's going to be playing for those spots as well, which is Team Falcons versus AGL, so a massive storyline over on the B stage as well. So they're the kind of teams we're looking towards. Virtus Pro going to have to come back tomorrow and try earn their spot. But it's looking very good at the moment for Magnus Carlsen.
And as far as CC goes, though, when it does come down to chess, our favorite is obviously going to be Magnus, winning last year for the side of Liquid. But looking as a whole, though, what are we expecting outside of that CC-wise? Because Falcons have got some real big names here. Right?
Yeah, so Falcons managed to come second and third last year. Obviously, Hikaru being the name he is, we expect him to be up there as well. But as I said, he's still got to get through Dennis today, who's playing for AGL, and that's going on at the moment. It seemed like a bit of a tense back and forward game, but, you know, as I said, we expect big things from him, so we expect him to get far.
Yeah, going to be interesting as the week goes on over here at the Alliance Vault. We'll be keeping you up to date as we go through. Guys.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
(7-2) on Consulate. Furia take map number 1 as the solar eclipse signals potentially a foreboding sign for our number 1 team coming into it. Undefeated no longer. Well, obviously they still have a chance to remain undefeated in series, but that map loss is a big one. And Black's Alphama, what is the biggest, I've asked this question before, turning point, or who needs to do what if Wildcard are going to get back into it and respond?
I mean, if I'm a player and I'm in Wildcard shoes right now, you lose your map pick, going into now your opponent's map, it's still a comfortable territory for them, so they can be relieved in that regard, but you just don't have a lifeline. Now your back is against the wall, and they are no strangers to this, whether that's in the NAL stage, whether that's here at events like these. fact
ไหน
of the
พิ
matter
จิก
is
ต่อ
no
สิ
player on that team was
เวลานี้
able
มัน
to
จะมี
pop
คน
up.
พิจิกอยู่
We
ไหม
highlighted Bay, we've highlighted Adrian, Baby Shark, Cans, and everyone across the board, but nobody was able to really get their foot in the door and get that pop-off round, and that's so crucial in moments like these when you're down, your back is against the wall. One player has to have that round that everyone can just rally behind, really believe in themselves, dig deep, and finish this map and push it into a map 3.
And going back to the tactical aspect now, we've just seen the bans, and that means that Wildcard, they start defense on Fortress. Again, it's important to look at the bans. They've removed Blitz, okay, that's one great thing, and then they removed Solid Snake.
Yes.
It's a really important operator to abuse to try and clear those areas, because Fortress is quite big, try and clear the anti-roam basically as quickly as possible, but that leaves Blackbird open, that leaves Monty open. The few operators that were so hard for them to counter on Consulate. I don't think the tactical problem is here. I think the problem is mental.
Well, let's see what our casters think about it. A loss on their own map in Consulate. See if the Wildcard can respond on Fortress and send it over to Xenox and Gus.
10 seconds remaining.
So second map of this quarter-final showdown. Furia, they landed the first blow, and boy, did that one hurt. Wildcard need to respond. The good news, and there is indeed good news for Wildcard fans. They start defense here on Fortress, Gus, and it's the most defend-decided map that we've got at all.
I thought that would have aided them a little bit back on Consulate, but as we saw, Furia very early on map 1 dictated tempo, and they were able to manipulate the map as they pleased.
It's a lot harder to do that on Fortress, though.
It should be. Let's see maybe if Furia can subvert expectations on a map that has proven so far, even at the top level at international events, to be tricky for the attack, to be a grind, to be slow paced, to be the filter effect. Can they find a way to maybe just open it up a little more? Wildcard actually electing to go to the tertiary site here straight away on Fortress, so it's Waiting Cafe up first as opposed to the more traditional selection on second floor.
Well, Herd's making first contact, but he's the one that loses
for
out in that
trade,
mini battle. A 7-2 record for Furia on the map of Fortress over the last 4 months. It's their first preference map, hence why they've selected it. Wildcard, a 3-2 record, but a 3-match streak wins on Fortress. As Loira's got to be careful, but he gets the headshot on the spiker. Never mind. Well, he is the demon after all, but that demon is down and now out for the count. But as Adrian wanted to get that kill, Volts was there, ready and waiting, and gets the imminent trade. And now the Jugger payload call on to Bay. Freebie.
Ooh. I was about to say, good work from Furia dealing with this roam, this offside heavy play from Wildcard.
And he had time to answer the call as well, so Bay doesn't take any damage from that Jugger payload. Got the kill, evens it up 3 versus 3. It's better activity from Wildcard on the defense. Getting these trades, being more active. But even like Consulate, Fortress still starts with a strong start because of Furia. And then the pace they're setting on the attack as Hertz captures Kansan walking down the hallway. But Bay again finds the trade. The best performing player at the Esports World Cup up until today has been Bay, and arguably if Wildcard to get themselves out of this hole, they will need him to continue to be the best player at the event. He started well here on Fortress, 2v2, 45 seconds.
Bay eats the call, it's double nitro for Wildcard.
ไม่รู้แฮะต้องดูอ่ะ
But a good little jiggle peek at the doorway.
นั่นคือ performance ล้วนๆเลยอ่ะ
The initial kill.
ถึงแม้จะเป็นแบบบ้านเกิดก็ตามแบบที่เลือกก็ตามแล้วพีไฟได้แอดเก็บบีบีชาร์กไปแต่เบย์คนเดียวแล้วได้แอดปิดงานนะฟูเรียอีกแล้ว
When they're hitting shots like that, as Furia take an attacking round to start Fortress.
The gamble, the risk.
มีภาพปะมีภาพปะ
straight off the
rip
doesn't quite work out. Fury initially did a pretty good job playing into the horizontal lurk. Vertically it was compromised as Bay found that pick. Kansan then got caught. Wildcard fought back. And then Bay got slammed alongside his compatriot late in that round.
Well, Waiter and Cafe so far here at the Esports World Cup sits at a 72% defensive win rate. Now that's 32 rounds played. Dorm's games 36 rounds and Command Bathroom 38. So it's not exactly a statistic that you can throw out the window. It has been the hardest site to attack into, and Furia made it pretty comfortable in the end, as they did back in Consulate. That's going to be a little bit nervous for Wildcard. If they give up defensive rounds again, like the opening map of Consulate, That's when mentally it's easy to check out. They need to stay locked in.
เราเป็นแบ็คเพนเฮ้ยใครรู้จักเกมนี้นี่ใครรู้จักเกมนี้นี่บอกเลยว่าไม่เด็กแล้วนะครับ
When you're on the back foot, we need to see individuals be able to step up. The rest of the team can then piggyback off that momentum. Not a single player on the side of Wildcard went positive. Back on consulate.
Baby Shark the closest. -1.
And as we saw there in the opening round of Fortress, the overall gunplay from Furia, no signs of that slowing down. Into this round, double shield with the finger combination for the attack. Do Furia look to continually play high tempo?
Pulse with the Monty should be rather safe. Spike a core to the doorway
แล้วเป็นบล็อกเดล่าตัดสไปเกอร์ไปก่อนแล้วเก็บต่อแล้วล่าตัดเอเดียนแล้วเบบี้ชาร์กตัดเฮิร์ทแล้วเบซีโฟโดน2แล้วเบบี้ชาร์กตัดลอยล่าเลยแค่ไดแอดคนเดียวเอาละฮะตอนนี้เฮียซีโฟสวยจัดเบโดนนะหลังแตกแล้วเบเก็บ4นี่กล้องโค้ดอะแท็กมือ
The way the start of that round was progressing, I was getting ready to tee up the storyline that Furia had found a way to crack open Fortress and play high intensity, high velocity. And whilst initially they did, a great nitro there from Bay. We finally see a big individual moment from Wildcard, lands the double. And in the meantime, in the midst of all that chaos, Baby Shark also hitting a successful flank. Something finally going the way of Wildcard. They find a way to contend against the double shield and the finger combo there from Furia. But again, I'm starting to sense that this kind of tempo, it's not going to be a one-off. It's not going to just be 2 rounds in isolation. Wildcard needs to be able to match that for the remainder of this first half.
Attackers have located the bomb.
I'm not gonna lie, up until that double kill Nitrous, although it was looking like Furia once again, quick, get into the face of Wildcard, find some good kills, and everything was going to the same script that we've seen round after round in this series. Could that be a defining moment? Could that be a circuit breaker for Wildcard? Command bathroom, top floor again, different site. And boy, that would mentally be so exhilarating for Wildcard to win the round in that fashion. Bay with 5 kills in the opening 2 rounds. It's like you said, and what Lack said, they just need some individuals to pop off. Well, there's one. The rest to now try and piggyback off him.
So command and bathroom for round number 3. C4 maxing on the side of Wildcard, 4 in play. And with Adrian on the pulse as well, that's something that Furia will need to be very cautious of through the mid to late round. They themselves will once again bring the Monty, and we're gathering on the Deimos.
Oh my goodness! Drops on down all the way outside of the map. And Spiker that finds the opening kill onto Hertz. Again, Fury want to keep this pace going. Wildcard just starting to clue on how to deal with it. Good flash onto Spiker, but he stays alive. Tucks into the corner to safety.
โอ้ยแล้วบีบีชาร์กไหลมาตัดต่อไหมอุ้ยไอเดียนตัดวอฟเลยล่าตัดบีบีไอเดียนเก็บ2แล้วเบย์ปิดงานเอาละ2-0 เกมอาจจะเปลี่ยนเล็กน้อยนะครับแต่แล้วครึ่งหลังมาแม่งแบบถ้าครึ่งหลังแม่งโดนคัมแบ็กนี่กูสูเลยนะ
Doing a better job in dealing with the tempo and the pressure that Furia are looking to persist with. Do we maybe now see Furia just temper that a little bit, go for map clears, try and flood util, layer that for the late round? Or do they look to brute force it? In terms of the additional bans now for the remainder of this first half, it's the Monty, so that means it's double shield alongside the Deimos, and then it's Mirror, no longer wanting to be contended with by Furia. So we'll see what Wildcard look to do in terms of this hold as we return back to the tertiary site, if they want to play peel heavy or elect a turtle. the lineup, especially with the Solos, will aid them in some of that info gathering. And then I think more crucially on the side of Fury, how do they respond to that Monty ban being played in 2 of the 3 rounds thus far? As expected, we'll see that pivot across to the Blackbeard, but will that maybe now just stall out some of that early round pressure that they have typically presented? Double primary hard breach of the Ace and the Thermite in play alongside the Ram for Vert. Anticipating it'll be less focused on the horizontal, or they might look to dabble in it early. I suspect they'll look to get Box Zero activated to the mid round and flush out that site.
The best thing Wildcard can do as well is just keep meeting Furia head on, try and beat them at their own game. Furia want to play fast, quick siege, that's fine. You just got to be ready for it. And if they can start to win a couple of rounds, Furia will have to pivot and adapt themselves. That may slow them down, and that slowness may benefit Wildcard. Solo presence up above on the top floor, courtesy of Baby Shark, getting the early Jugger payload call from Volps. And the death mark as well. That's a lot of pressure onto one player, but so far nothing to come from it. Was able to answer that call. Death mark is still active on Baby Shark, but he has gone over to Hammam on the first floor, and that means Bay rotates back up to Games to just keep some presence on the top floor. Baby Shark towards main stairs.
Yeah, patience from both teams. Sensing that this might be one of the slower rounds of the series thus far. Wildcard not wanting to completely forfeit above. Will play appeal defense, game side and main stairs, courtesy of Bay and Shark in those positions respectively. Can also chip away some of the drone economy here of Furia. Interestingly, the Vert being used on this Hammam side across as opposed to the site directly. Probably then opening up a route for the rotation from Furia late to play, courtesy of the early hard breach and the horizontal opportunities that will present. Will Wildcard clue onto that and be prepared?
Box Zero top main stairs, and Baby Shark is right there. Easy swing kill
น้อย
from
นะ
Box
ที่คนจะ
Zero.
หยิบโอซ่าเล่นแบบนี้อะแต่ถ้าแบบพวกแบบว่า
Definitely is now as Bay
โบ
opted to
เด
try
อ
and
ร์อะ
push
เข้า
and look
ใจ
for
อ
the
ยู่
trade, but Bay's forced to just sit inside the dorms. As Box Zero was able to break
รู้สึกว่าตัว
that
ถ้าเป็น
barbed
ตัว
wire.
ทำเกม
Adrian and Kansan will both go
ถ้าเป็น
second
ตัว
floor, so it's a
ทำเก
big
ม
flood up above from Wildcard.
เอาสิว่าเล่นตัวอื่นดี
Site
กว่า
means it will be vacant. It will be vulnerable.
They can't commit. They've got to go back to site.
So Adrian does indeed do that, and now so will Bay. Bay has been able to make his way back. It's almost as if they went top floor just to collect Bay, bring him back safely. 4 versus 5, but low on time. We haven't seen Furia in this sort of position often. Usually the round is done by now. 30 seconds left. Doesn't give them a whole lot of time.
Yeah, double smoke for Spiker and a razor bloom for Bay. 20 seconds for Furia.
Death mark activated from Loira. Jugger payload call onto Spiker. Throws out his final gas babe. The razor bloom 2 thrown from Bay. Getting low, closer to red time. Impact. Oh, it was the frag. Bay got the headshot onto Loira. Furia starting to fall apart here. Late in towards the site. Execute. It's only Hertz that's left up. He's got no time. Wildcard should make this 3 straight rounds. 3 in a row for Wildcard on Fortress. Digging deep here at the Esports World Cup. Getting the
เอาละครับ
job
ตอนนี้
done.
เกมอาจจะ
Well,
เปลี่ยน
they
เล็ก
invested
น้อย
pretty
นะครับ
heavily to get Bay back to safety, and it worked out well. Tactical timeout, Furia.
Como é que tá sendo o jogo? O primeiro espaço que a gente tá pegando, eles já estão entregando muita kill nesse primeiro espaço, tá ligado? Então o que eu acho que a gente tem que fazer, Volpão? Acho que a gente segue nos blocados, a ideia de vocês tá boa. Só que essa primeira pisada, vocês têm que resolver o primeiro problema mais rápido do que vocês estão resolvendo. Porque isso vai dar tempo de vocês organizar a rotate, de vocês conversar como é que vocês vão punir, pra vocês sincronizar a exec como vocês estão falando. Se vocês fizessem a mesma exec que vocês estão fazendo algo que vocês fizeram agora, com mais tempo pra jogar, ia ser melhor. Ou seja, vamos ganhar tempo na nossa primeira pisada, pra gente ter paciência pra trabalhar o round depois, fechou?
Cara, só que o foda é que as peituras deles é traps. Tipo, a primeira
Beleza,
vez vai ser
então,
foda.
a trap que a gente pode fazer, o semi-cavalo, porque daí a gente vai fugir das trap, a gente tem os bonecão ainda e tal.
E na da águia?
E na da águia eu acho que a gente tá trocado, não tem problema. Eu acho que a gente tá trocado.
Astra é roubado, mano.
Beleza, cara.
So as we return, 3-1 lead for Wildcard. Tactical timeout will expire.
อาจจะมีโอกาสเป็นแบบ
Some of
3
the
นะ
fans in
อาจจะ
attendance
มีโอ
making
กาส
a
อยู่
lot of noise. Dorms games up next. But the reality is, they're in a much better position now. 3-1 up. 5-1 would be the dream. 4-2, probably the pass mark here for Fortress. So 2 rounds to go. Probably only need 1 more. But they're just playing a lot better.
And they've had some of those big moments. Large portion of those courtesy of Bay with the double nitro earlier, and in that most recent round was able to get back towards site, find a nice clip of his own, just alleviating a bit of pressure elsewhere.
5 seconds left before insertion.
And for what feels now like the first time in this series, questions are being posed of Furia. Yes, it's attack into Fortress, but we've seen their attacks be really well drilled over the course of this series up until this point. And so their problem solving will now truly be tested. The sense to be selected here for round 5. That's going to be very interesting to see how they look to incorporate it into the lineup.
$201 EPS for Bay, sitting at 8-1 with a 100% cost. It's been a standout performance up to this point. It's just taking a bit of damage there from Kansan.
Cheeky angle.
I say a bit, he's down to half health off that.
Yeah, might compromise him a little later in the round. So dangerous back on Consulate, but heard so far here on Fortress has been
got through. You can just see Furia a little bit more
อย่าตัดบีบีช้าผมเลย
Now they lose her.
เฮ้ยแล้วคันเซนตัดเฮอร์บ็อกเซล่าตัดคันเซนเทรด1-1เมื่อกี้แชร์กอไปแล้วเป็นบ็อกเซล่าตัดเบเชีย3-4แล้วแชร์กอต่อใส่บีบีช้าเงี้ยเบบีชักตุ๊ด
He'll have to either answer it or eat
วางไหม
the goal.
วาง
He'll answer it. 2 more Chugga payloads ready to go for Box Zero. A third almost on his way. Furia now with the extra
อุ้ย
player,
แล้ว
but
เป็น
then
โด
he
น
goes
ไฟ
through
ทาชังก้าลงไปท่านหลอด
with the
เอ
Shamika
เดียน
launcher.
3เหลือเวลา1 นาที 18 วินาทีเกมที่ไฟเบรกแล้วไฟจะไฟเหลือไฟเหลือบอกเลย
Will be able to stall out a large area for a
วบไหล
significant
ไหล
portion of
จะไหล
time.
เข้าวิฟฟิ้ง
17 shots available on Tachanka, 3 gas babes for Spiker. On the flip side, Furia though is decent execute
เหลือสโมก
utility.
2
The sense
แฟก
with
กันเน็ต
3
1
ROUs,
แฟ
a
ก
grenade for the dislodge and double flash. Critically, a lot of time as
ยิง
well
ไฟดัก
for
นะ
Goyo as well,
กัน
not to be
ชะลอไว้ก่อน
underestimated, not to be discounted.
And 3 gas babes as well still for Spiker. He's going to throw one out, looking to
มี
defend
สโมกฮอก
his
ซินอี
game
กโอ้ยมี
position.
โอ้ยสโมกฮอกซินอีก
Diaz is
2 ลูก
just lurking
ชิว
towards main stairs. Atrium will need to be cautious.
They're trying to pinch this smoke desperately, Furia. They know they need to clear this shotgun up close.
Spiker holding the angle. Does he opt for the swing?
ๆอุ้ยแล้วลอยล่าแม่งกล้าเล่นจัด
Wanted to pop the gas babe, but Laura pops his head. Baby Shark.
แต่แอดบีบีช้าเหลือแค่เอเดนคนเดียวครับปืนท่านหลอดไฟไหมครับ
There's only Adrian left as Volta will go for
ไฟไหมฮะ
hasn't got the time to play around
เบ
with the
บี
Shamika launcher.
เฮ้ยอุ้ยแล้วได้แอดเก็บให้
There's a
ได้
second
เก็บ
attacking round for
3
Furia. This next round is so crucial. It's must win for wildcard.
Big round from Furia. Doing a great job of being able to brute force their way forward into the side. Good mid-round pressure. Again, directly onto the objective. Box Zero has been getting so active. A great charge up main. And then that shot onto Bay as well. Exquisite. Spiker, I thought he was going to be so much more challenging to clear, but Lawyer hit an insane shot, and then Baby Shark was the last attempt there from Wildcard on the flank to salvage the round. He too was unsuccessful.
Yeah, late flank attempt from Baby Shark. If he finds that kill, could have been a very different round. A lot of 1v1s just not going the way of Wildcard. Final round of the half. Back to Bathroom and Command. Must win round. They need a 4th defensive round. It's going to be defender-sided. That's the gut feeling. That's what the numbers say.
5 seconds to
It can't just be all on Bay, though. Time for others to stand up. As for Furia, it's been a very team effort. And still doing quite well on the opening kills. They lead 3-2. It's been a big part of the series across both Consulate and Fortress now. dominating in the early parts of these rounds. 4-3 for Herds, 2-1 for Loira, 2-0 for Boxera. Only one player going positive for Wildcard in the entry. It's Bay, 1-0 though. I need to make that 2-0.
Yeah, Fury haven't been particularly eager to
ไม่
go
มีแบบ
for
สาม
full
แล้วแหละ
match
เข้า
with.
มือ
They've
ขนาดนี้
consolidated these attacks.
เฮ้ย
And it means that Wildcard
ต้องดู
has
ไดแอด
been
ว่ามันจะ
setting
ลั่น
a
ต่อ
lot
ไหม
of
ดิ
pressure
เมื่อกี้ไดแอดแม่งแบบว่า
and also
เก็บสวยจัดอะ
compromising their ability to
ตรึง
peel back towards the side.
ลอยล่าไม่วันนี้ลอยล่าเอ๊ะแบบแรกลั่นอยู่นะลอยล่าแบบนี้ยังไม่ตื่น
Here for
แต่
the
ได้
final
อยู่
round of the half, it means that Wildcard in this first minute should have a pretty good read as to how Furia are posturing. Alliance scan
โอ้ยแล้ว
returns
แท็ก
serve though.
แท็กสี่เลยแล้วเป็นบอกเสร็จแล้วเอาแฟกเกเนตแล้วเป็นลอยล่าตัดบีบีชาร์กได้ต่อเอาแล้วฮะ โดนตัดนะ เอาแล้วเป็นวอลตัดเอเดียนเอ้ยคันเซนตัดวอลแล้วเฮดเก็บให้แล้วขึ้นตี3-3ครึ่งแรกถือว่าเป็นการทำเอาแก้แผนได้สวยนะสำหรับฟิวฟูเรียเนี่ย
Okay, can you guys listen? All good? Yeah. Hey, just one thing that I think right here, at the end of the day right here, for this attacks, if go to overtime, like, they play a little bit more spread, right? They did the latter when this was kind of split, so be careful, probably overtime they're gonna do something similar. You guys can be more aware, etc. If you guys need to get closer, can be some get closer and the flank right there. Okay, so there's not much gap, so you guys can, if you guys are compacted this easier, you guys know that. Okay, just talk a little bit about attacks. Remember, guys, aggressive drones, it is important. Check if it's the cafe tree to work, cafe bunker, right? That is super important. For bathroom, remember what I said, right? For now, at least I'm beginning to match. My opinion is, oh, Spiker, we can play it clear a little bit more, doing the step by step right there. Talk about how we're gonna clear bunker, right, to the bathroom plant right there. That how we're gonna do. Shakun can keep with the lurkers, Shakun, but be aggressive. Make sure to play the game right there. If like you're not confident, don't do it. Just bring the frag right here. And one thing about the flanks, if you need to bring a grid lock, you guys can, of course, and still have grenades. Can be something, okay? Because Shakun gonna be playing opposite side of the map, right? So remember this, okay? This is something important. Or I think if you're gonna play 2-2, something faster, bro. Let's play the game, right? Don't be shy. Like, let's be a little bit more aggressive. Let's get the checkers, get the talk, horse door, etc. Remember, guys, operator's name. Talk about the operator's name right there, right? We need so much about that, so you guys can track.
Sobre os bans, guys. Blix e Montanha. E
passar choque, Maverick.
Passar choque, Maverick. Não tem mistério. Deixa eu ver o que mais precisa ser falado. Só isso, guys. Só botar fudendo, mano. Vocês estão bem demais. Dá uma respirada só.
Beleza, então.
Big, mano.
Tamo big mesmo.
O bagulho é doido mesmo.
Round a round, guys. O jogo é a gente contra a gente, mano. Foda-se aqueles caras, mano. Foda-se eles. Vocês estão muito concentrados, mano. Mantém o foco full, mano. Full time. Fechou? Bora?
Fechou, mano.
Bora.
Well, calm on the side of Furia and Redoctor as for Wildcard. Lagonas had the children watching the teacher. They were all turning around, making sure to pay as much attention as possible. 3-3 half. A spot in the semi-final up for grabs here at the Esports World Cup. And what a result it would be if Furia make top 4 months into this roster being put together. They're now just 4 rounds away on Defense Fortress on their map pick with a 7-2 record. It's all set up for them. Wildcard, of course, a team with high expectations coming into this event. And while top 8 is nice for this particular roster, many believe they can go far further. They must now dig deep in this second half on their attack. Leading the way has been Bay, but he needs a couple of troops to help him out. As the bands come through, Kaid, Bandit, Blitz and Monty. Waiting, Cafeteria will be the first side choice for Furia as we look back at some of the highlights.
It's far from an impossible position for Wildcard, but it's fair to say that a 3-3 scoreline attacking into Fortress, it's just a little unsettling, a little uncomfortable. Furia will be pleased, but the job not done yet. In terms of bans for this second half, as we actually once again go off to the tertiary straight off the rip. Kaid Bandits are not too notable there. Furia actually electing to go for double shield ban. Now, this is not something that Wildcard have typically been contested with. When you look across at the operators that are banned against them, typically you're looking at the Solid Snake, the Glaz, the Dockerbee, the Grim, and even on one occasion, those shields are typically left up. So that's now going to force a pivot from the side of Wildcard.
5 seconds remaining.
ทำไมเราเป็นลาดดีอ่ะเป็นลาดเป็นเทดีไม่ได้เหรอเทดีหรืออะไรเงี้ยแบบว่าตักลีอะไรเงี้ยแล้วถ้าเป็นลาดอ่ะทำไมเราไม่แบบไม่เทหรือแบบไม่ตักหรือแบบว่าไอ้นี่
Wildcard can't play scared though. They can't play apprehensive. Can't allow these rounds to, come down the last 20, 30 seconds. Saw the pace that Furia brought both on Consulate and Fortress on their attacks.
Breaching here.
Yeah, big responsibility on Baby Shark and Bay in this round on the info gatherers, especially into the mute and the Mozzie combination here. Going to make Drain work a challenge for the attack. Showers focus early here, and the sense to cover the cross from May. So horizontal focus on the Hammam side of the map, and Spike is now taking control down the main hallway.
They could look to flank late as well, still outside of the map. Pop to that death mark early. It's Bobs though. That captures Blackbeard. At least the trade was swift from Adrian to hit the headshot.
ไปเยอะเกิน
For Furia.
ชักจอก
Baby Shark knows that box error is close inside of Infirmary. Dealing with him is going to be
อุ้ยแล้วเป็นเนื้อตัดเอเดียน3-4ไม่ขนามือ
Furia again looking
ดิฟิวเซอร์ดรอป
It feels as if almost most rounds
เอาเดินไหลมาโดนไดแอดปิดสิจ๊ะ
As he falls, maybe the hopes of Wildcard to fall.
เอาโดนยิงโดนไอ้นี่
offers a reprieve. He must
โดนจอดไอ้ไลน์ออฟไซด์เห็น
Furia still
เห็น
has
ขา
double nitro. They cannot afford to overpeak into the DMR.
โอ้ยปืนแม่งได้เปรียบนะ
Here from Furia.
คันเซน
Discipline needed.
There's no ROUs remaining.
แพ้ปาแฟกกันเน็ตไป
They've all been expired. Good
ไล่
flank grenade
แล้ว
creates space.
เก็บดิฟิวแล้วได้แอดตัดบิบิชาร์กแล้วคันเซนเพิร์ดปิดให้ซีน3อ่ะ
Furia take the lead. 3 rounds away from knocking out Wildcard.
Well, you can't fault the game plan and the idea behind that attack by Wildcard. They look to play aggressive and confident, go for a direct hit, not wanting to concern themselves with the vert and the map clear and getting bogged down into the mute and the Mozzie. And they got that control down main hallway. They got the Blackbeard into the objective, but then caught up close on shotgun. Furia not bleeding picks throughout the tail end of that round. Served them well. Here is a look back at that flood from Wildcard and the devastation as it didn't quite work out. Did a good job against the DMR late, not presenting opportunities there to Kansan. And Furia continued to be vocal on the stage. A 4-3 lead. Wildcard in a very compromised position.
Yeah, they are looking as if an exit from this tournament is not going to be too far away. Have to turn it around and do so quickly. Furia have been very dominant in this quarterfinal. A spot in the semi-final and a date with Dark Zero. Wouldn't that be a tantalizing matchup? Especially with the way that Furia are playing today.
Yeah, they've really come alive this afternoon. But we have to reiterate again, the job is not done. Wildcard are a quality outfit. They can bring this back. But they need to find another level, need to find that additional gear, refine that execution, try and build a bit more confidence now into this second half on the attack where they need to be the ones to dictate how these rounds are played and show initiative. Nearly Nitro ripped from Herds over towards Old Tower, so Wildcard will need to be careful if they do progress on that portion of the map. It's Beta Drone currently. Oh, sorry, he's actually on the opposing side, getting a little lost there. On the side where the diffuser is currently situated, Spiker on the Deimos, so he'll complement the Dokkaebi well in this round for a bit of info gather potential. Baby Shark's in a creep position. Central stairs, can he make a play?
What's Bay that's taken low, got the kill onto Box Zero. But it's one and done for Bay. For the star player of Wildcard, now entrusts the rest of the troops to do the job for him. And it'll be another round for Furia where they won't be able to play into the cast waves of the smoke.
Ooh.
Fine margins.
Reloading.
2 death marks remaining still for Spike, and again some more information for Wildcard. And the pace has slowed a little bit in this 8th round. Took a payload call on to Diaz. Loira made his call before. Diaz will do the same. And he's on death mark. Over towards bathroom. Has one of the 2 nitrosols still remaining for Furia. Kansan swings, doesn't find anything. Volts has gone down. Adrian in a good position to finish that off. Kansan though caught by Diaz. Up
มัน
close.
จบแล้วครับนายยังอย่าเพิ่งรับสุดทหาร
Volts still down on the floor, but he's been brought back up. 3 low
จะ
health
เจ็บหนักเลยนะ
for Furia.
ฟูเดียเจ็บหนักอันนั้นน่ะแต่มันยังดึงได้อีกสะเดยโอ้ย
Well, it's not happening for Wildcard, is it? The Panthers are pouncing
Yim.
in the Esports World Cup. 5-3 lead. 2
โดนไป
rounds
4
away
พอ
from a semi-final appearance.
เจ้าของช่องลงไม่ได้
Hello. Yeah.
เอ้ยทางเอาเลย
We can hear. Oh, no, we can't hear.
Can't hear.
He's not talking. Hello.
Yeah, there we go.
From now on, it's starting right now. Can I speak right now? Guys, just this right here, okay?
Let's go ไว้ค่ะแปะ
But one thing, let's win mute third and let's deal against Europe. Let's play the international compositions. Chacon, just play closer to your composition. He's mute over there.
He's muted. Dragonstone.
He can't even hear. He can't hear.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm getting muted like 3 times in a row. I didn't touch my keyboard a single time. I don't know what is happening. Like, get us. Like, right now it's fine, but like even on the last time out, I don't know. Like, I got unmuted. I can hear now.
Well, looks like some issues obviously with the timeout for Wildcard, but Lagonis will get to speak to the troops. He will finally be able to have this timeout.
โค้ชจิตไม่เท่าดีสิดาซิแบบเป็นคนนั้นเขาแบบมันบียอนแล้วอ่ะคนนั้นแบบว่าบรรลุทางธรรมไปแล้วอ่ะ
5-3 final tactical timeout. And honestly though, guys, at this point, everything up until this point says Furia will go on and win this and close it out here and now on this map of Fortress. One last message from Lagonis. One last chance for Wildcard. They need to find some momentum. They've had none of it in this series.
No, they certainly haven't. Tech pause called, so we'll prolong the break. It hasn't been a lack of trying from the side of Wildcard. I think they've shown pretty good initiative over the course of this second half. Unfortunately, the execution is just falling short of the mark right now. Furia, they're pumped up. Confidence has been flowing over the course of this best of 3 so far. And what a statement it would be for these boys to go 2-0 against Wildcard. It would be one hell of a game against DZ. Maybe one that is a little trickier to call than what may appear on the surface.
Well, the Furia fans in the crowd making a lot of noise as well, and excitement knowing that their team is 2 rounds away from a semi-final appearance against Dark Zero in a couple of days'
น่าจะมีปัญหาเรื่องเสียง
Of course, tomorrow will be the other 2 quarter-final games.
เทคน่าต้องเทคพอร์ตเหมือนเขาบอกว่าไม่ได้ยินเสียงตอนที่ทำไอ้นี่ไงโค้ชจะขอคุยกับนักแข่ง
I kind of look at this series, the gunfighting has just been so one-sided. You can have all the strategy in the world, the way that you want to play, the positions you want to be in. But in terms of raw shooting mechanics, Fury have just been so much better. Always in good trade positions, able to usually find that first kill when the flurry of kills are going on and keeping themselves in the better position. So pause is done, timeout has expired, and Wildcard are facing elimination. And not just facing elimination, but getting absolutely beaten up. 7-2 on Consulate. Their map pick almost now looking like it could be 7-3 as well on Fortress. For a team that many thought could go and win the entire event.
And with good reason. A strong performance in the NAL. They've consistently been right up there at international events for the last 12, 18 months.
5 seconds to insertion.
As I think I said during map number 1, that as the events have progressed, the amount of doubters for Wildcard have diminished and diminished. But unfortunately today, struggling to connect those dots. It's not job done though for Furia. getting across the finish line can sometimes be the hardest part of a game of Siege. So we'll see how they go about converting.
19-9, by the way, for Loira in the series across both maps. 16-10 for Hertz, 16-7 for Diaz. The only player positive is 16-14 Bay. It's been a very dominating performance. Bay, toe in the fire, takes a bit of damage and falls back from looking for an early creep down the hallway. Takes a battle against Loira towards top main, but where are the rest of the players for Wildcard?
He is cut off. Baby Shark showers. If Loira gets forced out or pushes down, it's a kill for Wildcard. You would have to think.
You would have to imagine Baby Shark should find this kill, and he does. Lovely headshot, and then just swing onto This is so clean.
Baby Shark เก็บให้2
Maybe that's what Wildcard need. Get Baby Shark involved.
ขึ้นแมตช์พอยต์ได้ไหมเอ่ยทางฝั่งของฟูเรียเลยไหลมาทางฝั่งดอม
Some life for Wildcard
บอก
to
เซ
now
ล่า
tap
อยู่
into.
โซนด้านห้อง
Furia
น้
will now activate. They'll aggress. They'll look to play
ำแล้ว
make
เดิน
for
ไหล
the
มาอย่าง
remainder of
นี้
this round. They will
ได้ยิน
not
เสียง
turn.
ไหมแล้วตัดไปตัดอุ้ย
Wins out the battle against Box Error.
พีคมาแต่เป็นคันเซนนะ
With some audio issues, it seems like Wildcard have responded to Lagonas.
แล้วเดนมาร์กไปแล้วเป็นไดแอดที่ตัดวีวีชาร์กได้4-2โดนสโมท็อกซินเบรกซีโฟไปไม่โดนแล้วเป็นคันเซนเก็บเงินเป็นดับเบิลคิวเลยแค่ไดแอดคนเดียวเอาละฮะแล้วแท็กต่อเลยเดนมาร์กแท็กนี่ปาสโมกต่อนี่
should find their fourth round and first on the attack.
Oh, Diaz is cut off. He will not be able to deny
โอ้
this
โดน
plan.
โถมแฟดเข้ามาว่าโอ้โหโอ้
This has been a huge round for Wildcard.
Diaz, of course, not going to give up on it, but now
โอ้ยแล้วเป็นเอเดรียนปิดให้ฮะขึ้นเป็น4-5
still a chance for Wildcard. First round, had they been able to win on their attack in this second half, and boy, has it come at a good time. Into the bands.
Into the bands we go, and look, full credit and respect to Wildcard. Given the frustrations facing them in terms of the scoreline and tech gremlins aside, they've been able to push that out of mind and produce a really solid round of Siege. They put Baby Shark in that playmaking position. He produced the double. And if they can tap into that maybe just a little bit more and relieve the load of the likes of Bay, Wildcard might be able to fight back into this round.
Well, it's the second kill. It's this one here. The first one we kind of thought would maybe be a given, but then the swing onto Volps. Close battle for Boxera to try and snuff out the attack. 4 alive as well. That's a really clean round for Wildcard. So the Blackbeard and the Mute will be banned away. Mute played once back on Waiting Cafe in the 7th round. Blackbeard's been played twice from Spike Up.
Yeah, Wildcard won't want to contend with the Mute Mozzie combo. It also means that they will have a little bit more freedom on the Deimos, less counterplay on offer for Furia, unless they elect to go the two-barrel route. Triple shield as well, so Furia with the full commit. The dynamic on this particular side of the tertiary has been very interesting between both teams. How much emphasis on the horizontal versus the vert, where they want to situate themselves early, mid, late round. It's only been the more
ไปกันต่อ
dynamic
ในราว
side
ที่ 10
between
นะ
the
เมื่อกี้เฟ
three.
สของการเป็นในราวที่ 10 ทางฝั่งของไวคาร์ที่จะแบนเป็นมิวตามด้วยฟูเรียที่แบนเป็นแบ็กเบียดนะฟูเรียแบนโล่ทั้ง 3 เลย แต่ว่าไม่ได้แบนแบบว่าพวกตัวล่าลงตัวหาขานะรอบนี้สไปเกอร์เลยหยิบไอ้นี่มาโซสเน็กมาแล้วเมื่อกี้เหมือนแทร็กเจอตำแหน่งของสโมกอะแล้วคันเซนหยิบแกรดมาเอาละตอนนี้เอาบอกเซล่าตัดสไปเกอร์ได้ต่อแล้วเบเทรดบอกเซล่าคืน 4-4 แล้วเบไหลมาทางเอาเบไหลเข้ามาเร็วอุ้ยแล้วทัมมิ่งเหลือ 2-4 สโมกท็อกซินต่อแล้วลอยล่าตัดคันเซนเหลือเบบี้ชักคนเดียวยังไม่ถึง1 นาทีตัดไป4ผ่านไป1 นาทีตัดไป4วะ โอ้ยแถบเข้าหัวสวย
Every all-time play, it starts with one.
2 scans, 2 nades, a DMR. Anything is possible.
Anything and everything. A hope and a prayer for Baby Shark.
ๆโอ้ย ชีสเลยชีส
20 seconds. Can he make this his moment? Spots the mirror. Knows there's one maybe at the door. Oh, the timing.
เอ้ย
He looks away from what could have been maybe another Furia. Don't keep feeding him the ones.
คมจัด
He's grabbed the kid and he's gotten away. Round is alive. He's got a minute.
เดินไหลเข้ามาในคาเฟ่เตอเรียแล้วเป็นเฮิร์ตปิดให้ครับโอ้ทรอย
Not his moment, and maybe not Wildcard's tournament. A decent effort from Baby Shark, but it's now Furia who have got 2 match and series points.
Oh, so close. What a clutch it could have been, but ultimately not to be. And maybe this will be marked as a tournament for Wildcard that just wasn't meant to be. As we look back at the previous round, the tempo and the pace, like a large portion of this series, explosive in the first minute. Furia fought themselves an early advantage, and whilst a couple of picks did get isolated there in the clutch attempt, good enough, and with the mirror to play off and other pieces of utility, and was still a pretty confident closeout from Furia.
Well, it should never come down to one player in a 1v4, but had Baby Shark won that round, we're looking at 5-5, all the
ตัว
momentum.
ลูกซองหลังแอนแม่งปาแฟดอะแฟดแม่งเลยตัวไป
But he gave it a good effort. Wildcard cannot lose hope. 2 rounds. It's not insurmountable. It's not impossible.
10 seconds remaining.
In fact, Furia won 2 attacking rounds to close the first half. Wildcard now need to do that to close the second and get this to overtime.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
They have to throw everything into this. There is no second chance. There are no lower brackets. Wildcard are on the brink of elimination. And the quarterfinals? Not even semi-final, let alone grand final. Opening kill will be critical. Necessary probably for Wildcard. Only 1 nitrocell in the round for Furia. Command bathroom is the sign.
And they look to draw a little bit of initial pressure Dorm's side, but it's not a full commit from Wildcard, at least not yet. Shock drones in play for Baby Shark. First fight elsewhere. That'd be great counterplay onto the Goyo and the Thorn. Never mind the catch as well, even the Grismot mines. So Baby Shark will be crucial in this round.
Oh, Baby Shark, though, has to also be a little bit cautious. Bay close by behind. Volps, by the way, is down, but crawling on over to Loira at the doorway. Loira shoots out the drone. Herds went to try and cut them off, and Cancer found the angle. 2 card. We haven't seen them do much of this in this series, but this may even be
ทริปเปิลคิวอะบีบีชาร์กแม่งลั่น
what could be a dramatic finish in regulation. The Wildcard crowd is starting to get on their feet.
โดนแท็กฮะอู้แล้วเอ็นฟอเรสต์ราวอะ
All 12 rounds are needed on Fortress. Wildcard will not go silently into that dark night.
They're digging deep. They're digging very deep right now. And they silence Furia for the first time. I don't know. But it's great to see. Able to steamroll that round.
Not a lot of history in the series to suggest that was something they were capable of, and yet they pull it out of their pocket. Have they got one more in them? No. That's the question. We saw the heartbreak in the previous series for Weibo Gaming, losing in this 5-6 position. Still must win for Wildcard. For the North American to outfit, they have to still win this round. It's not job done. As clean as that was, irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. If you lose this, you are out. It's the same mindset, the same philosophy. Throwing everything you've got into this round. Furia, on the flip side, they'd love to just finish this here and now. They don't want to go to a third bout, let alone overtime. They want to book their place into a semi-final.
So which team can rise to the occasion? and subside the pressure that is beginning to overflow. Command bathroom. Typical site here on Fortress. Wildcard will dictate if it's a full map clear or
it's back to back. I mean, this is again, we've spoken about this over the last year or two. Not often at this level, in this era, do you see teams go back to back site. Furia feeling like, well, we got flawless. They can't be worse than that.
The Wildcard then go for the same approach.
Double down, same play. It is a similar lineup. It is the exact same lineup. Herzog catches Bay. But right now, it feels like maybe Baby Shark to be the hometown hero. Huge opening kill for Furia. They haven't had many in the last few rounds. 3-1 split in favor of Wildcard over the previous 4.
มีเท้ารามเคลียร์นี่อยู่เคลียร์แบมมิล่าแบมมิเลอร์ของมิล่าเจ็ดเป็นนู่นเป็นนี่ช็อกโดนแล้วสุดจะเน็กเรด้าจับลอยล่าแล้วไงต่อ
Wildcard lose that tool and a player down also makes the trade game a challenge.
แท็กกันสนุกเลยตอนนี้
First floor, but known to Spiker.
They need to find this kill onto Herds. Everyone else towards site. Can they open
D4
up a
way.
bit of a gap? Nitro self-thrown to create an opening for Herds. Feels as if he's being hunted. Adrian on the move.
ของไอ้กีฬาสีอุ้ยแล้วดักรออย่างนี้ได้อีกคิวหนึ่งอุ้ยแล้วพี่ไฟไปไม่โดนกลับมารีโหลดกระสุนแล้วเหมือนจะโดนรุมอะแล้วเป็นคันเซนตัดหืด3-4เวลาเหลือ1 นาที7 นาที
But still hope heading into the final minute. Can't forget to go and re-grab that kit.
เฮ้ยดูแดนครับ
From Spiker's death. Diaz ready to pop that Vulcan canister. Can't help but feel Wildcard are going to be low on time.
Fury have so much good peel util and double smoke still up for Box Zero.
Love Adrian, but gets a live drone. Needs to be careful. Knows there's one to the right side hallway. One in towards the side.
เราเซลมาจอดหน้าห้องน้ำเอ้าแต่ลอยล่าไม่เห็นแล้วบีบีแพนอุ้ยโดนเทดโอ้แล้วเหลือกระแดนคนเดียว
This time, Kansan, you must cover. You cannot let him.
โอ้ยโทษว่าทำ
He doesn't just cover. He finds both kills. We go to overtime.
Just when it felt like Wildcard were down and out, they find a way to fight back.
But it's double attack on this overtime for Wildcard. It's not as if they're just home yet.
No.
But they've got themselves a little bit of breathing room as the crowd is starting to cheer them on. Furia. I thought they had this in the bag.
Well, the start of the round for Wildcard was poor.
It was a 5v3.
Herds got 2 picks uncontested. But the push through from Adrian, who found the timing, was perfect. But then Volps straight up denies the plan.
Yeah.
And it felt like that was job done.
But Kansan made amends.
And Adrian found another massive pick. Kansan, as you mentioned, was able to withstand the pressure.
Look at what it means to Justin backstage. 2 rounds where that heart would have been racing.
He looked a little bit stressed.
Oh. So overtime is required.
And Furia go waiting cafe.
Not one by Wildcard on their attack. In fact, waiting room cafe as a site. The only time it was one on the attack all the way back in the opening round from Furia. And that set the tone early until Wildcard then was able to get 3 straight. From there, Fury then got 4 straight. And now in the last 4 rounds, it's 3-1 split in favor of Wildcard. It's been a game of momentum here on Fortress. Back and forth. Will the pendulum swing once again? Or can Wildcard hold that momentum through in overtime?
Fair play to Wildcard. to be able to tap into that belief.
Hard to believe Furia they haven't got a single player with double digits. Wildcard's got 3, almost 4.
This has been one hell of a map so far. How many more rounds required to close it? Early peppering over towards Hammam side on this first floor as Wildcard initially committing to the horizontal clear. Solid Snake finds 3 pings, so Bay with good info that can then be relayed to the rest of the team.
And as we saw in the previous round, the opening kill hasn't really been that high of a conversion rate here on Fortress. It's not the be and all, you'd still like it. We're on the move towards dining as Adrian's just able to creep on up, get a little close, but don't swing that doorway just yet. Oh! Moira dies to Baby Shark!
เอาละตอนนี้อาซี
Halfway through this round, and Wildcard now with the player advantage. Furia looking to shut up shop and just fall back, play sight, and go defensive mode.
It might work. Double Nitro, triple smoke still up, and the keeper barriers from Box Zero in pocket. He can fortify his position.
We haven't seen a lot of Nitro kills, although as I say it, I feel like I might just put the Moz on it. 3 gas pipes, as you said, still 2 keeper barriers for Box Zero. It's gone a little quiet the last half or so. Spiker, just the 1 kill. Could he look to double his kills? To start overtime, still a lot of time remaining for Wildcard, and they find an angle onto Herds, starting to surround the site. Oh, they're flowing now. Just maybe a little flawless. Oh, close enough.
เอาว่ะคัมแบ็กว่ะตัวนี้คัมแบ็กว่ะ
3 straight rounds for Wildcard sees them take a 7-6 lead and map point. Furia had the semi-finals in their grasp, but maybe have let it slip.
Wildcard have found a flow state here on Fortress. Great little pop flash there at the start of the round. Moira forced to swing, got caught, and then the rest of the defense just utterly overwhelmed. The F2s have been devastating from Wildcard so far. They are feeding off this energy.
And they go defense now as well, looking to close this out, but funnily enough, in the last 5 rounds, it's a 4-1 split in favor of the attack. That's, of course, of what Wildcard did. Don't forget, Furia won 3 attacks themselves back in the first half. They can attack, and if you think back and what we've seen in this series, Consulate Fortress, Fury's attacking ferocity is what got them to the lead that they had and the 2 match points that they had, but no longer do they have that. Instead now, it's map point Wildcard. They'll get 2 chances to close this out and send us to Cafe.
Well, as this map has progressed, the contingent of Furia fans have only gotten quieter and quieter. Wildcard and their fan base has come alive. Baby Shark with strong support here at his home event.
You can't help but feel as well, if this goes Cafe, Wildcard's got all the momentum. Fury need to win this right here, right now.
Yep.
They need to win the next 2. Oh, Baby Shark almost dies, reinforcing late. No. He takes a significant amount of damage, which the irony is that wall's just going to get opened up immediately anyway. It was all for nothing.
Oh, he plays the tuck. Baby Shark commits to the
that's got to be droned out. That is a really, really aggressive position.
Wait,
and Adrian taking a half as well.
This is one and done. He does not get out of this position without a contest. Surely not.
Bolts on over. I think he's ready for a drone to come through the breach.
Maybe he does catch the timing.
By the way, he's got the only Nitrocell available for Wildcard and playing the Warden. You don't want to be dying early. There's quite a lot of smokes and flashes available for Furia in this round.
Did escape.
You've got to get Baby Shark back to site. Keep him safe.
Loading new mag.
Because Adrian's also quite low. You lose too early here. We know what Fury can do on the
รอ
attack.
เลยนะ
They've
1 นา
shown
ที
us across
50
both
วินา
maps.
ทีบาร์
They
เซโลนา
can be
ฝั่งมิว
absolutely
เซียม
brutal.
ได้ชั้น 1 กัน
Jugger payload onto Baby Shark. He can't really afford to eat this call. He surely has to enter this.
ไม่มีใครได้ชั้น 2 เล่นโซนซ้ายหมดเลยฮะในตัวทางฝั่งของวาคาร์
And indeed,
แล้ว
will
เป็น
answer the
เธอ
call.
ตัด
But
คำ
at
เซ็น
the
ไป
same
ก่อน
time, it's Herds that finds a pick outside the window onto Kansan. Another opening kill for Furia.
And they have so much utility. Look at the player cards of Furia. Stack of Candelas. A bunch of flashes. They are not short of projectiles here.
And that's why they need to keep Baby Shark alive.
Yeah.
Absolutely
โอนเท้า
important.
ขึ้นฝั่งโอนเท้าส่วนทางฝั่งของบี
On the Warden that he stays up
How much will that HP hit
ทีโฟ
determine
ห
the
นึ่งลูก
round?
บีบีชาร์ก
It could be defining.
แล้วเหลือนาที6 นาที
60 seconds. Next fight feels like the big one. Bay towards Old Tower.
Live drone.
Thinking about staying and contesting.
มีเฟนเลียกนะฮะ
Boxera's on the move as well through dorms. Now heading towards games. Bay still electing
เอ้
to stay top of
ย
Old
แล้ว
Tower.
บีบี
Everybody
ตัด
found the kill.
เฮิร์ต
Onto hers. Boxera's making
โอ้
his
หลัง
move as
แต
well.
ก
And it is though Diaz to fall. Boxera's going to keep
4-3
pushing in behind. Backfill the position that Bay was holding. Volps stuck out in the
อู
hallway.
บอสเซล่าตัด
There
บี
is
บีได้ต่อ
Boxera that's made that
มีเล
move.
เซอร์
From top
เลเซอร์บู
floor
ม
down the stairs. Finds a
แล้ว
crucial
แชร์กอ
kill
ต่อ
to
ไล่
Baby
เลย
Shark.
ไม่สนแล้วโดนเบไม่รู้แล้วล้มวอปตัดสไปเกอร์ได้เลย25 วิสุดท้ายลอยล่าตัดอันเดียวโอ้โหแล้วเหลือเบคนเดียวแต่ใช้กอใช้ไม่ได้แล้วนะเพราะโทรศัพท์พังไปแล้วแต่แพนด้วยอะแพนไม่สนด้วยแล้วบอกเซล่าปิดให้เงี้ย7-7
It is once again match series point for Furia, but also still map point for Wildcard. Which will it be? Will the Panthers get to that semi-final, or do we go to Cafe?
Flip a coin. It feels like a coin flip. Baby Shark almost caught at the start of the round. Here, commit to the horizontal clear. The Fenrir utility was so devastating in the latter portion of that round for Furia, but still they're able to forge a path towards that objective and prevent any attempt in denying the plant. Really good resilience in that round from Furia. It all comes down to the 15th.
4 straight attacking rounds on Fortress up until this
ยัง
point.
เขารอออมแรงตอนกูเหลียชนะไงเขาจะได้มีแรงตี
At a 63 defensive win rate. The highest at the Esports World Cup from 9 maps played as well. 106 rounds, the second most, only behind Nighthaven Labs. And yes, it's been that defend-decided. But 4 straight attacking rounds gives some semblance of hope for wildcard fans. As you said, at this point, flip a coin. It's been all attack. So maybe you want to be on attack. But as we go to command and bathroom, what are the odds, Guz, that Furia lose this site for the 3rd straight time on defense? Because that's what happened to close regulation. Wildcard need to win this site again. This time they also drop 2 operators, the Twitch and the Ash, and they bring the Dockerbee and the Grim.
Yeah, they commit to so much information. 4-pronged here on the attack.
There were mine brought this time as well instead of the Thorn for Furia. Those are the main changes from the last time we saw this site back in round 12.
It's going to be interesting to analyze across this round how effective the info gather will be for Wildcard. It's a large reason as to why that mute ban was expected to be effective, and it has for the most part, but they go for essentially the full commit.
Oh, careful. Hadrian entry off the yellow ping. Moira just poking his head down that first floor hallway. Keeping control towards main stairs.
Yeah, he'll be in a position to poke for Jones, but then can rotate back towards site late.
ไม่มีโลสักตัว
Don't
ราย
assume
การ
Moira
ก็
will
แพ้
be too aggressive when peeking for a moment, but now falls back. Triple radar there onto Moira Volps
การ
and
ใช้ของก็แหละ
Hertz on the second
คุณ
floor
ไม่พูด
extent.
การใช้ของจังหวะทัมมิ่งบางทีแบบว่ามันสร้างทัมมิ่งให้กับตัวเอง
That first kill has had a big say towards the end of this map. And we're nearing the end, halfway through this final round.
แล้ว C4 ไปดักโดนไหมไม่โดนนะตัวเซล
Still holding this bathroom
แล้ว
mirror window.
นี่เราโซลิดเรดาร์แล้ว
Positioned ever so close.
พยายามที่ต้นแชร์กอไป
Payload call. First point of
เมื่อ
contact
กี้
is
จะ
going
พ
to
ยา
be
ยาม
a
ที่จะเซล
crucial
มา
battle in
หน้า
this
เจาะ
final
ห้อง
round
น้ำ
of
แต่ว่า
Fortress.
โดนแมกเนตมาไม้กันไว้ แล้วไหลมาทางฝั่งของเบย์ฉันเข้าแต่มีคนเล่นทางฝั่งมิวเซียมอยู่นะ
Final 60 seconds of the round, and Adrian pivots for the pinch split here. Wildcard goes for the risk.
It's been a very fast-paced
don't
Fortress,
fight,
but
don't
this
lie.
one may follow the script a little slower.
อ่า
More damage
แต่
on the
ก่อน
box
สนุกเลย
Sarah
อะ
from the Jugger payload. On
เฮ้ยเดินไหลม้ามาแล้ว
Bob sitting
เรื่องโค้ดมีคนเล่นมาเอาเป็นเบตัดไดแอดไปก่อนเอาวบตัดเอเดียนบอกเจล่าตัดในส่วนของบีบีชาร์กแล้วเป็นคันเซนเทรดวบแต่วบตัดเบให้เหลือ2-3เราเหลือ30 วิสุดท้ายดีฟิวเซอร์ไม่ได้ตอบที่คันเซนนะเอาละแต่ยังมีโซลิดได้อินเกตอยู่นะแล้วเฮิร์ตไหลข้างน้ำหัวนั่นแหละหัวเหลือสุดท้ายอะเหลือคันเซนเหลือรถไฟฟ้ารถไฟชิงคันเซนเฮ้ยจีเลยเหรอแล้วเฮิร์ตปิดให้2-0บูเลียได้ไปต่อแล้วบายบายบวกลาไวคาร์ดครับเลสโกแอร์พอร์ตละ
Wave them goodbye. Wow, what a statement by this roster. So many big names, but as a team, we haven't quite seen this before.
Commiserations for Wildcard. They fought bravely. They fought until the end. They did not give up. They didn't wave that white flag. 6-4 down to then win 4 rounds straight. It's obviously disappointing. So it's 3 rounds straight, but it's the same thing. It's the same mentality. Wildcard fans would have thought it was happening, that 3rd map was going to be required. It was not. Fury are far too good. Where to for them? Well, a semi-final appearance in 2 days' time against Dark Zero.
Well, I didn't anticipate Furia to win this matchup. Never mind in a 2-0. DZ will have a clear target on their backs. Furia go into that matchup with huge upset potential.
I'm certainly not going to be discounting Furia in any matchup moving forward after what they showed today. Consulate, complete domination. Fortress, again, bringing so much attacking flair to a map that is so defender-sided. They made it seem like border at times. And unfortunately for Wildcard, they end this event, an event in which they were one of the favorites to win the whole thing. Maybe the expectations got to them. It's a lot easier when you're the up-and-coming underdog. It's a lot harder when you are expected to go deep.
Now, we have had 2 incredible quarterfinals so far today here at the Esports World Cup. Can't wait to jump back into the server tomorrow with another 2 banging games. It's becoming increasingly difficult to work out how this bracket's going to play out. It doesn't feel like we're going to get an expected result. So many upsets at this event so far, and the best of 3s. Well, maybe there's more to come.
Tomorrow you've got the EML Showdown and the El Clasico, Liquid versus FaZe Clan. Of course, for Furia, though, they will be semi-final bound against Dark Zero. Top 4 finish. Let's throw it to Adam on the stage.
Thank you very much there, fellas. Incredible scenes. Loira joins me here right now. Loira, Furia into the semi-finals of the Esports World Cup. How does that sound to you?
Great, sounds great. I've been here before last year. I'm here again with those guys. They're the best. I'm just so happy.
It was incredible to watch that first wildcard pick as well, 7-2. Dominant. It seemed that there was so much aggression, so much confidence. You could feel it in the room. A play style for you guys. You seem to come into this feeling 100%. Was it down to planning? How did it work out the way it did?
Yeah, I think we planned very, very good for the maps we played today. So we were so confident for the whole series. Like even if we had to play the 3rd map, would be so good for us. So we were so confident and chilling. So we're just.
สวัสดีครับคุณเจเจเบนี่คือคนเดียวกับที่โดเนทให้อาชีหรือเปล่า
Here we are now going to the semi-finals of the Esports World Cup. What has changed? What do you think is the difference between then and now?
I think experience. Because we were a pretty new team, and also another factor was the preparation for the tournament. On Salt Lake, we had some visa issues, so we couldn't really stream before the tournament. Like for 2 weeks was very bad, and we were not that prepared. This time was different. We did a boot camp. We were so ready to play the tournament.
ไม่เป็นไรแล้วพรุ่งนี้เรามาลงแต้มซีเขตให้หน้าหล่อ watching from airport กันค่ะเฮ้ยขอบคุณสำหรับ100 บาทนะอันที่เกรงใจแต่ที่คุยงานอยู่แหละดูดีว่ามีคุยงานด่วนตอนนี้แตกไปนิดนึงแล้วก็ไม่คุยงานต่อก็เลยแบบว่าก็เลยปิดไมค์
let's just go there, do our job like we did all the other matches, all the stage, and hopefully we're gonna win.
ช่วงนี้วันนี้อาจจะแบบไม่ได้วันนี้อาจจะไม่ได้พากเยอะเพราะว่านั่งนั่งดูที่พากนิดหน่อยรู้สึกแบบยังปวดท้องบนท้องก็กินยาแล้วก็ถือว่าน่าจะดีขึ้น
To cheer for us and for everyone on Fury playing the tournament. So thank you a lot, guys.
พี่โอ๊ตมาพี่โอ๊ตมาตอนที่กำลังจะไป
Of course, this is the Esports World Cup. You get to crush the key of your foes. I want to ask all of the teams to join us right now. Fellas, come across this way. You have to choose someone as well. Who is going to crush the key?
Hertz will crush the key.
ระบบมันไม่ค่อยแจ้งไม่ค่อยแจ้งคนฟอช่องเท่าไหร่ไปนอนแล้วคนไปนอนช่องพอดีมือใหม่เพิ่งมาดูไปติดตาม YouTube อักซี่ได้เอ้ยขายของได้เวลาอักซี่ขายของอักซี่ไม่ดูหรอกนี่อักซี่ขายของดูก็ได้ดูก่อนหาช่องไทยไม่ค่อยมีคนพากย์จริงๆช่องพี่วอลแมนเรนเจอร์เขาก็พากย์อยู่นะแต่พี่วอนแกจะเน้นให้ความรู้แบบความรู้แบบควบคู่ไปด้วยส่วนอาซี่ก็ยังเป็นมือใหม่อาซี่เป็นมือใหม่แค่แบบว่าแค่ได้มีโอกาสแบบเป็นโดนมัดมือไม่ใช่ว่ามือโชคหรอกแต่เป็นต้องเป็นนักพากย์จำเป็น
EWC their key crush there
มันมีงานหนึ่งที่แบบว่าไปรับมาแล้วก็แล้วก็ไม่รู้ว่าจะต้องจับกล้องเองจะต้องพากย์ด้วยแล้วเราก็เลยแบบชิบหายแล้วไม่มีคนพากย์แต่พอแบบว่าพอทำไปนานแล้วก็รู้สึกว่าก็สนุกดีนะอะไรอย่างเงี้ย
Get back on the saddle, go into SAL, get second place, come into the EWC, granted of going to the lower bracket, now pushing themselves into a semifinal. I mean, the gamble paid off from the get-go of them choosing Consulate and being so dominant.
ช่วงที่ผ่านมาหลายๆวันนี้แบบตั้งแต่วันที่4มั้งตั้งแต่วันที่4มันมีแข่งตั้งแต่วันที่4แล้ว
They maybe already had that potential 3 months ago.
ช่วงนี้สตรีมแบบทุกวันเลยพอแตก
Really, stuck with them. It was a problem mentally to be there in the event after not having practiced for 2 weeks. No excuse now, and the results is showing. Yeah. And I'm just happy for Hertz, because just look at 1 year ago. He was in semi-final, but with 4 completely different teammates, with an entirely different staff. All of these guys, they left him. Yeah. And despite all of this, despite being alone on the bottom, having to rebuild everything, here he goes. Only a couple of months later, exact same position.
Insane.
Top 4 secured at EWC, 1 single game away from grand finals, and 2 games away, 2 victories away from becoming the first ever player to have won a major, NSI, and EWC. Wow. I mean, that would be insane for this player.
It would be, absolutely insane. You said it best.
That's really an incredible story for Hertz as well, but this entire team had a different approach to this game. The commentators talked about it. Xenox did a great job kind of focusing on how high moments, top double-digit kills on the side of Wildcard. Furia barely got into double digits in that last round, but they were able to do it and they worked well as a team.
Absolutely, but the biggest difference for me is every single time, regardless of the first series, going into the second series, they would always get hyped. Didn't matter how the round ended, didn't matter if it was nail biting or it was a clean sweep, they were always hyping each other up, always being behind one another, always being that force, that teammate that you would want in moments like that where we would see Wildcard. I mean, you just saw right there, they would kind of get down on themselves. They would start to question a little bit, but every single time, and I talk about Brazil as a whole, they always bring that tenacity. They always have that ferocity with them. They just do not quit.
Weirdly enough, this was a 2-0, but I think watching it felt a little bit more like a 2-1. It felt like we went the distance. I mean, Wildcard did not give up.
No, they didn't, and I think that's what makes them a great team. That's why they've been having deep runs in so many events. Mentally, they're there. It's just in the most critical moments, I think they really found, for a team that is almost one of the youngest one in the world, they found in front of them players that have so much experience. There's Hertz, yes, of course, but think of Diaz who already played at the top level in 2 different regions. You think of other players like Volps who've won a major with a completely different team. You just look at the side of Furia and you look at a team that has Laura who played with G2 and has basically been the runner-up at EWC 1 year ago. you look at these guys and you think, okay,
And the
if there's
keeper
one
was
team
a
that can
keeper
mentally
na-
have the upper edge, that already won man match,
Hey,
they completely carried
kaya-
that momentum. And when I saw frustration
Ako
on the side of
ako.
Wildcard when they lost a round, I didn't see that on the side of Furia. I only saw more eagerness
Yes.
to go and win the next one.
I mean,
วันนี้
also
ก็
for
สำหรับ
me, when
กิ
you're
ฟต์
just
ซับทั้ง
looking
หมด
at
ให้
the
กิ
way
ฟต์ซับ
that
ด้วย
Fury
ครับ
has
ผม
played throughout this, especially throughout this event, they've had to overcome some losses already where Wildcard didn't have to experience loss.
แต่ผมหวัง
And
ว่า
that,
พรุ่ง
I
นี้
think,
จะ
is
ดี
the
ขึ้นนะ
biggest
หมาย
thing
ถึง
for
วัน
me
นี้
as
จะดี
being a
ขึ้นนะ
former player. When
วัน
you
นี้มันจะ
lose
มี
a match,
แข่งขัน
you
อี
take
ก
a lot from it. You're
ใน
able to
ส่วนข
extrapolate
อง
things from it.
EWC
And then
รอบ
implement
Playoff
into the
เนาะ
next
เพราะ
series
เมื่อกี้
where
ผล
Wildcard was
ผล
not
การ
able
แข่ง
to
ขัน
lead. They were flawless through it. So once they
เมื่อ
came
กี้
into
กิ
their
ฟต์ซับ
first
ให้
loss
กิฟต์ซับให้
against
ใครบ้าง ให้คุณโพ เซซิน่า คุณแอมซัมบ้า คุณพับบี้เอ็กดี คุณ อะไรอะชื่ออะไรอะอายิ
little bit cold. That's the truth. But if you look at the main players on their other side, you look at two guys that went absolutely crazy on the side of Furia. These guys
อา
were
ยีอะ
fighting on that momentum.
วะ
They had maybe
ชื่อ
to play a little bit
แล้ว
more
ก็คุณ
matches.
ล็อกนะ
Those two
ล็อก
guys,
ล็อก
that's
คุโตะ
Diaz and that's Hertz.
ขอบคุณ
On
สำหรับ
one
กิฟต์
side,
ซับ
the
ทั้ง
backline
ให้
on
กิฟต์
the
ซับ
other,
ด้วย
the
ฮะ
aggression. It's exactly what we said before, right? You've got the hammer on one side
ที่อั
and
ปเดต
the
กัน
backline.
ที่
It
อัป
works
เด
so
ต
well with these two guys.
ส
And I
ตา
love that you
ส
mentioned
เต
that,
ตัส
especially
ของ
before we jumped into this series,
การ
that
แข่ง
you're
ขัน
not
ใน
just
วัน
looking at
นี้
these fraggers
ก็
to be
จะ
popping
เป็น
up. You're
ใน
looking at that
ส่วน
backline
ข
of
อง
Bach,
นี่
of Diaz, and both
เซมิไฟนอลนะ
respectively
ฟูอยากจะไป
earned
เจอกับ
these
ดาร์คซีโร่
MVPs.
แล้วพรุ่งนี้
Hertz being that
แต่
spear,
วันนี้ก็
and
คือ
then you
สาม
have
ทุ่ม
Diaz being that handle, really being able to
ตาม
facilitate
ตาราง
around from start to
สาม
finish.
ทุ่ม
And it's the
เหมือน
real
เดิม
reason why they're being able to cross this finish line, get into a semi-final presence, because every single player
นี่
was
สามทุ่ม
stepping up in their role
ทีม
exactly where they
GK
needed
กับ
to
ทีม
at
ซีเคด
any
แล้ว
given
ก็
moment.
เฟดแคน
It's hard to pick one, but Diaz was our MVP for this series.
กับ
You
ทีม
could
ลิ
have
ควิด
pointed to
นะ
all the
ฮะ
impact
บ้า
that
จริง
Fury
ภาษาไทย
had.
เขียนนิรนาม
Look at
อีก
the
ไม่ใช่ฉัน
experience.
นะ
Look at Hertz surviving the roster changes, getting to this moment, having the chance
อัพ
to
ที่
win.
ไม่ถ้า
You know,
เป็น
so
คุณ
many
ไอ
different
โพลี่คุณไอโพ
awards
ลี่
in
ให้
this
กิฟต์
scene
ซับ
that
คุณ
it
ไอ
feels
โพ
like
ลี่
no one,
อันนี้ไม่
you
ใช่หรอ
know, has done something like that before. But
มัน
Diaz
จะ
really
ขึ้นชื่อ
did
คุณไอ
his
โพลี่
impact
ให้
last
ไม่
year,
ใช่หรอ
something special today.
Yeah, and I really want to
เอ
go
อ
back to
ยกเว้น
if
เสีย
any
แต่ว่า
players
คน
are
จะ
in
คน
the
จะกด
reserve
กิฟต์ซับ
that
โดย
don't
ที่แบบว่า
play very
ให้
much.
ในนามของ
Diaz
อนุ
was
นิมัส
already a
อะ
top performer when he was playing in NAL. But what changed was whenever he moved back to his home region, his home country, to Brazil, he really started to flourish like I've never seen before. He went from a top regional player in NAL to a top international player as soon as he started speaking Portuguese again, and as soon as he met a team that basically had him thrive. It started with Liquid, where in my opinion, with Maya, he was the best player on the roster. Then he landed his spot
ไม่ใช่
on
ผม
his
แน่นอน
team,
คลัช
and here he's been
เอ
the
อ
MVP
ไม่ใช่ผมแน่นอน
almost
คลัช
every
เลย
single game
นี่
since SAL all the
พรุ่ง
way
นี้
to
นะ
the
คะ
playoff, all
วัน
the way here
ก็
to
วันนี้แหละ
EWC.
ตอนนี้ตอนสาม
When you
ทุ่ม
have one of the
GK
most
กับทีม
aggressive
ซีเค
team
ด
in
แล้ว
the
ก็
world,
เฟดแข่งกับทีม
the
ลิควิด
most important
ตอนแรก
thing
อา
is
ซี
not
คิดว่าไม่มี
necessarily the
มี
average
คิน
player,
ฟีด
as well
มี
as
คิน
the
ฟีด
best
งั้นเดี๋ยวพรุ่งนี้
player.
ดาร์ซี่มา
The guy
แล้วก็
that's supposed
ก็หวังว่า
to be
อาการจะดีขึ้น
fight,
นะ
will win
แต่ว่าจะไม่เพลียนะ
he's
เอ
that
อ
guy for that team.
Yeah, absolutely.
ก็
And
เซ
I
มิไฟ
kinda
นอล
wanna
นะ
change
แล้ว
topic
ก็
and
เดี๋ยว
go back to Hertz
ของ
really
ใน
quick.
ส่วนของ
And I kinda wanna pick
prediction
your brain just being an analyst, being a former
prediction
player
จะ
as
เปิดใน
myself.
อีกหนึ่ง
Do you
วัน
think this team reaches
ว่า
the strides that they've reached if Hertz isn't the
หนึ่ง
captain? When you have a
day
player that
อีกหนึ่ง
has won
วัน
six
หนึ่ง day หนึ่ง
invitations, has
hour
won everything throughout the
8
entire
minute
year, do you believe in that
นะจ๊ะ
ideology? Because that's something for me when I'm
ก็
looking
ใคร
at
ที่
this
ยังไม่
Fury
ได้
roster.
ไปเลือก
If
ก็
they get
ไปเลือก
behind
กันได้
that
ส่วนอา
ideology,
ซี
they
ก็ลื
got
ม
behind playing
อืม
aggressive, playing into that nature, where we're now
ก็ได้
highlighting
ได้
Diaz
ส
in
อง
the
ได้
sense
อัลฟา
we
แพ็ก
don't need
ก็
just
ถ้าได้
aggressive
10
players.
ถ้า
We
ครบ
also
10
need the supportive
ถูก
backline.
10 ก็
But it
จะ
does
ได้
beg the question,
exclusive สกิน
if he wasn't the IGL, if he wasn't the captain, do we believe in this system?
No, clearly not. I think Hertz being the leader is the biggest thing here. And when I talked to him, I asked him, what's the biggest difference from being with your
กำลังนั่ง คุยกันอยู่เราจะเลทไปให้โบโลจริงเหรอทุกคนได้อันนี้ได้ซองครบยัง
So if I had a voice and I needed to say something, I could not really be more legitimate than the others. In this one, I mean, guys, how many of you has got 3 STR trophies? No one.
Right.
So as the IGL, he's got that experience. Whenever he says something, everybody basically buys into it. Yes. And that's the big difference between the previous Furia roster and this roster. And that's why everyone aligns behind his vision, his play style, and that's why these guys are top 4 of EWC right now.
That's right, top 4 in this tournament. It's hard to get to, and of course, they had to go through wildcard. This is a great team that came in with a great performance. Maybe they weren't warm enough. Maybe they didn't learn from these losses, but they didn't lose up until that first map that they played today. I'm sure it's a bit of a shock for wildcard fans. A little sad to see.
รอบปิดตี4 29
with Adrian to talk to us a little bit about how he's feeling.
แต่พรุ่งนี้อาซี่ถ้าอาซี่ไหวอาซี่ว่าอาซี่จะตื่นมารีวิวเกมก่อนสตรีมรีวิวเกมสักนิดสักหน่อยเพราะว่างานเยอะ
You guys had a slower start in this series than in most of your recent series. What do you feel like the
จะต้อง
reason
มา
for
เคลียร์งานหน่อย
I think we came into the game.
ผมสำหรับค่ายิบซับด้วยนะครับ
in
ผ
it
ม
like it was guaranteed to us. It was promised. Where it's not. Like we had to put the work in to show
ก็สามารถไปติดตามได้ถ้าใครบอกว่า
it was a bit too late
ไอ้นี่นะไปติดตาม
too late for Consular and it's just how it goes competition if you're not there from the start you're gonna be last.
You lost your own map pick. What do you feel like when
โซเชียลมีเดีย
on
สิ
your own map pick?
I think we were doing too much of the same things without adapting anything little.
แค่เซอร์ชื่ออาร์ซีใน Google มันก็จะเห็นทุกอย่าง
and making small changes where
เดี๋ยวก็อาร์ที่จะกลับไปลงคลิปใน TikTok อ่ะทุกคน
which is where I think it went down on Fortress.
Yeah, we heard Lagona's comment on the interview or like in the tech time out talking about how you guys are maybe playing too scared on Fortress. Do you feel like that was the big issue there?
ทำไม
Definitely, I think at some points we were playing too
มัน
scared
ดีเลย
and we just weren't following through with calls. We were hesitating. Yeah.
And then look into the future now. Is there any time for you guys to
นี่ไง
rest
ทุกคน
or is it straight back in for
นี่ไง
the
ทุกคน
stage
สามารถไปนี่ได้ มี
I think there'll be
YouTube
some time
มี
to rest,
Twitch
but obviously I think we're gonna get
TikTok
people
ไม่ได้ลง
back to
เลย
it,
ช่วง
so
นี้
this is
มัน
just
ก็เลย
Alright, thank you for your
ไม่
time.
ขึ้น
Thank you very much.
นี่ TikTok
Stage 2 still on the horizon, and
ยังไม่ได้ลง
champions
ขี้เกียจลง
wildcard will be out at EWC. This is a testament to how good they
ก็
are.
จะกลับไปเล่น
obviously,
TikTok
but,
แหละ
you know, a tournament's a tournament for a reason, and it's the performer on the day that gets to move on.
Absolutely, and it's really
ล่าสุด
insane to
ล่า
think
สุด
that
ลง
they
แล้ว
were
คลิปไม่ดัน
struggling
เพราะว่าอะไร
to
รู้ป่ะ
adapt. That is absolutely
โดน
where
โดน
wildcards
หา
thrive.
ว่า
Event after event,
โดนหา
stage
ว่า
after stage. That Spiker being
เกี่ยวกับ
a
ลิ
young
ขสิทธิ์อะ
IGL that he is,
ทั้งที่
is
เมื่อก่อน
so
ไม่เคยโดนเลย
influential on this
เมื่อ
team,
ก่อน
being able
ทำคลิป
to
เร
read
น
the
โบว์ไม่โด
players,
น
to be able to read the situations they're in and move the pieces around in order to have practically as perfect of a round as you possibly can get. And to see them not be able to reach those strides, even getting into these playoffs, that's what they were doing so well. And to get here in the moment where it matters most, not be able to replicate it, I mean, it really is the repercussions.
Yeah, a bit uncharacteristic. I mean, obviously,
Absolutely.
a lot of people thought.
ก็แล้วก็
they were
สำหรับ
gonna
ใคร
go
ที่
very
อยาก
far,
ดู
but
แข่ง
that
ย้อนหลัง
changes
ก็
things. Of course,
สา
let's
มารถ
catch you
ดู
up with how
ผ่าน
bracket
ได้
or how
ช่อง
things have
YouTube
stood, because we've got 2 series
ทักซี่
under
เลย
our
ทัก
belt
ซี่
here
ใส่
today.
เพลย์ลิส
It's
ต์ไว้
the
ให้แล้ว
semifinals that have now been
หน้า
picked
ของ
for
โค้ช
one
สตรีม
side. Furia and Dark Zero taking
สามารถ
down
ไปดูได้
Wildcard and
นี่
Weibo Gaming. Then FaZe Clan and Team
แต่ละ
Liquid.
สำหรับถ้าใครอยากดูย้อนหลังนะ
Secret still have to punch their
นี่ครับดีไซน์ให้แหละ7 วันจะมีด้วยกันอีก3 วันก็น่าจะประมาณ10นะคู่แรกของวันนี้นะครับจะเป็นในส่วน10วันแรกจะพักๆอยู่วันนี้ไม่ค่อยได้พักวันนี้พักน้อยนั่นแหละทุกคนไปแล้วเผื่อใครที่ยังไม่ได้ดรอปฉันไปหาโบโลหายโบโลหายโบโลหายไปไหนอะไม่ขอบคุณสำหรับการติดตามอะคุณอาเคโตะได้มาอ่านชื่อถูกไหมช่วยด้วยรู้งานนะ หายเขาหายไปแล้ว มีช่องพี่ท็อปอ่ะพี่ท็อปช่องนี้ก็มีดรอปนะแต่พี่ท็อปน่าจะไปนอนแล้วตรงนี้ตื่นยังดูทรงแล้วพี่ท็อปเนี่ยเปิดยาวๆอะเก็บทวิชดรอปวันนี้โดนฝนขอตัวก่อนถ้ารอบดึกมาทันเจอกันนะก็มีช่องเนี้ยที่มีดรอปอ่ะช่องนี้มีดรอปแต่แค่ทุกคนก็จะไปนั่งอยู่เฉยๆไม่มีอะไรเหล่าลิงน่าจะมีเพราะเหล่าลิงเป็น Official Co Stream แต่เหล่าลิงเป็นคนจีน ทุกคนจะไปนั่งฟังไหม หาใครได้นะหรือเก็บดอกครบไหมหรือยังไม่ครบแต่ซี่คิดว่าน่าจะเก็บดอกครบนะคนที่ดูนี้ก็ดู6 ชั่วโมงน่าจะเก็บครบแล้วนะรวมๆ4 ชั่วโมงน่าจะมีปัญหาอะไรหรือเปล่า King George ดูสปอยไหมส่งให้สปอยดรอปไม่มีสปอยไม่มีดรอปพอสปอยไม่ขึ้นดรอปสปอยน่าจะไอ้นี่แน่ๆเลยมี2แบบก็คือสปอยไม่ได้รับในส่วนของไอ้นี่ไม่ได้รับในส่วนของหลังบ้านไม่งั้นก็อาจจะเป็น King George อะจริงซี่ก็ไม่ดรอปสปอยไปแข่ง ไม่มันโชว์พีไฟมันตกรอบไปแล้วไม่ใช่เหรออาร์ซี่จำได้ว่าอาร์ซี่เลทไปหาสปอยครั้งนั้นมันมีดรอปครั้งนั้นมีดรอปสปอยมีดรอปอาร์ซี่ยังเลทไปหาอันนี้เลยยังเลทไปหาสปอยเลยเราไปหาคิงจอร์จดีกว่าทุกคนอ้าวไม่ได้ยิน
That's a push for some organizations to come join Rainbow Six Siege. Who knows?
It could be. I mean, there's a lot of points on the line here, gentlemen. All right, closing out.
เราเป็นช่อง
Obviously,
ผู้
our
น้อย
playoffs. How do we feel
เรา
about
เป็น
our
เลท
takeaways
หาเขา
here
กัน
leading into tomorrow?
I mean, I'm feeling really good. At least I have one North American team in the semifinal. But I mean,
ไม่รู้ขึ้นรถมา
both
ใครตกรถขึ้นรถมา
absolutely stellar ones to watch. You don't want to miss them. If you were just to
ใคร
look
ต
at
กรถ
the
ก็ขึ้นรถ
scoreline,
มา
it does not tell you the story and
ใคร
the
ยังได้
battle
หรอก
that
ไม่ครบ
really took place for
แล้วก็ไปดู
either
ครบ
of
3 ชั่วโมงอะได้ดรอปในส่วนของสกินของเลงงงหูด้วยนะ ซึ่งถามว่ามีไหมมีอาร์ซี่ช่องอาร์ซี่มีแต่น่าจะมีคนดูครบไปแล้ว
Exactly what we expected, right? The highest level of siege. Most importantly, tomorrow.
ขึ้นรถมา ใครไม่ต้องขึ้นก็ได้ จะขึ้นหรือไม่ขึ้นก็ได้ ได้หมด
Face on the new version of the former Furia, the now Team Liquid, and that's going to be crazy.
And can I just say, I
And this could
absolutely
be
love your
crazy.
telestrations, as I always give you praise with every single event. I mean,
I love you holding the mic of my telestration.
This time it's a little bit
คุณ
different.
เร
I
ง
was
งง
able
หู
to support you a little better, but your telestrations are always
แต่จริงๆอยากจะมาเล่นอีเวนต์นี้นะ มันไม่ว่างอะดิ อีเวนต์อะมันตรง อีเวนต์เริ่มวันที่ 5 ตรงกับงานแข่ง อีเวนต์ตั้งแต่วันที่ 5 จนถึงวันที่ 19
R6 doesn't happen without you guys. So everyone who's watching and supporting the tournament, we appreciate you. Coming up tomorrow, we have our another batch of quarterfinal matchups. El Clasico, as you mentioned, EML takes the stage. One goes through, one will go home. To find out, you've got to come through and be here and make sure you're watching. From the Paris Expo Port de Versailles in France, we're going to say goodbye. We'll leave you with the FTC recap, but stick around for the EWC Spotlight Show, which will be happening right after that. From all of us, my name is Rain Day. Remember to never give up, never stop gaming, and we'll see you all tomorrow.
ไว้เจอกันครับทุกคน บ๊ายบาย บ๊ายบาย ไปแล้ว